The President.
質詢，第一項質詢。
Questions. Question number 1, the Honorable Professor Lau Chi-pang. Thank you, President. It has been reported that the State President has indicated that archaeological relics and historical heritage are witnesses to history that have to be protected and utilized well. There are views that from the Six-Day War in 1899, where villages in the NT resisted the British in defense of the territories, to the Battle of Hong Kong in 1941, where the Hong Kong Defense Forces staged a concerted and united action of resistance against Japanese aggression. Hong Kong boasts an abundant history of the wars of resistance, and the relevant wartime relics even constitute excellent teaching materials for national education. However, the current state of preservation of wartime wallets in Hong Kong varies greatly, which has aroused concerns. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the current number of wartime relics in Hong Kong, whether the government has compiled a list of wartime relics? If it has, whether it can make available the list concerned? If it has not, whether it will compile such a list in the future? 2, whether the government has devised preservation proposals for the wartime relics in Hong Kong. If so, of the specific proposals. If not, whether it will devise such proposals in the future. And 3, given the government's commitment to promoting students' experiential learning beyond the classroom and integrating such learning with various education in recent years, whether the government has plans to incorporate the wartime relics in Hong Kong into experiential learning for the subjects of citizenship and social development as well as Chinese history. If so, of the relevant plans, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Development. President, the work on wartime relics in Hong Kong involves different purviews, including conservation of declared monuments and historic buildings, education on Hong Kong history, and promotion of heritage and culture, etc. After consultation with the relevant policy bureaus, the replies of the Development Bureau to the 3 parts of the question are as follows. 1. Based on the preliminary findings of the Antiquities and Monument Office, there are 76 items on the list of declared monuments. Graded historic buildings and items pending grading assessment that are related to Six-Day War in 1899, Battle of Hong Kong from 8th to the 25th of December 1941, and Hong Kong Counter Independent Brigade of East River Column. Examples include Tactic Communal Hall in Pengshan, declared monument, and Cat Heng Wai in Kam Tin, Grade 1, which were connected to the Six-Day War, House School of St. Stephen's College in Stanley, declared monument, and Wong Nai Chung Gap Military Site in Wan Chai, Grade 2, which were related to the Battle of Hong Kong, Rosary Mission Center in Wang Mo Yin Kai, Sai Kung, and Lo Ok, Shek Tao Ong, and Shuttlecock related to the anti-Japanese activities of the Independent Brigade of East River Column. The list of items concerned is annexed to this reply. Apart from wartime relics, 2 major memorial facilities of the War of Resistance in Hong Kong, namely the Cenotaph for Martyrs in Wong Kau Tang, North Point, and memorial monuments for Sai Kung martyrs during World War II in Tam Chok Wan and Sai Kung have been incorporated into the list of state facilities and sites marking the wars of resistance against Japanese aggression. On the other hand, Hong Kong Museum of History and Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense under the LCSE have been featuring the history of the war of resistance against Japanese aggression in the permanent exhibition galleries for long-term display and stage thematic exhibitions relating to the war of resistance from time to time. Currently, HKMH is updating its permanent exhibitions to further enhance its preservation of the history of Japanese invasion of China, Japanese attack on Hong Kong, the Battle of Hong Kong, Independent Brigade of East River Column, etc. The revamped exhibition of the history of Museum of Coastal Defense with an enhanced focus on the history of the War of Resistance and the Independent Brigade of East River Column reopened on the 24th of November last year. If the wartime relics are declared monuments and graded historic buildings, AMO will engage specialists to conduct site inspections at regular intervals and maintain records of and maintain the general conditions of these historic items. AMO will assist the management departments or private owners concerned in the restoration and repair works of the historic buildings where necessary. For privately owned historic buildings, the Commissioner for Heritage Office or CHO of the Development Bureau will approach the owners of private historic buildings and encourage them to apply for subsidies under the financial assistance for maintenance scheme on built heritage to upkeep their historic buildings. The government has also installed information plaques at the greater historic buildings, including those related to the War of Resistance, such as Wang Nai Chong Gap Military Site in Wan Chai, Pinewood Battery in the Central and Western District, fortifications at Devil's Peak, at Sai Kung, Chung Ham Kok Battery in Stanley, etc., to introduce the history to the public. To properly protect graded historic buildings, a new items pending grading assessment from impacts of work. Relevant works departments are required under the existing mechanism to assess whether the projects will affect those built heritage. If affirmative, heritage impact assessment is required and mitigation measures should be devised. To protect built heritage under private ownership, the government established an internal mechanism to monitor any plan to demolish or alter privately owned declared monuments, proposed monuments, graded buildings, or buildings proposed to be graded in order to enable CHO and AMO to take timely follow-up actions with the owners concerned, explore conservation options. 3. According to the information provided by the Education Bureau, Citizenship and Social Development (CS), Chinese history and history of secondary school curriculum contain rich elements of experiential learning. The theme of Hong Kong under one country, two systems in CS involves the preservation of wartime relics in Hong Kong and the indomitable spirit of the Chinese nation in the War of Resistance. The Education Bureau encourages schools to arrange for students to visit wartime relics to know about the current conservation situation and learn about the deeds of anti-Japanese martyrs. Regarding the subjects of Chinese history and history, the EDB has offered teacher training programs and developed teaching resources, including visits to wartime relics in Hong Kong. Besides, the EDB has a series of programs on the teaching of the history of the War of Resistance against Chinese aggression, which included inviting historians to conduct teacher professional training courses relating to the relics of resistance against Chinese aggression, such as organizing seminars and field visits in commemoration of the 18th anniversary of the founding of the Independent Brigade of the East River Column, and also arrange for students and teachers to visit Stanley Military Cemetery, Saiwan War Cemetery, and the Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense at a historic trail converted from forts. The EDB will continue to organize similar activities with tertiary institutions, museums, and organizations. Promoting the stories of the War of Resistance and its related history and culture to members of the public is a meaningful task, since it can enhance the cultivation of patriotic sentiments and national identity. The Deputy CS4A will set up an independent task force comprising the Development Bureau, Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau, Home and Youth Affairs Bureau, and EDB to coordinate the relevant efforts of the policy bureaus and actively explore collaborating with all sectors of community to preserve and make good use of the wartime relics and historical records with a view to enhancing effectiveness in promoting the history of the War of Resistance and fostering citizens' sense of national identity. Professional Lau Chi-Pao. Thank you, President. I thank the Secretary for her reply. I'd like to talk about a particular project of wartime relics, and that is our trenches. As we all know, before the Hong Kong battle, there were many trenches and caves constructed on Hong Kong Island. I been to the system of trenches on Bromley Hill when I was a kid. They were well planned to support the resistance war, and they were very spacious. I'd like to ask whether we have a breakdown of number of such trenches in the urban areas and in the rural areas, and whether there can be information on their current use. Has some of them been used for warehouses, or some of them been just locked up? They can be developed into tourism and cultural and education resources. Thank you. Secretary for Development. When it comes to trenches and caves, I don't have such information with me now, but in general, such trenches and caves are rather narrow and enclosed. When the government considered revitalization of historic buildings, indeed, we have not placed emphasis on such structures. But looking forward, we would like to investigate these trenches and caves to consider their current conditions. Though they may not have huge potential for revitalization and reuse. We'll see whether they can be open to the public under safe conditions. I believe that the task force under the leadership of the Deputy CS4A will explore this option. Mr. Kenneth Fogg. Thank you, President. We have a few important tasks, of course, to tell good stories of Hong Kong and our country. We should use our wartime relics to tell good stories of our war of resistance. As far as the culture, sports, and tourism aspect is concerned, we can use our historical and cultural relics to develop tourism activities. I'm sure developing these places can help tourists to better understand our history. There are ample examples in other parts of the world. I'm pleased to hear from the Secretary that an interdepartmental task force will be set up. In fact, this has always been promoted by Mr. Chen Yong. Can we have a museum of the War of Resistance for Hong Kong? It can be a focal point to keep all historical records. Meanwhile, we can encourage members of the public to visit these wartime relics. Is that a feasible option? Secretary. Under Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. Thank you. With regard to having a museum for our war of resistance, we are enriching our resources in our museums too. Can you please clip your mic to your lapel? For instance, for our Museum of Coastal Defense, we have 4 permanent exhibitions on our resistance against Japanese invasion. With the leadership of the task force under the Deputy CS4A, we will explore further. Ms. Lilian Kwok. Thank you, President. We all attach importance to our wartime history because that can boost national education so the Hong Kong people can be more patriotic and love Hong Kong. On this, I have a question for the administration. As members suggested, can we include the visits and knowledge about our wartime relics into the experiential learning of CS? Because the utilization rate is rather low, although you have been promoting such relics. I'd like to ask the administration whether they have any plan to promote understanding and visits of historic buildings so the schools can be more proactive in using these resources. Secretary, as mentioned in my main reply, in CS and Chinese history of secondary school curriculum, we have themes on wartime relics, and we also encourage schools to bring students to visit these relics. Of course, when we have the coordination of the interdepartmental task force, we can pull our wisdom together and broaden the scope. For instance, during school-led visits, we can extend to other relics, and we can produce the plaques outlining the history of a particular site if they are popular among schools. And the EDB can make known to us those itineraries, and then the Development Bureau can work with the EDB. We hope that the Interdepartmental Task Force can play this role. Thank you. Ms. Chen Yue-ming, thank you. I cannot agree more with Mr. Chen Chi-pang. He wants our historic wartime relics to be used for education. For instance, the North District is linked to Shamjian. In Takuleng, we have a lot of wartime relics, such as the International Bridge of Lima Hang Road. It is a passage with the border. And then there are 7 pillboxes along our boundary. They have been well maintained and are kept in good condition. In the Secretary's reply, it is said that the Deputy CS4A will set up an interdepartmental task force to explore how the government can collaborate with all sectors of community to make good use of wartime relics. Given that we are developing the northern metropolis, some of the wartime relics and historical buildings might be affected adversely. So when land resumption is required for northern metropolis, I'd like to know the mechanism that will be used to deal with the wartime relics and historical sites within the area. Secretary, when we have a new development, for sure we will conduct the relevant archaeological investigations. And if we know that within the area or in the vicinity we have historical buildings, usually grading assessment will be conducted. Our direction is, during development, if we have sites of high archaeological value that can be preserved, we will preserve them as far as possible. But if there is a conflict between conservation and the new development, we will see whether the relics can be relocated to minimize the impact on such relics. We will continue to do this when we develop Northern Metropolis. As mentioned by Ms. Chen, the Northern Metropolis is not just about development. We are concerned about conservation and preservation of our nature and our history and archaeology. So if we have wartime relics and historic sites related to our history, that will give us an opportunity to do a good job. Thank you. Mr. Tang Fei. Thank you, President. Although war is cruel, for 60 to 7% of human history, we had wars, and wartime relics can remind us of the past. We have many wartime relics and also wartime relics against British invasion. Well, 1/3 of our junior history in secondary school is about Japanese invasion and our war. But then we have also got history that goes back to the Ming Dynasty, where the government have plans to set up plaques at our historic sites and wartime relics to let students know that such things have happened. Now, the father of the Philippines, he once practiced medicine in Hong Kong, in Central and Wan Chai. There are plaques, although the relic is no longer here. So we have memorial plaques for fathers of other nations. So for our own history, for wartime relics and also relics of ancient Chinese history, will we have similar plaques? Secretary, thank you, Mr. Tang, for your reminder. Policy bureaus, including the Development Bureau, may have shortcomings in our work to promote the history of Hong Kong, because in the past, probably due to our portfolio, the Development Bureau focused on structures and buildings. We only focused on structures. But it's true that some historical figures might have lived or stayed in a particular site in Hong Kong. How can we construct the history? Perhaps this is not a task the Development Bureau can take on its own. And that's why we are saying that we're going to set up an interdepartmental task force to be chaired by the Deputy CS4A to fill gaps in the past. I believe in the process, as mentioned in the main reply, participation of the community and different sectors of community are just as important, because oral history will help us to reconstruct these stories, and we can then have complete stories of what happened in the past. Mr. Yu Pak Leung, thank you, President. In the Secretary's main reply, we can see that we have 76 items of wartime-related buildings and relics. We have put together itineraries to trace the tracks of the Independent Brigade of East River Column. Let me tell you that many of them cannot be visited. For instance, Tak Tak of Two Moon, there is no access into Tak Tak. And then Rosary Mission Center in Wang Muying, again, the site is not accessible. And Law Oak is a privately owned site. Hong Kong is in a good condition, is in a good position to develop 5-colored tourism. Now we have our fight against the British, against the Japanese, and foreign invasion. But it appears that the government is only conserving or preserving them. We have yet to see how the government can utilize these relics well and how it can work with the ED education sector and the tourism sector to develop these sites into useful resources. So I'd like to know whether there is a mechanism for interdepartmental collaboration. Secretary, the interdepartmental task force will be set up soon. The Deputy CS4A will coordinate all relevant work. As mentioned by Mr. Yu, we have more than 100 such relics and over 1,000 graded historic buildings. Mr. Yu has reminded us once again that there should be good illustration, and also we should ensure that these sites are open to the public. While we have over 1,000 graded projects, there are indeed cases not easily accessible. They may not have the potential for revitalization and reuse. Some of them are battery and pill boxes or just dilapidated borders and structures. That doesn't mean that we should not do a better job. As said, we are proactively following up on suggestions of members. While some of the structures are not suitable for revitalization, we will make sure that there is good introduction and plaques there so that people can see those sites from the outside, although they may be cordoned off, but we will ensure that the public can see them properly. Thank you.
Next question, Mr. Standing President. There are views that with limited university places and insufficient scale of academic staff and researchers in Hong Kong, it is difficult to generate economies of scale. To develop Hong Kong into and consolidate it as a regional hub for international higher education, an important measure is to combine the mainland's educational resources to achieve complementarity of advantages and strengths. Hence, universities in Hong Kong should establish long-term and strategic relationships and deepen cooperation in academic research and teaching with outstanding universities on the mainland to achieve the complementarity of resources and mutual recognition of qualifications. Will government inform this council, one, of the work carried out to promote cooperation and establishing strategic relations with mainland universities; two, how the government will facilitate and encourage cooperation between Hong Kong and mainland institutions to achieve complementarity; and three, there are views that the mainland attaches great importance to vocational education and has well-developed and multi-level vocational education system. In Hong Kong, such development is relatively slow. How the government strengthens the mutual recognition of both academic qualifications conferred by institutions, deepens academic exchanges and connectivity between institutions and the cooperation in vocational education, as well as takes advantage of the country's opportunities in vast market to provide young people with better opportunities. Secretary for Education. President, Hong Kong is home to 22 degree awarding post-secondary education institutions which dedicates themselves to the nurturing of new generation of young people with an affection of our country and Hong Kong and equipped with global perspectives. 5 of these institutions are even among the top 100 universities in the world, actively engaging in world-class research with highly diversified and internationalized advantages. Hong Kong strives to become a regional hub of international higher education and leveraging our advantages for meeting the country's needs. My reply to Mr. Ng's question is as follows. The government has done a lot in the drive, facilitation, and encouragement of higher education and cooperation between Hong Kong and the mainland, especially in areas of scientific research, cooperation, student exchange, talent nurturing, and collaboration. As of November 2022, there were 2,320 academic research collaboration projects between Hong Kong and the mainland. 6 Hong Kong higher education institutions have set up industry education research bases in Shenzhen to further strengthen cooperation in scientific research. Firstly, on the joint provision of education services, a number of Hong Kong higher education institutions have begun collaborations in different forms in the GBA cities. Among them, the Baptist University partnered with Beijing Normal University to establish the United International College in Zhuhai in 2005. CHK partnered with Shenzhen University to establish the CHK Shenzhen in 2014. The HKUSD commenced operation in September 2022. Meanwhile, the first phase of City University Dongguan campus is expected to complete within 2023, while the HKU Shenzhen campus is under preparation. The EDB is actively assisting Hong Kong higher education institutions to explore more flexible and innovative operation model for closer collaboration. Secondly, the EDB supports the establishment of alliances. With the support of the Ministry of Education, Hong Kong's institutions have established 4 alliances, the Guangdong, Beijing, Shanghai, and Jiangsu University alliances, bringing together over 80 elite institutions. Through cooperation, the alliances gather high-quality teaching and research resources to deepen mutual benefits in areas such as scientific innovation, talent exchange. The EDB has entered into education cooperation agreements with mainland provinces and municipalities, providing framework for cooperation in education exchanges. This encourages higher education institutions to strengthen exchanges in cooperation and nurture talents, teacher exchange, academic research, and so on. Looking forward, we'll continue to actively participate in and promote higher education collaboration. This is to be achieved through multilateral and cross-disciplinary partnerships, and we will create favorable conditions for research development, knowledge transfer, industrialization, and demonstration of complementary advantages. The government has been proactively promoting mutual recognition of qualification. We attach importance to VPET education. The VTC has been cultivating diversified workforce for Hong Kong and proactively exploring collaboration with the mainland and non-local VPET institutions. Firstly, to further promote VPET collaboration, the VTC opened its first operation center in Shenzhen in March 2023. The VTC will build VPET exchange platform to foster collaboration, including field studies, workplace attachment training, and program exchange, to help young people to understand the developments of the country and enable students on the mainland to learn about the VPET scene and different progressive pathways in Hong Kong. In addition, with the support of the Hong Kong SAR government and the Shenzhen Municipal People's Government, the VTC works closely with the Shenzhen Polytechnic. They signed a collaborative agreement in December 2020 to pursue further collaboration, offer joint programs, provide workplace attachment, training, and exchange opportunities. In 2021, they signed further agreement to strengthen collaboration. There are 8 programs jointly organized by the 2 parties that have successfully passed the accreditation of the Hong Kong Council for Accreditation. and recognized by Hong Kong's QF. The VTC is also actively expanding its networks with mainland institutions, establishing GPA Student Exchange Alliance with Zhongshan Polytechnic, Guangzhou Huashan Vocational College, fostering the development of vocational skills in the GPA. Third, since the signing of the letter of intent on QF cooperation between Hong Kong and Guangdong, the EDB, the QF Secretariat, and the HKCAAVQ have been working closely with the relevant authorities in Guangdong to foster qualification framework collaboration. In 2022, the HKCAAVQ accepted the invitation to provide 2-year consultancy service to support the development of Guangdong Lifelong Education Qualification Framework. We support the HKCAAVQ in providing further assistance in the development of the Guangdong Framework, thereby laying the foundation for the liaison and cooperation between the qualifications framework of the two places. In future, through the platforms of the QF framework, we will continue to actively facilitate and support bureaus and departments in pursuing constructive interactions and diversified cooperation in areas of manpower resources and qualifications with the mainland, providing momentum for the development of Hong Kong, the GPA, and the country. Mr. Sitting President, in her reply, the Secretary outlined the situation. We hope that we will play more of a proactive role to take forward the exchanges and interaction between post-secondary education institutions in order to heighten our position as an education hub. On the third point, in terms of VPET education, I think the government should upgrade the status of VPET education further. The mainland has already put VPET education on the same par as any other academic pursuit, and this has been confirmed by legislative revisions, and they will enjoy the same academic qualifications. Will the administration be putting the vocational education on the same par as academic qualifications, like what they did in the mainland? Secretary. President, in terms of the development of VPET education, we do have systematic and diversified development in Hong Kong, and we are moving ahead with this area. And we do have a dual track of development in terms of VPET and conventional academic education. So we do have the pathway for both tracks for students to have more development opportunities and more pathways of progression. We do have different policies to enhance the acceptability and awareness of VPET education among the parents. VPET education has started pretty early. We started in 1982. We had the VTC ordinance, which supported the development of VPET education. And in 2018, we set up a task force to review the development of the vocational talents in Hong Kong. And in 2020, we've also set up the steering committee on QF and VPET. We have done an awful lot regarding the public education and publicity. So over the years, whether it be the subsidized or self-financing areas, we are promoting the VPET education, and we have 2 rounds of pilot degree awarding programs, and we have been expanding these area. For the applied diploma programs, they have been upgraded so that more young people will enjoy more opportunities. So we will be moving towards more high-level development in the development of VPAD education. Reverend Peter Kuhn, the Secretary, said that there are a number of local higher education institutions that have already had the plan to start the programs in the mainland. Will any places be reserved for Hong Kong people so that they will be exposed to life in the mainland, for them to lay down a good foundation to develop their future career in the mainland? Secretary, we do have the collaborative higher learning institutions in the mainland, and they do have their own models. In terms of student admission, our policy is that these would apply to local institutions. When the universities are having the joint program, they also have the exchanges, and the students in Hong Kong would be able to have part of the programs that are taking place in the mainland campus. And for some other institutions, they have recognized the credits awarded by the mainland campuses. In other words, some of the courses can be undertaken in the mainland. And for the mainland students, some of the courses can also be taking place in Hong Kong. This will enable more exchanges between young people on both places so that the younger generation will have more integrated development in the GBA. Mr. Leung, President, to maintain our position as an education hub, we need to have knowledge transfer. We have to create the right condition for the further development. Now, my question for the administration is this: will there be any opportunities or platforms that will be created so that the higher learning institutions would have more opportunities for collaboration? Do you have any cross-bureau task force to make this happen so that the R&D results can be commercialized in a more effective way through this kind of platform? Secretary, regarding the collaboration of the higher learning institutions between the two places, as I mentioned, we do have the cooperation agreement entered into with the mainland. We also put in place policies to encourage the institutions to identify the collaborative partners in specific areas that they excel in. And in terms of platform, we are sparing no efforts. We have created a number of alliances between the higher education institutions so that the excellent universities can have exchanges and develop joint programs. For the HKSL government, we do have a cross-departmental working group that discusses how we can integrate into the national development and also the development of the GBA, and education is a part of the areas. The Hong Kong government and the mainland government are encouraging the development in this area. They are creating the right condition for this to happen. Professor William Wong. Thank you, President. We do have examples of collaboration, like the HKUSD in Zhuhai, HKUSD in Guangzhou, and CHK campus in Shenzhen. The mainland students don't understand much about Hong Kong. They don't have the desire to come and work in Hong Kong. And according to CUHK Shenzhen analysis, of 100 graduates, 56.8% of them are working in Shenzhen, 15.1% are working in Shanghai, 6.97% in Beijing, whereas in Hong Kong, 0.53% are working in Hong Kong. Now, my question then for the administration is this: what measures do you have to encourage the graduates from the mainland campuses to come and work in Hong Kong in order to improve the attractiveness of these campuses? Secretary, well, I'm sure there are many factors at play that will change people's decision about where they want to work. The connectivity with a certain place and so on is one of the factors. So for the students who are studying in the GPA, they are more attached to the area. So in light of this, between the institutions, they do have the attachment, they do have the practicum, there will be more cooperation for Hong Kong and mainland GPA students. We do provide a wide variety of internship opportunities and try to lure them to Hong Kong. Obviously, if we equip them with a better understanding of Hong Kong and build up the connection, it would certainly help. But through the exchanges, the students would gain a better understanding of Hong Kong. Here in Hong Kong, we also have the lifelong planning, and I think we can make available the relevant information to the students across the boundary, and we will be moving in this direction. Dr. Frankie Yan, President, for vocational education, they are sub-degree programs, and this is really not much of an attraction to the students. For VTC and for the will they be allowed to study in the mainland campuses of local institutions? And will these graduates be allowed to come and work in Hong Kong without having to have a job lined up for them before the application? Secretary, yes, we are indeed trying to lure more talents to Hong Kong. We are liaising with various government departments and bureaus. From the education point of view, we will be exploring the possibility in terms of mutual recognition of qualifications. We are liaising with the mainland authorities about the recognition of sub-degree attainment, and we are making full preparation. We hope that on a progressive basis, we will be taking this forward. More young people, more young talents with sub-degree attainment will enjoy the development opportunity in Hong Kong as well. Dr. So Chang-wing, President, thank you. Under the GPA outline development plan, there is this concept of a demonstration zone for education in the GPA. The education and exchanges have been elevated to a strategic position. Hong Kong plays the gateway between the mainland and the rest of the world. And Hong Kong is a place where the East meets West. My question is, in terms of this strategic arrangement, what sort of role does the government play, and what has the government done? It is learned that the collaborative campuses, they are formulating their own policies. Secretary, in promoting the collaboration between institutions in Hong Kong and the mainland, we are playing the role of communication. We are offering support. We are trying to help the institutions as best we can in terms of communication and liaison. So we will be seeking policy support in this area. The government will be liaising with the institutions and the bureaus and departments to foster better communication so that the collaboration can play an effective role.
Question 3, Mr. Tik Chi Yuen. President, under the government public transport fare concession scheme for the elderly and eligible persons with disabilities, commonly known as the $2 scheme, elderly persons aged 60 or above and eligible persons with disabilities only need to pay $2 per trip to travel on public transport modes covered by the scheme, with the exception of some routes and services. However, it has been reported that the convener of the Executive Council and the former Secretary for Transport and Housing have considered that the scheme would impose a huge financial burden on the government and requested that a review be conducted. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1. As there are views that the expenditure of the $2 scheme is a bottomless pit and a decision to lower the eligible age to 60 years old was likely made, how the government responds to such views? 2. Of the respective amounts of subsidies granted by the government to various public transport operators under the $2 scheme in the past 5 years, and whether it has investigated the amounts involved in suspected abuse of the scheme, including but not limited to taking long-haul routes for short journeys. If so, of the relevant amounts, and how the government eradicates the problems concerned, if not the reasons for that. And 3, whether it has plans to raise the fare under the $2 scheme to $3, if so, of the reasons for that. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, in 2012, the government launched the Government Public Transport Fare Concession Scheme for the elderly and eligible persons with disabilities, also known as the $2 scheme, to enable elderly people and eligible persons with disabilities to travel on designated public transport modes and services at a concessionary fare of $2 per trip. The $2 scheme aims to build a caring and inclusive society by encouraging the beneficiaries to participate more in community activities. Since February 27, 2022, the government has implemented various enhancement measures of the $2 scheme, including lowering the eligible age from 65 to 60, benefiting more than 600,000 people in the age group of 60 to 64, and extending the $2 scheme to cover red minibuses, kaitos, trams, and residence buses. In consultation with the Transport and Logistics Bureau, I would like to reply to the question raised by Honorable Tik as follows. 1. The previous term government announced in early 2020 that the eligible age for the $2 scheme would be lowered to 60. In drawing up the budget for the $2 scheme, the government had taken into account the factors that the expenditure of the scheme would increase due to aging population of beneficiaries, upward adjustment of transport fares, increase in the number of participating public transport operators or PTOs, etc. With the implementation of the enhancement measures since end February 2022, the actual expenditure of the $2 scheme in 2022-23 is within the range of estimated expenditure. 2. The government reimburses the PTOs the actual applicable fare after deducting any concessions offered by the PTOs minus the uniform flat rate of $2 per trip paid by an eligible beneficiary on an accountable basis. The amount of subsidies reimbursed by the government to the PTOs under the $2 scheme has increased from around $1.2 billion in 2018-19 to around $3.1 billion in 2022-23. A breakdown of the amount of subsidies by year and PTOs in the past 5 years is at Annex. The government has all along been combating abuses of the $2 scheme by ineligible passengers. During site monitoring surveys jointly conducted by the Transport Department and PTOs between 2018 and 2022 on the MTR, buses, ferries, kaitos, minibuses, trams, and residence buses, a total of 1,304 suspected abuse cases were found. Since the passengers concerned are normally required to pay the shortfall on the spot and no government's reimbursement is involved, the government does not keep the figures on the amount of differential fares involved in the above suspected cases. To step up enforcement actions against abuses of the $2 scheme by ineligible persons, the TD will conduct, in conjunction with PTOs, territory-wide joint enforcement actions within this month. The MTRCL will enhance publicity and education, strengthen ticket inspection, and impose a surcharge on all ineligible passengers traveling at the concessionary fares and will raise the amount of surcharge. The surcharge will be raised from the current $500 to $1,000 for heavy rail and from $290 to $370 for light rail. The TD will also set up a dedicated team to conduct joint actions with operators of franchise bus and ferries, etc., to combat abuses. I'd like to remind the public that once a passenger is found to have abused the $2 scheme, in other words, the passenger is not eligible, but then he is using somebody else's card, then the passenger will not only be required to pay the shortfall or a surcharge on the spot, the case will also be referred to the police for investigation and follow-up. It is an offense for an ineligible person to abuse the $2 scheme. Any person who is convicted is liable to imprisonment. The government has launched a new round of publicity programs through APIs and so on TV and radio programs to remind members of the public not to defy the law. The TD has all along been encouraging franchise bus and green minibus operators to provide fare concession schemes, including section fares or two-way section fares, as far as possible, taking into account the commercial considerations, including operating and financial conditions, overall economic environment, passenger needs, and impact on vehicle resources, etc. The government has rolled out TV and radio APIs and posted posters at major public bus and public light bus termini, as well as public light bus compartments, to encourage beneficiaries of the $2 scheme to make appropriate use of short-haul routes for which two-way section fares are offered, and to assist passengers to understand the operation of two-way section fare so as to reduce the differential fares under the $2 scheme and ensure proper use of public funds. The TD will devise a feasible plan to collect data on beneficiaries taking long-haul routes for short trips as soon as possible. 3. The government is mindful of the recent different opinions on the $2 scheme in society, as the enhancement and anti-abuse measures of the $2 scheme have been implemented progressively for just over a year since the end of February 2022. The government's work focus at this stage is to step up efforts to combat abuse by ineligible persons. The government will also strengthen joint enforcement actions with PTOs to enhance the deterrent effect to ensure that the resources of the $2 scheme are spent on target beneficiaries. Thank you. Mr. Teck Chi Yuen. Thank you, President. I'm pleased to hear that the government is not is targeting the abusers, and also they're trying to educate the public to make best use of resources. I'd like to go back to the original intention of the $2 scheme. That's to rebate our elderly person for their contribution to society for so many years. And secondly, we'd also like to encourage them to be more active in society, including learning, traveling, and socializing with other people. So we should encourage elderly people to make the best use of the scheme in order to be more involved or active in society. So I'd like to ask the administration, what about the benefit of the scheme to the society? So can he tell us more about this? Secretary. Thank you, President. I'd like to thank Mr. Teck for giving us the opportunity to respond to this. Because when the administration rolled out the $2 scheme, as I said in the opening of my reply, I said that we'd like to promote a caring and inclusive society. Indeed, we'd like to encourage the elderly and also the persons with disabilities to make the best use of the scheme for going out and also for follow-up consultation or even for participating in social activities and so on. So that we'd like to have a more caring and inclusive society by encouraging them to use the scheme more. Next, Mr. Lau Kwok Fan, we do welcome this. And other than offering the $2 scheme, the administration has also lowered the eligible age from 65 to 60, and it has been extended to more PTOs. Well, with the downturn in our economy, yes, more people are concerned about the cost, but then in fact there are also many social benefits. For example, encouraging the elders to work, so and also they should be more active in life, and so on and so forth. And therefore, we need to have an assessment mechanism so that we can balance things out with the benefits to society as well, and then the cost. Well, the administration is also combating abuse and so on. So are there any further enhancement measures, for example, for PTOs offering the $2 fare? They should also provide a comprehensive two-way sectional fare system so that, for those taking their public transport modes, they can also be given the reimbursement correspondingly, and also there should also be a real name registration system for those beneficiaries. There are several parts to this question. As I said in the main reply, at this juncture, the government is focusing on anti-abuse. In other words, you are not eligible at all, and you're using other people's card, and that's an abuse. And we will target those and combat such abuses. That's the first point. And secondly, should there be more two-way sectional fares? Well, as we all know, according to the Transport and Logistics Bureau, for one-way sectional fares and also two-way sectional fares, about 80% of the bus routes are already doing this. And of course, there are also one-way and two-way section fares. And Mr. Lau's views will also be passed on to the Transport and Logistics Bureau so that they can take a comprehensive look into this. Thirdly, on the real name registration system for elderly, for those aged between 60 and 65, they will have to use the Joyu card. And we're also replacing the Joyu card for those over 65. About 60 to 70% of the elders have already replaced their senior citizens cards with the Joyu card. Once they have all replaced their cards with Joyu cards, then it means that all the beneficiaries of the $2 scheme will be using the Joyu card. But then, of course, we will have to wait until all of them have replaced their cards before we can roll out that arrangement. Ms. Doreen Kong, Chairman, in the reply, you said that the Transport Department will be working in conjunction with other PTOs, and they would start a territory-wide enforcement action. And in the reply, not just some rules and bylaws of the PTOs, there is no mention of what kind of offenses these beneficiaries or these offenders have breached. So you talk about the enforcement action. So which piece of legislation are you referring to? And if there are such regulations and so on, so are the penalties severe enough to achieve the desired deterrent effect? Thank you. Secretary, thank you for the question. Well, within this month, the joint enforcement action that we are going to take with PTOs include the following. Once again, we'd like to remind the public that the $2 scheme would only be applicable to those over the age of 60. So they have to be eligible persons under the scheme. And if you're not eligible, then please do not do it. And then in order to deter the offenders, we would also have to increase the penalty, as I said in the main reply. Let me give you an example. For example, the MTRCL does have bylaws, and they've already invoked the bylaws, and they have already increased the surcharge. And if we find out that they are abusing the scheme, and if they are caught on the spot, then we would refer them to the police for follow-up action. Next, Mr. Michael Tian. Secretary, recently many people have been asking me about the concessionary scheme. How did the $2 come about? I couldn't remember exactly. Probably 2 might sound very auspicious, and therefore many people are discussing how we can enhance the scheme. And I think that we shouldn't change the 2. So instead of paying $2, we should use the 2G approach. because they are increasing fares for public transport, and the discrepancy is bigger and bigger. And also we have an aging population, and it's difficult to calculate the cost. And once you have the two-stage approach, then you don't have to worry about the $2 scheme. And you can also eliminate the situation whereby people would be taking short journeys by using the long-haul routes. This is not an occasion for you to express your comments. Please ask your question. So I think we should change it to two-stage or two-section fare. I think that would also reduce the pressure on scrapping the scheme altogether or increasing the fare. So what's your take on this? Secretary, thank you for your comment. We have also noticed that there are different voices in the community about the $2 scheme as to certain changes that might be implemented. There are different requests and different voices. But then, as I said in the main reply, for the $2 scheme, the enhancement measures have only been introduced in late February 2022. It's less than 2 years now, and therefore the current focus of the administration is on anti-abuse. So that's our focus right now. Mr. Yang Wing Kit, thank you, President. I think the $2 scheme applies to territory-wide transport. That is a good move because the administration would like to encourage the elders to go out more so as to enhance their mental health. Yes, the financial burden might be heavier, but then once they get healthier in terms of their mental state, I think that would also save a lot of costs, including welfare spending and also healthcare services and so on. So when we look at the policy, we shouldn't just look at the $2 spending. We should be looking at the holistic situation. So for the $2 scheme to be implemented more wisely, we will have to target those abusers. As the administration has already found out that there are people abusing the scheme, we should enhance the penalties. Well, yes, you said that you use the MTLCL bylaws to increase the surcharge, but how about introducing criminal offences to this? That would also help. Secretary, thank you for your question. Indeed, as I said in my main reply, while taking the MTLCL as an example, within this month, they are going to increase the surcharge. And then, as I also reminded the public in my main reply, that once they are found to have abused the scheme, then other than the fact that they would have to pay the price differential on the spot, and they would also have to pay the surcharge, we would also be referring the cases to the police for follow-up action. And if the police follow up the case, and if they are prosecuted, then of course they will be facing criminal prosecution. Once convicted, there is a chance that they could be liable to imprisonment. Next, Mr. Kwok Wai Keung, thank you. Well, as many colleagues have said, it's a good scheme. Yes, Mr. Teck asked the question as to how much you have spent on this, but then we are of the view that the policy is to encourage people to go out more. And therefore, in the main reply, you should have told us the number of trips on the scheme, or else we wouldn't have any idea about whether or not it's feasible, because if more people are using the scheme, then of course the spending would also go up. Why is it that you're not providing the figures? And also, the biggest concern in the community is about how we can make good use of public money. Other than targeting the abusers, I think the critical part of it is to ensure that people would be taking short journeys by using the long-haul routes, because you're encouraging the PTOs to introduce section fares, but then some of them are reluctant to do so because they'd like to maximize the benefit that they can pocket, and therefore you should make sure that they would introduce section fares so that even for people taking short trips by using the long-haul routes, the franchise bus operators will not be maximizing their benefits. Secretary, thank you for your question, Mr. Kwok. Well, when the administration announced the $2 scheme and that the eligibility age would be lowered from 65 to 60, we have already announced on various occasions that by next year, we'd be looking at the number of beneficiaries. There would be about 2.4 million people eligible for the scheme, including those over 60 and also eligible persons with disabilities, even if they are under 60. I don't have the figures right now, but then we can supply it later. Because that's right, because the main question was about how we can target the abusers. That's why my focus was on targeting the abusers. But then I think it's right to provide the figures of the beneficiaries under the scheme. So we will do that later. And Mr. Kwok also talked about the two-way section fares for franchise buses. Well, at this stage, we will try our best to encourage the eligible persons to make good use of the scheme, because when they use the scheme, that would save money for the administration, so that the $2 scheme would be able to optimize its benefits. Next, Mr. Yim Kong. Well, thank you, President. I support that we should offer the concession scheme to the elders, because with an aging population, it's becoming more prominent that we have more elderly people in the community, and therefore we should target them and provide them with more benefits. And I think the $2 scheme spending has increased from 1.9 billion in 2019 to 3.1 billion in 2022. So do you have any projection as to how much more it will grow in the coming years? Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Yim, for your question. Undoubtedly, with an aging population, we do expect that the public transport fares would also go up, and therefore we do have some projections into the future. For example, as you can see in this year's estimates, well, just recalling from my memory, we'd be spending about 6.7 billion. That's for 2023-24, and that would also grow by the year. But of course, we would also have to look at the other aspects of the scheme, because we do encourage the elders and persons with disabilities to make the best use of the scheme, so that we can also build a caring and inclusive society. But at the same time, the administration also has to ensure that public money is used in the right place.
Thank you.
Question for Professor William Wong. Thank you, President. It is reported that a number of regions have established data governance systems covering legislation and performance evaluation, but the Hong Kong SAR government has not enacted clear data laws and regulations or formulated performance indicators. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it will study the enactment of data law to promote the development of digital economy, foster the development of digital industries, unify information, establish a sharing mechanism, and safeguard data security, in particular against activities that endanger national security, such as disseminating provocative information on social media platforms. 2. Of the government's proposals to promote the collection and interoperability of big data among government departments, between the government and different sectors, and between the government and the public before data law and data bureau are put in place, so as to enable the government to better understand the actual situation in Hong Kong, deliver more effective public services, and facilitate the business sector to expand their businesses. And 3, given that according to the report Global Data Barometer published in 2022, the scores of Hong Kong in data governance, data availability, and data capability were 37.5, 52.9, and 58.2 respectively, whether the government will formulate key performance indicators for these 3 pillars so as to establish the direction of government's work on data governance and to allow the public to monitor the government's work on data promotion. Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry. The government attaches great importance to data in driving the development of smart city and digital economy in Hong Kong, since data drives innovation and high-quality development. The Hong Kong Innovation and Technology Development Blueprint promulgated last year clearly set out that the government is to continuously enhance Hong Kong's digital capability by top-level planning in order to enable citizens to enjoy the convenience brought by technology development to their daily lives and create new momentum for development. Having consulted the Security Bureau, my reply to the question raised by Professor Wong is as follows. 1. Data governance includes multiple elements. It's not just about consolidation, application, opening, and sharing of data, but also involves data security, data infrastructure, and industry planning, as well as the interface of various standards and regulatory frameworks, etc. These elements are interlinked and complement each other to create the greatest power. In respect of data governance systems as raised by the member, apart from the law, it also includes the government's multi-pronged strategy covering policies, administrative guidance, and technical infrastructure setting, etc. On policies and guidance, we have the open data policy, the security regulations, the government IT security policy and guidelines, the guidance on the ethical development and use of artificial intelligence, and the ethical artificial intelligence framework, among others. These serve to provide comprehensive protection for the safety of government systems and data while promoting the free flow of technology and data. On technical infrastructure, we have launched the Big Data Analytics Platform, the Next Generation Government Cloud Infrastructure, and a shared blockchain platform. The Consented Data Exchange Gateway (CDEG) under development will facilitate the interflow of data within the government and between the government and the general public. On legislation, the existing Personal Data Privacy Ordinance (CAP 486) PDPO covers 6 data protection principles. The CDEG under development will enable the provision of personal information to different departments with prior consent of the data subjects in compliance with the requirements of the PDPO. The national security law and the relevant provisions of the Crimes Ordinance are also applicable to the virtual world and handling of data. We understand that the members' proposal on data law is to urge us to further strengthen data governance, enhance the free flow of data, and the integration of data development and safety. We'll listen to the valuable views and enhance the breadth, depth, and effectiveness of data governance in an ongoing manner. For instance, we will look into the legal restrictions on the use and sharing of data and explore ways to strengthen data governance systems to optimize the overall development of planning of data exchange, digital economy, and smart city. 2. The SAR government has been promoting the collection and interflow of data among departments and different sectors. On open data, since the government announced the open data policy in 2018, bureaus and departments, BDs, public and private organizations have opened up over 5,160 datasets in the public sector information portal for free use by the public and different sectors. Some 50 billion downloads were recorded in 2022. The government expects to further open up about 180 new datasets in 2023 to support the development of Smart City. The Development Bureau also launched the Common Spatial Data Infrastructure Portal in December 2022 for free use by the public. Over 626 spatial datasets from more than 50 government departments have now been made available through the portal. The datasets cover planning, lands, buildings, works, population, transports, etc. As regards the government itself, the Office of the Government Chief Information Officer launched the Big Data Analytics Platform in September 2020 to support BDs in sharing non-personal data collected and strengthening BDs' implementation of big data analytics and artificial intelligence products with the aim to provide more data-driven e-government services. The Next Generation Government Cloud Infrastructure has also provided a function which enables regular and real-time data interchange among BD systems and databases by means of Application Programming Interface (API). The CDEG under development will enable BDs to exchange personal data stored in the systems by data interchange upon obtaining the authorizations from citizens. Citizens will no longer be required to repeatedly provide information. Our target is to link up the CDEG with the commercial data interchange of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority by end of 2023 and roll out a CDEG before end of 2024 for adoption by BDs to facilitate data interchange within the government and between the government and the industry. 3. Funded by Canada's International Development Research Centre, the Global Data Barometer report released in 2022 mainly covered two aspects, namely data openness and data governance. As mentioned above, the government has done a lot on data openness and achieved fairly good results. There is room for enhancing data governance. We will strengthen our work in order to strike a balance between data openness and data governance. In fact, Hong Kong ranked third in Asia in terms of the overall score of the Global Data Barometer. We'll continue to be result-oriented and formulate appropriate policy measures and work objectives on digital economy and smart city to enable citizens to experience the benefit and a sense of achievement and satisfaction brought by technology and smart living solutions. Professor Wong. I thank the Secretary for his reply. The work on open data by the government is greatly appreciated. Digital economy is an important production element. If we make good use of it, it will further boost economic development. Has the government assessed the development of digital economy as to how much economic benefit it will bring to our economy? Secretary. In a policy address of the Chief Executive, there was the INT Development Blueprint. Digital industry and AI is a key development aspect of Hong Kong. And this ties in with the global trend because there has been rapid development in AI and technology. We'll make good use of it. In the budget, we have launched corresponding measures in these realms. We have put in a lot of resources in Cyberport and on universities to promote digital development. We hope that there will be sizable digital industries being built in Hong Kong. Mr. Duncan Chiu. The NPCSE in 2021 June launched the Digital Economy Platform. It's been launched in the same year in September. It put down data security and protection and emergency plans. So apart from the data security law, there are also relevant regulations covering data infrastructure. There is categorization of and standards of different types of data. According to the Secretary, it's said that data is important to our development. Say, for example, the development of AI. And I see from the Secretary's reply that contained information from the Security Bureau. On a number of occasions, I asked the Security Bureau for consideration of legislating for data security. Yes, I have read the reply, but we have an urgent need to categorize and group the different types of data and give them proper protection. So in terms of data management and legislation for data security, will something be done? I thank Mr. Chiu for his question. Legislation is a complicated issue. Legislating for better data management is something that the government keeps an open mind on. For technical issues, legal and data management, the government has a three-pronged approach. We hope that before legislation, there will be proper data management put in place. The security regulations has already provided for different categorization of data. So there is a comprehensive regulation and guideline by the government covering security assessments, risks, and contingency plans. That's the government's IT security policy and guidelines. And the OGCIO has been working on data security and the commercial and internet security with the police. and provide resources when needed to the public. So apart from data security and risk, the government will draw reference from the practice on the mainland and other places and keep in view the latest development and update relevant rules and regulations to enhance the capability to protect data against threats. Mr. Lo Wai Kok, I don't need to tell you about the importance of building a data center. The government, in relation to environmental impact assessment ordinance, there is a bill introduced. It covers a data bank on environmental information. So it saves time to redo baseline surveys. That's very important, as you can see. Regarding the overall data bank of the government, how do you go about to do it? What about manpower resources required? We've never been given the information. Will there be a dedicated centralized team to update the information, to collate information submitted by government, or is it going to be fragmented or decentralized? We don't know. Can the Secretary give us information in this regard today? I thank Mr. Lo for his question. In fact, in relation to building a data bank, our stance is just like other places. We want to collate and consolidate the information on one platform. Different departments have been collecting data. We want to make use of the CDEG to enable data interchange so that the data collected can be used for its respective purpose. The merit is that it is secured because the data is centralized and protected under one roof. That is the approach by the government. We will make use of the CDEG and access information from different locations. For big data, as we've said, that the OGCIO's key work covers development of government data, open data, data management, and data infrastructure. And they have done a lot of work and has made achievements. So if we need a data bureau and if it is more effective, we may consider it. We keep an open mind. Ms. Cummingham. Mr. Lo, what hasn't been answered? Whether it is centralized, decentralized, or a hybrid mode, you need manpower. Can I get the information in writing? The OGCIO is coordinating the information. The important purpose is to remove barrier to enable data interchange. Ms. Kamin Khan, thank you. In the main reply, the Secretary mentioned that apart from the law, there are also guidelines and policies of individual departments. And I think that it's important to build our data. We practice the common law system here. We don't necessarily use statutes to legislate. In the main reply is mentioned that there is the CDEG under development. With the consent of data subjects, information will be provided to different government departments. Well, that's just like one-off assigning and one-off authorization. That is related. Does it mean that for this CDEG, it will be an umbrella authorization and login? Or is it going to be an opt-out approach to exclude individual items? Secretary, our approach is what you said. There will be a written authorization with the consent. We share the information and collect information from different departments. For umbrella authorization, we do that. Say, for example, in I Am Smart, it's used. Of course, data with authorization covered can be used by departments. But there is another approach. If consent has not been given, then the information will have to be submitted again. And every time it's done, the department will ask the data subject whether that person consent to sharing the information and give the authorization. We respect their choices. We give consideration to privacy concerns. Mr. Chen Xiu-hong. Thank you. 2019 and 2021, according to the Global Data Barometer, when it comes to data governance, we scored lower than the global average. For data management, we've scored 0. In mainland, last year there was legislation for data security and protection. We seriously lag behind. The government talked about legislation, and it sounds like he's hesitant. The government sits on large amount of data, but they are fragmented, scattering over different departments. If there is a single unit to coordinate and ensure data security, that would be better. For OGCIO, it's a small department with a huge workload, so they can't take up that job. It seems that the Secretary said that they're not interested in legislating for data. And regarding Data Bureau, there is one set up in our country, but the Secretary said they have no plans. And I've just said that the OGCIO can't take up that job with the rapid development of data. And with no plan to legislate for data law or the establishment of a Data Bureau, how can you ensure that when it comes to application of information technology and data development, how can you ensure that everything will go smoothly? We don't want our law to lag behind technology development. Can you give us a clear answer? Are you going to do it? Are you going to legislate for data law or not? I thank Mr. Chen for his question. I have a few points to make. First, our digital development is not lagging behind. The Global Data Barometer by Canada, we ranked third in Asia. It covers two areas. One is data openness and data governance. So these two aspects opposes one another. So we've done well in data openness, but our score is lower in data governance. But overall speaking, we do not lag behind. Two, I thank you for your concern about the and your support of future digital development. As we've said, that legislation is a very complicated issue. And it doesn't just materialize out of thin air. It materializes through a slow process. So when it comes to data security and management, we have been doing a lot of work. I don't have time to tell you more. But when it comes to data management and interchange, we have a system. Regarding the OGCIO, as you said, that with the increase in workload, we will put in place supporting measures. Thank you.
Look, John.
Question 5, Mr. Michael Look. It has been reported that some residential care homes for the elderly and residential care homes for persons with disabilities, or RCHs, have employed non-local workers through the Supplementary Labour Scheme, or SLS, and have deprived such workers of their labour rights, such as making use of dual contracts to wrongfully deduct parts of their salary, compensating their overtime work at an hourly rate lower than the statutory minimum wage, failing to provide accommodation allowance, and requiring them to take up work which are outside their scope of duties and work as substitute staff on rest days. In this connection, with the government's informed council of the number of RCHs granted approval for importing care workers through SLS in the past 3 years, the total number of inspections of such RCHs conducted by the Labour Department, together with the number and details of the follow-up or punitive actions taken, including the number of RCHs on which administrative sanction was imposed. 2. Given that there are views that as quite a number of non-local care workers are worried about being dismissed or even retaliated against by their employers, they often dare not to report their employers' acts of contravention in the employer's presence during LD's inspections. How LD ensures the confidentiality of the reports and protects the privacy of the persons who make the reports. And 3. How LD ensures that inspection operations will all be conducted on a surprise basis, under which RCHs will not receive notice beforehand, and public officers will not divulge the operational deployments, and what measures are in place to step up inspection and monitoring efforts so as to ensure that labour rights and interests of non-local care workers are protected. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, the Labour Department, or LD, attaches great importance to protecting the employment rights of imported workers, including imported care workers under the SLS. Imported workers enjoy the same protection as local workers under Hong Kong's labour laws, including the protection on payments of wages and restrictions on deduction of wages under the Employment Ordinance. In addition, imported workers and employers must sign a standard employment contract prescribed under the Supplementary Labour Scheme to further protect the employment rights and benefits of imported workers. The standard employment contract stipulates that employers must pay wages to each imported worker by means of auto-pay and arrange imported workers to attend briefings on employment rights organized by the Labour Department, so as to facilitate their understanding of employment rights and benefits, as well as the channels for seeking assistance and making complaints. My reply to the member's question is as follows. 1. The numbers of applications in respect of the care sector approved under the SLS in 2020, 21 and 22 were 458,513 458, 513 and 772 respectively, and the involved numbers of imported care workers approved were 1,601, 1,699 and 3,721 respectively. The government implemented time-limited relaxation measures for the care sector under the SLS during March to May 2022 to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, the numbers of applications and imported care workers approved increased in that year. The number of residential care homes, or RCHs, granted approval for importing care workers each year is broadly comparable to the number of applications approved. Labour inspectors of the LD from time to time carry out inspections of workplaces and accommodations of imported workers provided by employers, and also stage targeted inspection campaigns in the light of the circumstances. Between 2020 and 2022, Labour inspectors conducted respectively 1,252, 1,880 and 1,848 inspections of RCHs and issued respectively 35, 48 and 50 written warnings each year. During the aforesaid period, the Labour Department imposed administrative sanction on 6 employers, including 1 employer of RCH for the elderly, after conviction for contravening the Immigration Ordinance, Employees Compensation Ordinance, or the Employment Ordinance. All the valid approvals for the employers to import workers were withdrawn, and the employers were debarred from participation in SLS for 2 years. 2. If imported workers suspect their employment rights have been deprived, they can call the LD's hotlines. They may also approach the officers of the Labour Relations Division of the LD to report or make inquiries. All complaints are handled in confidence. During inspections, labor inspectors conduct interviews with imported workers individually without the interference of any third party, including employers, to check whether employers have complied with the requirements of the Employment Ordinance and the SLS, and to ensure that the imported workers can express their views or lodge complaints with labor inspectors on employment issues. Labor inspectors also on the spot provide imported workers with information cards on protection of employment rights, featuring hotlines of the LD, the Immigration Departments, the Hong Kong Police Force, and the Mandatory Provident Fund Schemes Authority. Imported workers can call the hotlines to report or make inquiries at an appropriate time. To protect employees' rights, the EO prohibits employers from terminating employees who provide evidence or information to the authorities. The EO stipulates that an employer may not terminate the employee for providing evidence or information in legal proceedings for the purpose or in connection with the enforcement of EO. Offenders may be prosecuted and fined up to $100,000 upon conviction. Employers are also required to make compensation to employees in accordance with the law. 3. Labor inspectors arrange inspections of imported workers' workplaces and accommodations provided by employers, having regard to such factors as the nature of the sectors, the risk of violations, and records of non-compliance and complaints. The Labor Department will not notify the responsible persons of workplaces before conducting inspections of workplaces. For effective enforcement, the Labor Department may meet with employers or imported workers by appointment to check relevant information where necessary, such as employment records and attendance records. The arrangements will not undermine the enforcement effectiveness. The LD will continue to adopt a multi-pronged strategy, including inspections, law enforcement, administrative sanction, education and promotion, to protect the rights and benefits of imported workers. Thank you, President. Mr. Michael Look. President, well, if all these measures are effective, we will not see the complaints. Now, we have often received complaints about imported workers being deprived of their rights. There are very few of them with cases substantiated. In end of March, I've handled a complaint myself. The One Way Bao reported my case for 5 consecutive days on the front page, detailing how these imported workers were deprived against in Hong Kong. I wonder if the Secretary has looked at the report. These include deduction of wages unreasonably, overwork without pay, and also deprivation of accommodation fee. Now, it allows some unscrupulous employers to prioritize hiring of non-local workers, and it affected local employment. Secretary, the existing mechanisms are insufficient to catch these wrongdoers. So are there any strategic policy measures? Say, for example, when a batch of non-local workers are about to finish their contract, can you do a survey, conduct a survey and ask them whether they have been deprived of by the employers, so that we can step up enforcement and monitoring of the employers? Secretary, President, the government attaches a lot of importance to the benefits and rights as protected by the law in Hong Kong, enjoyed by imported workers. Now, the measures mentioned in the main reply have been devised after consultation with the unions, industry, as well as from experience. Now, we have the standard employment contracts. That is for ensuring all imported workers will be protected. Now, say, for example, under the SEC, the employer is required to stipulate the work scope of the employees clearly. So if any work beyond the scope is assigned to the worker, that would be against the law. And also, we have a mandatory or compulsory briefing session. In 8 weeks after the imported worker has come to Hong Kong, the worker must be arranged to participate in the briefing session with pay. Now, the briefing session's purpose is to explain the statutory rights enjoyed by the imported worker in Hong Kong and how complaints can be made and how the employer will be held accountable under the law. Now, it is not just the efforts of the Labour Department. Different stakeholders, including workers' union and relevant stakeholders, should also report such cases to the LD, and we will enforce the law stringently. Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you, President. Now, people would do anything to make a profit as long as the wage level is sufficiently higher than our neighbor, then employers together with employment agencies would join hands to deprive workers. Now, this is done with consent because the employee would want to earn a higher wage despite some deprivation. Now, it would only be revealed to the public when there are very bad cases. So I wonder if there are effective measures, I stress effective, since the government is going to import labor on a large scale. Are you ready to deal with the relevant problems? Now, in the care sector, we have seen a long-standing issue of deprivation of imported care workers. Employers are using the old tricks to deceive the imported workers. So is the Secretary well prepared to prevent any further abuse? Secretary, I thank Mr. Kingsley Wong for his question. Under the SLS, or the Supplementary Labour Scheme, the wage level of the imported worker must not be lower than the median wage of local workers. On wage payment, the employer must use auto-pay means. We don't want wage to be paid via cash because we want to be able to monitor the actual payments of wages. Now, after all, the imported workers are coming from another place to Hong Kong. Say, for example, the care sector, most imported care workers are from the mainland. Now, we have administrative requirements in Hong Kong, but they also have similar requirements in the mainland. Now, the Ministry of Commerce has relevant laws regulating the matter. Now, there is sufficient collaboration between us and the Ministry of Commerce. I've paid a visit to the Ministry of Commerce earlier on to ensure that there is a mechanism to ensure that all imported workers imported into Hong Kong under the SLS or the special scheme for care sector, all the employment agencies are recognized and managed by the Ministry of Commerce. We are making sure that all workers coming to Hong Kong are protected by our law and can earn the wage they deserve. Mr. Zhao Siu-chung, President, now in the private sector, many RCH are importing care workers, but there is a peculiar issue. Now they pay $15,000 to hire local workers working 12 hours a day, and the average hourly rate is $49. Now for non-local workers, they are paid $14,500 per month, and the hourly rate is some $62. Now why don't RCH pay pay a similar level of wage that is $62 per hour to hire local people? That would be equivalent to $20,000 per month, and it would be more attractive to local care workers. So why do the RCH operators refuse to do that? The truth is, some unscrupulous employers are working with unscrupulous agencies to pay a lower wage to import non-local care workers. Now, on the internet, there are stories saying that some agencies in the mainland are hiring construction workers at a daily wage of $800 to work in Hong Kong. Now, there are many construction jobs in Hong Kong paying $2,000 daily wage to workers. Now, Secretary, how can you ensure that non-local workers imported into Hong Kong are not being deprived. Secretary. President, I thank Mr. Zhao Xiuchong for his question. Now, we have to protect the labor rights of all local workers. So all imported workers imported under the SLS, or say, for example, the special scheme for importing care workers for the care sector, the wage level of non-local workers must not be lower than the median wage level of local workers. That is one way we are protecting local labor. And also means of payment and also compulsory briefing sessions. These are all for protecting imported workers' rights. As mentioned by Mr. Chow, to protect the labor rights of non-local workers, it requires efforts on both sides. We are doing our work, and for the mainland authorities, we are going to liaise with them closely to ensure that the labor rights are protected. Actually, there is a very well-established mechanism to protect imported workers in the mainland. All imported workers through the scheme must be hired by employment agencies recognized by the Ministry of Commerce. For any contraventions, compensations claims can be made against these agencies under the mainland laws. So this is how we are protecting the imported care workers' labor rights in Hong Kong, meanwhile protecting the employment opportunities of local workers. Mr. Bill Tang, thank you. Now, the Secretary made it sound like a fail-proof scheme. Auto payments of wages, well, it sounds very good, but in fact, employers are keeping the bank card of the employees, and they would just reimburse them 30% of the wage level. Everything is being done in the dark, and there is no way for the employees to complain. If they made a complaint, they will have to go back and they will lose the job. So this is not just about protection of local labor, it is also a matter of justice. Secretary, can you do some enhancements concerning the means of wage payment? Say, for example, can you ask the employers to transfer the wage directly to the family members of the imported care workers in their hometown? Secretary, I thank Mr. Bill Tang for his suggestion. Well, among all the methods of payments, the most effective and the most fail-proof means is to transfer the money directly into a local bank account held by the worker in Hong Kong. Now, other means may come with more risks. Now, if there are kickbacks, that would be against the law. So I would like to use this opportunity to urge anyone to report any unscrupulous employers to us. We will do everything to hold the employers to account. Now, there are two ways. First, criminal liability under the Employment Ordinance, and also there will be administrative punishment. The importation quota will be invalidated, and also there will be a debar period, depending on the severity of cases. Now, we are protecting the labor rights of imported workers and also the local employment opportunities for local workers. Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Thank you, President. Besides the care sector, earlier on there are news that there were rumors that the government may expand the scope of the SLS for construction industry. And there are messaging groups hiring construction workers at a daily wage of $800. Now, I'm not talking about bar benders. There are the other job types usually come with at least $1,000 daily wage. So even if there are no complaints yet, would you take proactive investigation to enhance the deterrence effect? Secretary, President, we are very concerned about the situation as well. The law stipulates clearly, well, under the supplementary labor scheme and also the special scheme to import workers for the care sector, it is clearly stipulated that the imported workers' wage level must not be lower than the medium wage level of local workers. So if there are any inconsistency, we will investigate them. Mr. Kwok Wai-keung, thank you. Concerning the case mentioned by Mr. Michael Look, the LD has intervened proactively to file a claim against the employer, and also law enforcement agency has been investigating on any criminal offenses. So we have to crack down such cases at the source. Now, in the main reply, you said you have stepped up patrol and inspections. Now, when we dealt with the case handled by Mr. Michael Look, my takeaway is, first, during the labor inspector's inspection, it was done openly, and there were people around the complainants, so they were unwilling to report the cases. And also, the license check conducted by the Social Welfare Department was pre-announced, while the Labor Department's ones are not pre-announced. However, the imported workers cannot distinguish between the two. They don't know whether they can trust the government officials conducting the inspection. So you said you have asked the imported workers to participate in the compulsory briefing session, but I think your efforts is in vain because they don't know whether to trust you or not. So would you consider outsourcing the briefing sessions for imported care workers to trade unions? Now, there is a culture of trust for unions and worker unions in the mainland. So maybe our word would be more convincing. So would you consider that? Do you need to declare interest on this question? Well, not necessarily my union. Well, if you ask me, I will declare my interest. Secretary, I thank Mr. Kwok Wai-keung for his concern on labor rights of imported workers. Now, the briefing session would be best be conducted by the Labor Department in the capacity of the government. The Labor Department would be as the best position to disseminate information on labor rights of imported workers. But we can also make good use of other resources in society, say, for example, trade unions and also concerned groups. The purpose is to let the imported worker know that whenever he or she feels that his rights is deprived, he can make a complaint. Just a simple phone call will do. Thank you.
後一項口頭質詢。
Last question seeking an oral reply, Dr. Simon Lee. Thank you, President. On the current scheme of control agreement, or SCAs, signed between the government and the two power companies, will the government inform this council, given that under the SCAs, CLP Power Hong Kong Limited and the Hong Kong Electric Company Limited set up the new Eco-Building Fund and the new Smart Power Fund respectively. And the two power companies may earn incentives for meeting the targets on energy audits, energy saving from audits, and the funds concerned, while also receiving incentives for achieving the target on energy efficiency, energy conservation, and renewable energy under the SCAs, and have their permitted returns adjusted accordingly. Whether the government has assessed if these arrangements will result in the two power companies making double profits. Second, given that the government will review the incentive and penalty mechanism under the SCAs to raise the penalties for major power outages, whether the government will review the incentive and penalty mechanism for the three performance indicators of supply reliability, operational efficiency, and customer services at the same time. And third, as it is pointed out in the SCAs, that the two power companies will work with the government in a study on the detailed arrangements for strengthening the interconnection between the power grids of the mainland and Hong Kong, as well as that between the existing power grids in Hong Kong, and on the potential access to the power grid by third parties, whether the government has conducted studies on grid interconnection and started planning for opening up the power grid. Thank you. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, the current scheme of control agreements, or SCAs, signed between the government and CLP Power and Hong Kong Electric came into effect on the 1st of October 2018 and the 1st of January 2019, respectively. The SCAs set out the obligations of the power companies, the returns of shareholders, and the arrangements by which the government monitors the company's electricity-related corporate affairs. The current SCAs, with a term of 15 years, will expire in 2033. The government and the power companies have the right, during the year ending the 31st of December 2023, to request revision of any part of the current SCAs. Any proposed change will not take effect unless it is agreed by all parties in writing. The government plans to conduct an interim review of the SCAs in 2023 together with the power companies, and we are making the preparations. On Dr. Simon Lee's question, our reply is as follows. First, to encourage the two power companies to promote energy efficiency and conservation and develop renewable energy, or RE, the SCAs set out relevant performance targets. If the two firms meet the target on energy efficiency, conservation, and RE under the SCAs, they will receive incentives and have their permitted returns adjusted accordingly. These performance targets vary in nature and mainly include the following categories. First, energy audit performance. This is the number of energy audits done for industrial and commercial customers by power companies in that year under the energy audit program of the SCAs. Second, energy saving performance audited under the energy audit program or by other authorized persons. This is the aggregate energy saving attributed by the energy saving technologies installed at the industrial or commercial customers of the power companies in that year. Third, the new Eco Building Fund performance of CLP and the new Smart Power Fund performance of HEC. Now, these are the numbers of buildings with confirmed projects which have started, and energy saving performance of the buildings subsidized by the power companies on the retrofitting or retrocommissioning, implementation of building-based smarter IT technologies, or other improvement measures as agreed with the government carried out in the common areas in buildings, commercial or non-commercial. The energy saving performance claimed for incentives under this category cannot be claimed under the second item at the same time. And fourth, renewable energy performance. This is the total amount of power generated by RE systems in that year. In submitting their energy saving performance, the two power companies are also required to declare if there are any incentives earned from other audits. The government conduct spot checks on the information of energy saving performance during the auditing review to ensure no double profit. Second, the government keeps an open mind about the interim review of the SCAs. It has not set any limit on the scope of review. Based on the views collected, the government plans to negotiate with the power companies to modify the current SCAs on, including but not limited to, reducing the permitted returns, getting the power companies to share fuel costs if there is an energy crisis, and reviewing the incentive and penalty mechanism. By raising penalties for major power outages, the SCA set out the customer performance incentive and penalty mechanism covering 4 categories: supply reliability, operational efficiency, customer services, and supply restoration. The mechanism will also be part of the review. Upon completion of the interim review, the government will review the outcome in due course. The government has been working on strengthening regional cooperation to stabilize power tariffs, ensure energy security, and obtain more clean energy. Under Hong Kong's Climate Action Plan 2050, the government, together with the power companies, will explore ways to enhance regional cooperation, reduce the emissions of the power plants for the benefit of Hong Kong people. The project is now still in the preliminary planning stage. Having regard to the time required for planning, construction, and completion of the new cross-boundary power transmission receiving facilities, the facilities are expected to be commissioned before 2035. Overseas experience shows opening up the power grid will not necessarily reduce power tariffs and ensure stable power supply. A stable and reliable power market is essential for Hong Kong's energy security, economic development, and people's livelihood. The power market involves huge investment and requires professional and reliable cooperation, as well as cooperation with neighboring regions. Whether the power grid should be opened up in the long run involves complex considerations. including ways to curb vicious competition while ensuring the power companies will invest enough resources, work on projects, maintain stable and reliable power supply, and keep power tariff levels reasonable and provide clean energy to meet our goal of carbon neutrality. Under the current SCAs, any change to the regulatory framework of power supply will only be implemented at the earliest after the expiry of the SCAs, that is the end of 2033. Given the international trend to work towards carbon neutrality in recent years, the technology of electricity is changing rapidly and will very likely affect the operation of the future electricity market. Therefore, our focus at this stage is to promote the strengthening of regional cooperation to stabilize power tariffs and ensure stable, secure energy supply. Under the framework of SCAs, we will explore and study the operation and regulation of the future electricity market, including whether to open up the power grid with the two companies. Dr. Simon Lee. Thank you, President. Annex 5, clauses 26 and 27 of the SCAs, and then there was also a 2015 public consultation document on the future of the power market said this. The government would work with the power companies, would open up the power grid for new users to further open up the market. It's some time ago, as the Secretary just said, it's a complex matter. My question is, for this issue, has the government done any study or made the preparations? If they haven't started, when does the government plan to start the study and preparations for these work? Secretary. I thank Dr. Lee for his question. In the main reply, I have mentioned this. We have started the preparation of studies and groundwork on working with other regions to achieve several things. First, stabilize the tariff levels, and also increasing competition. So we have got started with the planning and the relevant work. Dr. Lee was wondering if we could speed up the work in exploring the opening up of the power market, rather than just working with the two power companies to increase competition. Now, on opening up the power grid, it's a complex matter, but not just because of the reasons I mentioned. We want to achieve carbon neutrality. The technology of electricity is advancing rapidly internationally. Say the distributed power distribution that's seen in many places. Should we have a standalone power grid and open up this grid? This will have to depend on the circumstances, on changes in the power supply technology. And then we can decide how we can proceed and whether we will adopt a certain approach. So our focus now is to look at working with neighboring regions to increase competition and stabilize power tariffs. And we'll look at how the technology goes, and then we will decide whether to open up the power grid. Thank you. Mr. Edward Leung. Thank you, President. In Hong Kong, we have two different power levels. CLP uses nuclear power generated by nuclear energy, but HEC does not do that. So under this review, the interim review, can we bring in nuclear energy for HEC? So for a power company that brings in nuclear energy, there is incentive, and if a company fails to meet that target, they get penalty. That's eco-friendly, and that can also help bring down tariff levels. Does the Secretary have any ideas about, has this in mind, and if not, what other ideas does he have in mind? Secretary, I thank the member for his question. For the interim review, we look at the SCAs, and we look at the penalty and incentive mechanism and management. The member's question is about decide to do this. Under the existing SCAs, the power companies have to submit 5 yearly development plans in that plan, they have to tell the government what sorts of investment they would do. They have to tell us about the generation units they have, the power transmission networks, and what other kinds of assets or facilities they will work on. With these 5-year plans, which are approved by the government, we allow the companies have a certain mix of generation units, what to do with the old units and ways to boost the generating capacity. In that framework, we can ask the power companies to bring in clean energy. So we already have this framework to get the power companies to boost their supply of clean energy. At the operational level, we also have to consider how the supply will happen. So for CLP, they have power from the Daya Bay, and then in Changguan Area 132, we will have new transmission facilities. The work will take time, and the development plans will tie in with the work. Ms. Carmen Khan. President, the Competition Commission started an investigation into the harmful practices of delivery platforms. For the power market, the issue of natural monopoly came up back in 2015. The Competition Commission made recommendations, including the following. Lengthening the SCAs, 5 years will be enough. Why lengthen these SCAs to 2033? And second, we need more competition. The Secretary said, bringing in competition may not necessarily lead to lower tariffs or lead to greater stability, but that's just overseas experience. With under one country, two systems, will we strengthen the building of interregional interconnection? HEC does not have interconnection with the mainland. So will the government take into account the Competition Commission's recommendations, talk to the mainland authorities, and get more clean energy? Secretary. I thank the member for her question. In the main reply and in my previous replies on previous occasions, on working with the mainland to boost our supply of clean energy, this is a key part of our future strategy. In our power transmission planning, we have already started with the planning. Now, CLP has already started the relevant work. So we're working in the direction mentioned by the member. And we now are thinking about bringing in more competition that will help stabilize tariff levels that will also be in line with public expectations. So first, we start with regional cooperation, strengthening interconnection to bring in more power supply options. So that does not necessarily involve opening up the power grid. So we can do regional cooperation. The member also wondered about this option of interconnection, and the answer is yes. We can bring in more competition and stabilize tariff levels in Hong Kong through interconnection. Now, on opening up the power grid, as I said, we will not rule out this possibility, but there are technological reasons and there are many factors to consider. There will also be changes in the technology. This may not be the best time to have a detailed study or arrive at a decision on this. So we have to look at how the technology goes, and then in due course, we will arrive at a decision. Now we have the SCAs in place until 2033, so we have ample time for a study. Ms. Judy Chen. Thank you, President. Every 5 years, the two power companies have to submit a report. So why does the government not set shorter-term targets for the power companies? You can set KPIs over 2 or 3 years. That way, the two power companies can reach the goals for 2035 and 2050 one step at a time. That is ultimately the goal being carbon neutrality by 2050. Secretary. The member touched on 2 points. First, the 5-year development plans. through these plans, the government keeps an eye on the power companies and also regulates the investment and development about the electricity market. This is also how the government ensures the investments are made where it matters. So every 5 years, power companies have to submit a report, and then the government vets the report or the plan. Now, since there are these 5-yearly reports, the member wondered, can we get the power companies to take action quickly with the 5-yearly report? Now, it's one thing with the plans, implementation is a different story. We want to strengthen collaboration with the mainland, with power supply to stabilize tariff levels and also bring in clean energy. And this is something we can get the power companies to do through the 5-yearly plans. But when it comes to implementation, there's land planning, works. I talked about the electricity receiving facilities in Area 132 of Changguan-O. We will have to do reclamation before the works can start. We will need up to 2035 before the facilities there will be commissioned. So it will take time for some facilities to be up and running. So this process takes time. That's why we have long agreements with power companies. You start planning and then it will be some time before it can actually be carried out. Ms. Carmen Khan. President, now the two power companies charge different levels of tariffs. Will the government review the power supply system? Say, can we set up a power supply like an off-taker to be set up by the government? The government buys the power and then distributes and supplies the power to people. Can that be done? President, elsewhere, in other places, there may be such practices. We don't think that may be the best way to do. What we have in mind is to try to bring down the costs for the two power companies, and that will bring down the tariff levels. We believe that's a better way to go. So we're talking to the mainland about bringing in more power from the mainland. In Area 132, the power received there will go to both CLP and HEC. When that facility is in place, we will have cheap and clean power to HEC. That way, the tariff levels can be stabilized for Hong Kong Island residents. That would be better than having someone to subsidize the power tariffs.
Government bills. First reading. Bankruptcy and Companies Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. Shipping Legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Logbooks Amendment Bill 2023. Second reading. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I move the second reading of the Bankruptcy and Companies Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2023. The bill seeks to modernize the services of the Official Receiver's Office to upgrade its quality and efficiency. The bill consists of 3 parts. First, electronic submission system for documents. Second, streamline the publication requirements for insolvency and related notices. And lastly, miscellaneous amendments. First, the bill proposes to implement the electronic submission system, ESS, by phases starting from the fourth quarter of 2003. The ORO now manually processes an average of 180,000 documents and forms annually, which is time-consuming and prone to errors. Hence, ORO is going to launch a one-stop portal to receive electronic submissions of documents and forms. We need to amend the legislation to empower the official receiver to specify the requirements as to the form of document and records to provide a legal basis for the ESS. We also need to amend provisions which are incompatible with the electronic submission systems, such as the provision specifying sending 3 posts. To facilitate the meetings of creditors and contributories, we propose to add provisions to allow for the electronic submission of proxy forms. Now, while we encourage electronic submission of documents, there are creditors and bankruptcies who are not entirely familiar with the electronic submission of mode. Therefore, the ESS is not a mandatory requirement for all stakeholders. Currently, there are 10 types of insolvency and related notices required to be published in both the Government Gazette and newspapers. And there are 40 types required to be published only in newspapers. Given that the Government Gazette has become easily accessible electronically, to streamline processes, we propose that publishing in the Government Gazette shall be made the only mandatory requirement for all of the above notices. Apart from the above-mentioned amendments, there are 3 items of miscellaneous amendments. First, we propose to adapt certain references in the Bankruptcy Ordinance and the Companies Running Out Miscellaneous Provisions Ordinance. Second, to add a fee item to the Bankruptcy Ordinance. And 3, to repeal redundant transitional provisions in the Companies Winding Up and Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Ordinance. President, the bill is technical and non-controversial in nature. We obtained funding approval from the Finance Committee of the Council in July 2020 for a commitment of $38 million for the implementation of the ESS. We then consulted the Panel on Financial Affairs in May 2022 on our proposed legislative amendments. The proposals were supported by members. I look forward to early passage of the bill, so that stakeholders can benefit from the convenient ESS and to reduce costs for complying with the publication requirements for insolvency and related notices. Thank you, President. I now propose to question you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
運輸及
Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I move the second reading of the shipping legislation, Electronic Certificates and Electronic Logbooks Amendment Bill 2023. During a vessel's entry and exit from a port, it must produce a certificate, license, or permit issued by the government or a government-approved organization to certify that the vessel and crew have complied with the requirements of the International Convention. The logbook is used to record important events in the management, operation, and navigation of a ship. With the advent of digital technology, e-certs in place of paper-based ones are increasingly popular worldwide. E-certs not only improve efficiency, but the associated authentication system offers a higher level of security against forgery. Similarly, e-logbooks are becoming more common than traditional paper-based logbooks, saving time in reproducing the data on paper and ensuring accuracy of entries. Therefore, we need to keep abreast of the times and further enhance the maritime service by digitalizing paper documentations as appropriate. The Marine Department will implement the use of e-certs, licenses, and permits for Hong Kong registered vessels and local vessels in phases. This is also one of the targets set by the government in 2022 policy address to enhance Hong Kong's status as an international maritime center. We will first deal with Hong Kong registered vessels under the Hong Kong Shipping Register and plan to implement the e-services within this year. The bill before the Council seeks to make technical amendments to 7 pieces of merchant shipping legislation to facilitate the use of e-certs, licenses and permits, and e-logs by Hong Kong registered ships and seafarers in order to enhance the efficiency of marine services. The current merchant shipping legislation goes back a long time. It wasn't enacted in anticipation of any possible processing by e-means, thus limiting their processing and use of paper-based methods. In view of this, the bill specifies that e-certs and e-logbook will enjoy the same legal effect as their paper-based counterparts, so that both are in compliance with the statutory requirements. In addition, to further streamline the approval mechanism, the bill adds a delegation of authority provision to enable the Director of Marine to delegate the authority under the relevant merchant shipping legislation to public officers as appropriate, so as to further enhance the efficiency and enable the ship owners and crew to obtain certificates issued by the director or authorized public officers more expeditiously to facilitate entry and exit from the port. As an international maritime center, Hong Kong has been taking various measures to strengthen its shipping services. The bill will make ship registration more convenient and effective, and will further enhance the services of Hong Kong Shipping Registry, thereby strengthening Hong Kong's position as an international maritime center. The bill will also facilitate the Marine Department's implementation of electronic services. The proposed provisions are commensurate with the trend of digitization in the maritime and shipping industries. The government has consulted the Economic Development Panel on the proposals, as well as the Hong Kong Fleet Operations Advisory Committee and the Seafarers Advisory Board, which cover the maritime industry and representatives of ship owners, seafarers unions, shipping management, businesses, legal practitioners, recognized classification societies, ship broking businesses, etc. The proposals received general support. I urge members to support the bill for an early passage and implementation. So I speak. Thank you, President. And I propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading is adjourned. Bill is referred to the House Committee.
本會
This council resumes the second reading debate on the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Tony Chair, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Tony Chair. Thank you, President. President, on behalf of the Bills Committee on Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022, I'd like to report on the deliberations of the Bills Committee. The purpose of the bill is to amend the Residential Care Homes Elderly Persons Ordinance, the Residential Care Homes Persons with Disabilities Ordinance, and the subsidiary legislation made under these ordinances to enhance the quality of residential care homes for the elderly and residential care homes for persons with disabilities. The main proposals for legislative amendments include increasing the minimum staffing requirements, increasing the minimum floor space or floor area per resident, enhancing the accountability of operators of residential care homes for the elderly and persons with disabilities, and provide for the registration of home managers and renewal of registration of health workers, etc. In the course of scrutiny, members expressed concerns on a number of issues. Under the bill, a high-level care RCH shall have at least one nurse for every 60 residents or one health worker for every 30 residents for at least 13 hours per day, and within the 13 hours at least 8 hours per day, with one nurse and one health worker on duty. In view of the tight supply of nurses in Hong Kong and the strong demand for nurses from the residential care sector, the HA, and the private sector, members were gravely concerned about the supply of nurses and relevant manpower. In addition, members noted the navigation scheme for young persons in care services have been unsatisfactory in terms of the completion rate and employment outcome. The scheme provided for nursing career opportunities for local use, and therefore members were concerned whether there was sufficient time for the homes to prepare for the new staffing requirements under the bill. In view of members' concerns, the administration deferred the effective date of the staffing requirements for nurses and health workers by 2 years to retain staff in the residential care sector and to attract young people to join the profession. Members suggested that there should be promotable positions such as senior, intermediate, and junior health workers. This will provide a path for advancement based on work experience and workplace skills through the attainment of qualifications recognized under the qualification framework. With further training, health workers could take on additional duties related to health or rehabilitation, which would help reduce the burden on the public healthcare system. Members also suggested the establishment of an elderly care academy dedicated to grooming local healthcare talent for the RCH sector. Members were pleased to see that the administration would conduct a comprehensive review of the skills and qualification requirements for staff providing health and rehabilitation services in different types of RCHEs, with a view to improving the career progression path for RCHE staff, and urged the administration to complete the review as soon as possible. Members are also concerned about the operational difficulties and financial sustainabilities of RCHEs, in particular small homes located in remote areas, in meeting the floor area requirements under the bill. In view of the additional costs incurred in upgrading their facilities or the loss of income due to reduction of residential care places, members called on the administration to actively encourage RCHEs to participate in the enhanced board play scheme and the residential care services voucher scheme, so that private homes meeting the new statutory requirements could have more stable income. In addition, members requested the administration to ensure a smooth transition for these homes to meet the new floor space requirements, including providing technical support to the operators of the homes during the renovation works, assessing the feasibility of cross-district relocation of homes that might need to be temporarily closed due to the upgrades, and making appropriate decanting arrangements for the affected residents. The administration advised that professional advice would be provided to the homes through interviews and site inspections as appropriate, and social workers of the SWD would provide assistance and residential care arrangements to the residents affected by the closure of the homes. On drug management, members suggested that a coordinated, orderly, and effective drug management approach should be established for RCHEs, including the setting up of pharmacies for RCHEs with more than 60 residents, or the provision of centralized dispensing services for RCHEs in a community. Members were pleased to note that the administration had agreed to explore the feasibility of setting up RCHE pharmacies in large RCHEs, and had issued a new revised Guide to Drug Management in Residential Care Homes in 2018 to provide clear guidelines on the basic principles, procedures, and quality assurance mechanisms for drug management in RCHEs. In addition, the existing Code of Practice also contains specific and clear guidelines on drug management. Members also stressed the need to include a definition of medicine in the bill to enable staff of RCHEs to clearly determine what constitutes medicine that falls under the regulations, and to help prevent medication errors. The administration agreed to include a definition of medicine in the bill to specify that a medicine prescribed by a registered medical practitioner, registered Chinese medical practitioner, or listed Chinese medicine practitioner for any resident of a residential care home for the elderly or a residential care home for PWDs may only be administered to the resident in accordance with the prescription. In addition, members consider it necessary to draw up clear guidelines requiring relevant persons such as the operator or responsible person of a residential care home, registered home manager, registered health worker, etc., to report specific incidents. For example, if he or she is convicted of an indictable offense in Hong Kong or sentenced to imprisonment outside Hong Kong, etc., to the Director of Social Welfare, so as to ensure that the SWD could obtain relevant information in a timely manner. Members were pleased to note that the administration had agreed to amend the provisions to explicitly require the relevant persons of an RCH to report to the Director if they were convicted of an indictable offense in Hong Kong or sentenced to imprisonment outside Hong Kong, or in the case of a body corporate convicted of an offense punishable by imprisonment outside Hong Kong, etc. The relevant person would have to declare or report that to the Director. On the provision of residential care places, members were concerned that with the growing elderly population, the supply of residential care places was inadequate to meet the increasing demand, particularly in districts with a higher proportion of elderly people but lower supply of residential care places. Given that the current projection of the demand for residential care places is based on the service statistics of the SWD and the waiting time for subsidized long-term care services from 2012 to 2015, members requested the administration to provide a projection of the demand for residential care places and various types of community care services in the next 10 years based on the updated standardized care need assessment mechanism for elderly services assessment. The administration advised that the epidemic, which hit shortly after the implementation of the standardized care need assessment mechanism in August 2021, it had considerable impact on the application and choice of LTC services for the elderly, and hence there was not yet sufficient data to analyze the trend of demand for residential care services and community care services under the new mechanism. It is planned that after the system has been in place for at least 3 years, and also when the impact of the epidemic on the choices of subsidized LTC services has diminished, it would then update the demand projections for subsidized LTC places based on the latest population projections and other factors. After careful consideration of members' views and suggestions on various issues, the administration has agreed to move other amendments to the bill in addition to the aforementioned amendments, including in order to enhance operational transparency and to ensure adequate oversight of the operation, care, management and control of the homes, the administration has agreed to amend the bill after the director has decided to cancel the registration of the relevant persons, such as the registered home manager or registered health workers, or after the secretary has made a decision on the appeal against the decision of the director. A written notice of the decision or the determination shall be given to the person or persons in charge of the home and to the operator of the home in which the person or persons are employed at the time the decision or the determination is made. And to ensure the transparency and fairness of the appeal process, the administration shall specify in the determination of appeals on registration matters the following. A. That the secretary may, in addition to confirming or reversing certain decisions of the director, vary such decisions, and in reversing the director's decision, may substitute such a decision as the secretary thinks fit. And B. That if the secretary varies the director's decision or substitutes it with another decision, the varied decision or the other decision shall be a decision that the director would have been entitled to make. And C. The written notice of the determination shall state the reasons for making that decision or determination. The Bills Committee has no objection to the CSAs proposed by the administration and will not propose CSAs to the bill. President, the above is my report on the work of the Bills Committee. I will now express my personal views on the bill. President, Hong Kong is faced with a lot of livelihood issues, one of which would be an aging population other than housing and land issues. Well, there was a motion debate on gerontic technology and also care for the elderly, and with the low birth rate and also aging population, the problems would only get worse. Well, with regard to caring for the elders, in the past, the administration just attached importance to welfare, healthcare services, and residential care services, thinking that so long as they could offer more social security and also residential care services, that would mean that the elders would be able to age in place and age in the community. But what about healthcare, insurance, and also mental health of the elders? And also in terms of the design of buildings and also town planning, there is a shortage of elderly-friendly design, so that we can have an inclusive society where the age can live with the younger people. And as a result of that, many elders are living unhappily, and their family members would also, for various reasons, not be able to provide very proper care to the elders. Quality residential care services would therefore become necessary. For the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022 that we are going through second reading to date, the purpose is to enhance the quality of RCHEs and RCHDs, including the minimum floor space requirement and also staffing requirement. And we also have to enhance the control and regulation of operators of such RCHEs and Ds so as to reduce negligence in care and also abuse of the residents and so on. Well, such reforms in principle would be right in both principle and direction. Yet for those who cannot afford to go into a private home, and yet they have yet to be allocated a place in a subsidized RCH, quality and quantity would be equally important, and therefore for those who are for those operators providing services in a private building, they would also like to provide a better home for the elders, and yet they have difficulty in coping with the rental requirement and also finding the right place. So that would go back to the issue that I was referring to. It's about our housing and land, because land resources are precious, and therefore the priority would be given to building residential units, shopping centers, office accommodation, and other facilities. And very often, RCH would be given very low priority, and therefore, for those requiring such services, they would have to wait for a long time. Thousands of elders passed away before they could get a place. And the administration knows exactly what the problem is. And over the years, many schemes have been introduced, and they are trying to increase the number of places for RCH. And in 2023, they also encourage developers to provide RCHEs in newly developed projects, so that they would like to make use of market forces and also a concessionary fare for land premium in order to encourage developers to provide such places. And yet, over the past 2 decades, according to my understanding, there was only one successful project that would do that. And I've also talked to some of my constituents, and we also paid a visit to this private RCHEs. The facilities are very good, and they've also introduced a number of technologies that would be friendly to the elders. And yet the departments responsible for scrutinizing the applications have not been very proactive, and some of the standards have been updated from time to time, and therefore it took a very long time for approval to be given. And as a result, it took them some 13 years before their applications were approved. And as a result, that was quite a hindrance to other subsequent applicants. And this is really not good. Another scheme was introduced, that's the private land for welfare purposes. And they also turned to the NGOs, including some charitable and religious bodies, hoping that they can help the administration in building RCHEs and RCHDs. So that initially it was quite popular. Some 73 applications were received, but then after 10 years, only 6 projects were completed. 2 were in progress, and 8 were still in detailed design stage. And some 57 projects were nearing completion in terms of the application, and they have yet to start works. And one of the developers approached me for help, and that's one of the most disappointing cases that I have dealt with in recent years. I wrote to the departments, and there was no reply or very late reply. And even if they did, they would give me very sloppy answers, and very often they would say that they couldn't give a reply, or they would have to wait for other departments to respond. And the land was left idle for many years without works being carried out. And only after the head of department was changed that there was some change in the response. And given the progress and pace of response, this is really most disappointing. And in working with, that would also hamper the the incentive of the project proponents in doing the same. And some 5% of the new projects would also have to be set aside for welfare purposes. That should have been successful. And yet it has not been very successful because they have been given $80 billion so that private properties would be procured for welfare purposes. Initially, they hoped that they would be able to buy some 120 such facilities, and up till now, my understanding is that they could only buy 2. And there was another scheme that is in some of the land lease conditions, they would say that private developers should also provide some RCHEs or other welfare facilities. And in order to get the land, the developer would definitely help the government with the construction, and very often they would be able to do it faster and cheaper and more expeditiously. But then they would also have to bear in mind the bureaucracy of the government and also the scrutiny process and so on and so forth. And therefore, the relevant facilities might also drag the feet of the initial completion date for the project, and therefore, in putting in their bids, they would also be very cautious and conservative, and as a result, public coffers may suffer. So after setting out all the problems with regard to increasing the number of RCHE places, it might appear that they have nothing to do with the bill, and yet they are very closely related. In the course of scrutinizing the bill, I've also met with many representatives of the stakeholders, both in the public and private sector. There are larger homes and smaller homes, and there are employers and also the frontline staff. They supported the upgrading of the facilities because that's in line with presidency's call that we will have to give the elders a better life. And yet, the sector was concerned that in order to meet the new requirements, they would have to modify the homes, or they would have to move to a new location. So how much time would be taken by the administration in scrutinizing the applications? And also for the manpower shortage, the administration said that they would be importing more workers, and they would also be scrutinizing the applications more quickly. But then how much time would be needed? And when can they complete the scrutiny process? Would that be like increasing the number of RCH places, that it would not be very effective? Yes, we do have high hopes on the current term of government. We hope that they can increase the number of places for RCHEs and RCHDs so that we can increase the speed, the effectiveness, and also the quantity. But then the crux of the matter is that we will have to change the mindset of officials. Instead of just being the regulator, we should also become the promoter or advocate, so that a government which is proactive, they would have to work with the community so that for our elders and persons with disabilities would be able to provide a higher quality and adequate services. With these remarks, I support the second reading of the bill.
Mr. Len Chen-sing. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Since 1996, the government introduced the RCH ordinance. This remains unamended for our sins, and this amendment is in response to public aspiration. This is something that we should give the government credit for. This will stand the sector in good stead in the long run. There are a number of recommendations in these amendments, like the minimum staffing ratio, and also registration of the health workers. All these measures certainly will enhance the quality of the care homes, and also safeguard the interests of the residents. And the registration system is good because this will enhance the professionalism of the workers. But at the same time, the government should have the career progression path to lure the right people in to alleviate the manpower crunch. I'm going to be speaking a little bit about the registration system for health workers. I must make a declaration that the FLU that I serve did cooperate with the ERB to run the health workers training program. This is the kind of program approved by the director. And there is this renewal system, and also the validity period will be no more than 5 years, and the health workers will have to be registered. There can be conditions imposed, like the health workers will have to undergo regular training program, and when details are amended the administration will liaise with the trade. As of March this year, the number of registered health workers stands at 27,009. For those who are employed by the homes, and the number stands at 4,007. And for the registered health workers, some of them have already retired, but presumably for those who are in the working age, the number should be sufficient to cater for the home's demands. They've undergone the training, they got the qualification. I'm sure that they are minded to join the trade. With the qualification, some still wouldn't be bothered to join. It's because of remuneration. According to Census and Statistics Department, for the care homes, the fifth quantum, they only earn $39 per hour, and the next quarter, $41.5. It is close to the minimum wage of $37 at that time. The median wage for the care homes, it is $54.5. It is lower than the median wage of $74.4. Most of them are the care workers who are earning a little bit lower. High health workers are earning a little bit more, but are the remuneration packages sufficiently attractive? And it is still doubtful. Some said that with the enactment of this legislation, we should have the remuneration increase. In 2018-19, the government has earmarked resources for the subsidized homes to improve the remuneration package, like the lump sum grant. Each individual care workers, as before the adjustment, it was 0.6 on the MPS scale. As a result of the adjustment, it is point number 8. In the lump sum grant, the government would have regard to the midpoint as the basis. During the Bills Committee discussion, there were concerns expressed as to how many health workers are actually remunerated on the basis of the MPS. That is 0.7 to 15, or $20,030 to $31,750. The SWD said that they don't have the record for the health workers employed by the private sector. However, the Director of Audit conducted an investigation in October 2017. In report number 69, the Director said that between 16 and 17, the health workers enjoy $22,560, but there are some NGO health workers earning $70,000, a whopping $4,700 less, or 50%. The Director of Audit made the recommendation that for lump sum grant organizations, there should be monitoring of the attrition rate, the turnover rate, and measures should be taken to tackle the high attrition rate. And the pay scale should be improved, and the remuneration package should also be addressed. There should be high level of transparency and more communication with the staff members. After the Director of Audit's recommendations, I'm not sure whether things have improved, but if things were to go from bad to worse, and the health workers are earning lower pay in the government, those working in the private sector would fare even worse. How on earth are you going to lure people in if the situation persists? Even if the government is going to improve the pay scale for the care health workers, the remuneration sees no increase, and I hope that the Bureau would pay particular attention to that. Also, I hope that with the enactment of the bill, the social status of the health workers and that their credibility can be improved. VPET education should come into it in the applied learning in secondary school, and also the VPET pilot scheme and the EGIN turned applied education diploma or high diploma or applied degree program. There should be an element of healthcare in it. I hope that there would be a progression path for the health workers, like QF2 should be for the health workers. QF2 should be the care workers. QF4 should be for the home managers, so that they would have something to look forward to. There is a path of progression ahead of them. And there should also be different rankings for the care workers, for the health workers, so that they would be able to take part in the profession that they are really passionate about, and they will be able to serve the elderly population that much better. With these words, I support the bill. Mr. Stanley Lee. Madam Deputy, we're looking at this bill back in February last year. The administration briefed the panel on the legislative proposals. Many members have, in fact, stated their concerns, and then it received the first reading. Today, here we are. My position remains pretty much unchanged. I think the original intent of the amendment is to elevate the quality of service so that the old folks will enjoy better quality of service and better living space. But as an electrical member myself, I do have a lot to say on behalf of the public. I think we have to balance the interests of different stakeholders. I must say to the Secretary, I'm grateful to Secretary Soon, in fact, for the sensible and rational debate and discussion with the trade. Later on today, we're going to be receiving the third reading of the bill, and I get the feeling that it's going to be passed for sure. But still, I'd like to state some of the aspirations of the sector for the Secretary, and I hope that you will spare a thought for their plight. First, I am in support of the principle of the bill. I don't think anybody would say anything in opposition, but some are caught wrong-footed. For some small-time businesses, this represents a significant challenge. I'm sure that you have gone round to the homes to see whether they will continue after the enactment of the bill. That some simply cannot, like a home with only 30 beds. With this amendment, they only end up with 20 beds. They cannot cope with the costs and the rent, and eventually they may have to fold, and the residents will have to be shifted to other homes for their livelihood. According to government statistics, as of 28th of February, licensed RCHDs and RCHEs, the number stands at 1,129, with 9,000 places, and 77,000 people are living in them. So this bill will have a profound impact on so many people, in particular the small-time homes. So I hope that the administration would really show some concerns to them. They've been very cooperative. Since the bill was published, they've been making a lot of noises, but they never took to the street. They never kicked up a fuss, never, because they're all in agreement that we have to improve the quality of the services. When you look at the bill itself, the living space will go up from 6.5 to 9.5 square meters. There is an interim of 8 square meters, of course, but for the trade, this interim arrangement doesn't offer any help at all. Like if they have to undergo renovation, they cannot really do this in phases in order to meet the target of 9.5 meters square. If you ask all these homes if they really want to upgrade themselves, they will have to upgrade themselves in such a way that they will be able to hit 9 square meters. They will not be doing this up to 8 first. None of them would do it like this. They have to seek approval from the buildings department and the fire services department, and they will certainly be upgrading up to 9.5 meters square. But how many of them can afford the upgrade and the renovation? That's another story altogether. Now, there should be a transitional period. There are some homes that will devote resources to improve the comfort of the homes. I hope that there will be incentives offered to them for these small-time homes. They are crying out for some support. Shouldn't there be some incentives if they can improve themselves, upgrade themselves to 9.5 square meters? Then, like they have to hire the AP, the authorized persons, that there should be some subsidies. They really want to do it quick. If they can achieve 9.5 meters square in 2 years' time, for instance, then you might wish to offer them some subsidies in assistance and try to meet some of the outlays that they have to meet if they are cooperative enough. Second, according to the trade, during the upgrade, they have to renew their license, and they are very concerned about it. Day before yesterday, together with Dr. Tick, we sat down with the DSW. It is said that the FSD and the BD are working in conjunction with the SWD. They are very concerned that during the upgrade, the different departments will be coming down for the inspections. Previously, SWD, the FSD, and the BD will be making their rounds at different times, and so they are wondering whether they can be conducting the inspection in a joint manner in order not to disrupt their operation. Also, staffing manpower, staffing ratio, they understand that there is the 13-hour requirement, and the administration has put forward a scheme for implementation. Some health workers, according to the trade, are not really working up to scratch, and they need to be sacked. But tomorrow, when the SWD turns up for their round, they will question why they have one health worker less, and they will not fulfill the licensing requirement. They do not fulfill the head count. So many of the staff members have multiple roles. They can be the operators, they can be the health workers themselves in order to fulfill the licensing requirements. So is there any possibility for them to report to you the head count, like they sack a health worker, and some on such and such a day, someone will come in to supplement 01. I think there is a lack of mechanism there, and I hope that the administration will consider that. Furthermore, as regards the consultation on the policies, the small-time homes should be listened to more. Back in 2016, the government set up a working group that the small-time homes didn't receive any invitation. They weren't roped in to state their positions. I hope that in future, should there be any further consultation, or should a consultative mechanism be set up, I hope that these small-time operators should be roped in as much as possible. Now, this amendment would have significant and profound impact on the small-time homes. and they're gritting their teeth, trying to cope. Just like the game, the wind blow game. Just like a gust of wind will blow away those who can even afford the upgrade. I hope that the administration will take some measures to help the trade for them to create better environment for the business.
Mr. Chow Siu Tong. Madam Deputy. Well, on the 17th of June, when the Bills Committee on Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill had its first meeting, it's been more than 6 months now, and with the leadership of Mr. Tony Chair as chairman of the Bills Committee, we've been scrutinizing the bills for a long time, and now we have the second reading debate, and I support its passage. The bill would enhance the manpower ratio and also the service hours and the floor area per resident and so on. So I support these amendments. As I said, with an aging population, and with the faster pace of the aging population, RCHEs will become the main thrust that we would have to rely on for enhancing elderly services. And the bill proposes that there would be an enhanced staffing ratio, and also the per person floor area should be enhanced. That would help improve the RCHE's working environment and also the workload for the frontline staff. That would also be beneficial in attracting more people to join the profession. And yet the administration has not stepped up training for local workers training, and they have not done enough to increase the supply of manpower for the profession. Instead, they have introduced the special scheme for importing care workers for the RCHEs. And also, they've also allowed the subsidized homes to import labor under the supplementary labor scheme with better working environment and shorter working hours, and also the pay would also be higher than that for private homes. The long-term manpower shortage problem has not been very serious for private homes, and the private homes have also been able to maintain a relatively high standard of care. And yet the administration has not taken on board our views, and they are allowing subsidized homes to continue to import labor. I'm concerned that in the long run that would threaten the local health workers' status, and that would also suppress the healthy growth of manpower for this sector. It's not that I don't support the proposal. In fact, we have already got some 10,000 health workers, and that would account for some 80% of the total number of health workers. Most of these health workers would be working at subsidized homes, and for private homes, the reason why we have this long-standing manpower problem, that's because the pay and remuneration are simply too bad. And for subsidized homes, they would have to work for 12 hours a day, and they can only get some $14,000 a month. And if they work for 8 hours, then they would only be able to get some 9,000 plus a month. How can that be attractive to local workers, in particular for young people? In fact, during the peak of the fifth wave of the pandemic, the homes have also directly hired care workers at a higher pay, and some 5,500 people have been attracted, and the response was very enthusiastic. And in late March last year, they also introduced this 3-day training program for a crash course for care workers, and because there was a special subsidy for these care workers, and within a very short space of time, many local unemployed people also enrolled into that crash course. In other words, if they are able to improve the remuneration package, such jobs will become more attractive, and more local people would be prepared to join the trade. And therefore, I'm concerned that this special scheme would deal a blow to local workers in terms of their job opportunities. And after they have imported workers, they would no longer have any incentive to improve the working environment and remuneration for local workers. And that would also disincentivize local workers in joining the profession, and that would only add to the problem. And also, on the path of importing workers from elsewhere, you will find it difficult to turn turn the clock around. And also the navigation scheme for young persons in care services has also been problematic, because I've also asked questions concerning the completion rate and the wastage rate has been very volatile, and I hope that the administration can offer more incentives to attract young persons to join the profession so that they can provide long-term services, and that could also help revitalize the trade. These are my remarks. Ms. Lim So Wai. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Well, it's expected that by 2050, we will become one of the most aged societies in the world. And we also enjoy high longevity here. And therefore, in terms of the demand for care for the elderly, the demand is growing. And also for LCHEs and also LCHEs, the demand would also be very keen. And President Xi has said that, well, we will have to ensure that age will have to be the elders would have to age in place, and we would also have to provide holistic care for all those in need. And therefore, with the amendment this time, we'll be able to enhance the quality of the homes, and we would also be able to ensure that residents would be able to have a sense of happiness and belonging. I think that the intention is good, because that would enhance the quality of care at these homes, and therefore I support the amendments of the bill, and I do have high hopes that it will be very successful. And I can see that at the 9 meetings of the Bills Committee, the administration has been able to take on board the views expressed by members and the chair, and I hope that they can implement the amendments as soon as possible so that the elders would be able to live in dignity. And yet I hope that the administration can also pay attention to the following problems. First, in the past, when we paid visits to LCHEs, there were many smaller homes, and they told me that the upgrading fees would be unaffordable. In the end, after the transitional period, and if these small homes are not able to cope with the situation, I hope that you will set up dedicated teams to help them, so that these small homes and also the elders can be recanted in the same district, and there should be a seamless transition. And also, smaller homes are faced with a manpower problem. You've introduced the SLS, and some 3,000 care workers would be imported in order to ease the problem. And yet, according to some recent reports, after that was announced, some of the intermediaries on the mainland would disseminate the information through various channels, and some of the intermediaries would also pocket some of the money, because for care workers from the mainland coming over to Hong Kong, there would also be different tiers of subletting, and some said that they would have to pay $25,000 in the first place before they can come to Hong Kong to work. I hope that the Secretary will pay attention to this, because this is something good. We don't want it to turn sour. And also, for other than importing labor in order to solve the immediate problem, I think the Bureau should also consider rolling out more schemes so that more people can join the profession in caring for the elders and persons with disabilities. And in terms of the promotion ladder, there should be better planning, and remuneration should also improve. According to the Education Bureau in 2018, they also came up with the qualification framework for the LCH sector, and some 4 levels of QF recognition would be introduced. In the second tier, they would have to have at least 3 years experience, and also they would also have a certificate in the relevant sector, and the starting salary would be 14,100. And also for those with more experience, they would have a diploma in that regard, and they would be getting some $20,450 to some $32,540 a month, and those with 6 years experience and with training certificates, either about sub-degree in nursing and so on, they would be able to get some $30,000 to $60,000 a month. And those with more than 7 years experience, they would be able to get the top tier, and they can also be home manager of the LCHEs. So when compared to the other welfare agencies, the nursing sector with a QF5 recognition, then during the first 3 tiers, the pay would be very similar, but then starting from QF4, they would have to complete the nursing schools or nursing academies 2-year program, and also they would also have to pass the nursing council's enrolled nurse certificate, and the pay would be between $20,450 to $43,610, and then for Tier 5, they would have to have the 3-year degree program. They have to be registered nurse, and then their pay will be between $32,545 and $52,270, and they would have to look. They would also have to be checked on their management skills and so on. They can also become senior health workers and also chief nurse and so on. So we are actually scrambling for talents, and therefore, in terms of the promotion ladder, we will have to proactively review that so that in the welfare sector, we will have to have a specific progression pathway for young people and those who intend to join the profession to provide community care to the elders. And therefore, adjusting the entry pay for care workers so that for health workers and nurses, they would also have to align their pay with the relevant demand. And we would also have to have a dedicated progression pathway and also positions for LCHE health workers so that whether they are middle-aged or homemaker women, they would also find a chance. And in terms of geron technology, well, in the welfare sector, we do have shortage of young people, and therefore, if we can introduce more geron technology, then that would also help improve the quality of life for the elderly residents, and that would also help ease the burden on the demand for manpower, and that would also ease the burden on the homes. Well, our tradition is that we will have to practice filial piety, and we would have to respect the old. And therefore, on the one hand, President Xi has been advocating that we would have to ensure that the elders will be able to age in place and age in a community. They should live happily in their retirement life, and therefore I support the second reading. Thank you.
Dr. Tik Chi Yuen. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of the bill because it can enhance the staffing requirements of our CHEs, and it also enhances the minimum area of floor space for per resident. It will enhance the accountability of managers. In dealing with the bill, the government has changed its attitude from one of being rather passive to active. Some members said that because of the impact of the bill, about 6,000 or so small and medium-sized homes may be phased out. At first, we felt that government officials were not really very responsive about this possibility impact. Subsequently, the administration was willing to discuss with the sector, and as I said yesterday, we had some very positive dialogue and responses from the administration. Once you phase out one RCG, that would mean one less choice for the elderly. Now, for small and medium-sized homes, they may not be very desirable in terms of living conditions, but at least they offer a choice to family members of elders. We've asked family members of elderly persons, would they want to go to a home of a larger scale? Many of them would rather stay in the existing home because the home may be close to their family members and they can easily visit their elders after work. So we must not overlook the value and contribution of small and medium-sized homes. The administration has adopted a proactive attitude in discussing with them. Instead of phasing them out, they're willing to offer them support and advice so that they can continue to survive. According to the SWD, now the average waiting time for nursing homes is about 14 months. Over 16,000 elders are waiting for a place in a subsidized home. According to population projection in 2017 to 2026, by 2030 line, we will have 2.5 million elders in Hong Kong, accounting for 30% of the total generation of the population. This goes to show the keen demand for LCHs, and so the government must review our population policy and face up to the need for LCHs. Of course, for small and medium-sized homes that require improvement, I hope they can continue to operate so that we will not have a substantial drop in the number of places for elders. Now, for staff members of homes, they do not have a good career progression path, and also pay is limited. In 2018, many members of the sector complained that there is too little benefits for a staff of LCHs. It's hard to attract and retain talents. I suggest that we introduce a pay scale so that there can be annual pay adjustment according to the market situation to attract new blood to the sector. We encourage employers to provide more incentives for staff members to upgrade their skills. For instance, courses for health workers, for managers, and for nurses. So we have more job progression opportunities. There can be benefits and also financial subsidies for staff workers. Then we can attract more people to join the trade because there is a future here. There should be more promotion opportunities. So we suggest that senior nursing officers should be created so we can attract people to join the health worker trade. I understand the government is going to set a working group to review the qualifications framework, the manpower framework, and also various career progression possibilities for the sector. I hope the review can be done as soon as possible because we have to race with time in terms of improvements. Many members mentioned that IT is developing rapidly. While we have an IT fund for LCHs to use technology, we've already spent about 5 billion or half of the fund. I've yet to see sustainable projects within the sector leading to a better development in the use of INT in the sector. So we have to work harder in this regard. In this round of legislative amendments, we've also raised the space requirement from 6.5 meters. It will be raised to 9 meters square after a few years. However, compared with the space per capita of public housing, which stands at 13.2 square meters, this is still a far cry, and we are not showing the respect due to elders. And there is nothing in the bill to list out the space requirement for common facilities such as toilets and space between cubicles, etc. We should set out the minimum area requirements for different facilities. For instance, in the UK, in dormitory, the minimum square is 16 square meters, and for living, for dining, and for other activities, the minimum space per capita is 4.1 meters. In Taiwan, for Article 10 of elderly centers, now for LCHs, there, the minimum area of floor space per resident is 16 square meters, and in bedrooms, at least 7 meters per resident, and facilities other than bedrooms, 4 square meters per resident. So this round of amendments should just be the first step. When conditions are right, hopefully we can have different minimum floor requirements for bedrooms and for other activities, and at least 8 square meters for bedrooms, and for facilities other than bedrooms, at least 4 square meters to be on par with the Taiwanese requirement. So at least we have 12.5 meters per resident. The government is providing more land and for LCHs. The increase in places will mean stronger competition among the private sector. Some of them are worried that they may be phased out. Now, if they have to spend so much money on renovation and it takes a long time for them to recover costs, and the cost may be transferred to users. So we suggest that we set up a support scheme for private RCHs, for setting up a working group to be responsible for helping these RCHs to upgrade their facilities and to provide the assistance needed so that under a tight regulation, they're still able to provide quality services. Madam Deputy, this round of amendment can only meet the minimum standards. It is not yet enough to ensure a dignified living environment for our elders. It has enhanced the quality of service of our RCHs. Our intention is not to phase them out, and therefore the government has the responsibility to help private homes to adapt to this transformation. We support the motion. Thank you. Reverend Canon Peter Kuhn. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022 to improve the environment and quality of service of our RCH. I believe that this is an important step forward. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Labour and Welfare Bureau and all government departments for their very positive attitude. The current legislation was enacted in 1995 and has been more than 20 years before it is reviewed. We look forward to early commencement of the bill so that standards can be improved to catch up with the times. Recently, we have seen cases of elderly abuse and negligence of care, and there were also outbreaks of COVID-19 in many private homes. This goes to show the urgent need for the bill. I support the bill in general, including enhancing the minimum area for of floor space per capita, introducing the accountability of operators, and also requirement for more nursing staff to be present during the day. And I think we should also enhance the quality of residential care homes for the elderly and also the persons with disabilities. The sector are worried that they may not be able to cope with the new requirements. Some operators have told us that they're worried that they cannot comply with the new requirements. And the worst case scenario, they may have to wind up their business, leading to a shortage of spaces or places. We're pleased to see that the government has introduced an 8-year transitional period for the sector. Still, there must be policy support to help the sector. Otherwise, it is not possible for them to fulfill the requirements during a very short period of time. As mentioned by some members, some small-scaled homes may not be able to survive. So once the bill is passed, I hope the administration can give substantive help to these homes so that they can meet the new requirements. And the sector would also like to take this opportunity to urge the administration to see whether the height restriction of 24 meters for RCHs can be relaxed so that we can maximize our land resources and to serve better our elders. The minimum staffing requirements will also be amended. For homes with over 60 residents, there must be one nurse for each home. This is, of course, something good, but given the tight manpower situation, that may worsen the manpower situation. There is no stable supply of nurses and therapists for private homes. If this manpower crunch is not resolved, I'm afraid raising the staffing requirements will worsen the situation and be counterproductive. While I welcome the administration's importation of care workers for RCHs so that we can cope with the manpower crunch in the short term, I also expect the administration to retain and nurture our local talents in the RCH sector so that we can resolve the problem in the long term. While we face the serious challenges of an aging population, there are still a lot of problems associated with elderly services. The bill is just a start. We must look to the Greater Bay Area. There should be more cooperation and exchange in the provision of elderly services. In the mainland, they have the following three advantages. They have manpower resources. If we can allow some of our elders to retire in the GBA, then perhaps there will be fewer disputes in this council when it comes to importation of labor. Another advantage GBA enjoys is land resources. We have visited GBA with the administration not long ago. Indeed, the elders there enjoy much generous living space and conditions in the private homes there. With integration within GBA, it will be an inevitable trend for elderly services to develop into the GBA. We should enhance our cross-boundary elderly services. We should improve our current pilot schemes. We can arrange for relocating elderly services to the north, and in places where there are more Hong Kong elderly residents, we can consider buying places in elderly homes there so that our elderly can enjoy a better retirement. Thank you.
Professor William Wong. Madam Deputy, many old folks and disabled people have to rely on the home care. So we have to make sure that the quality is good enough, because this has everything to do with the day-to-day life of these residents. I support the amendments because this will facilitate the adoption of technology to improve the quality of life of the residents. There is an amendment to improve the staffing ratio. 360 homes would need to have 470 more nurses, and we have shortfall at the moment, and the demand is going to be outstripping supply. So the homes should extensively adopt the Geron technology to support the daily needs of the residents, like the adoption of vital sign monitoring system to monitor the physical condition of the residents, so that the health workers will be able to monitor their conditions, and the manpower saved can be shifted to the care of other residents. Also, the living space or the floor space per residence will be improved. The government has the INT fund for the Geron Tech. The fund can be sought to hire and procure the Geron technology. In these homes, they are limited in space. There is very limited room for them to procure large-size Geron Tech equipment. And I hope that there would be, as a result of the enactment of the bill, there would be more room for this to be accommodated. As to the amendments regarding the medication management, other than exploring the possibility of setting up a pharmacy in the care homes, the government should also have regard to the guidelines on drug management in RCHs. Technology should again be adopted to reduce the possibility of dispensing the wrong drugs. So in terms of the above three areas, the adoption of technology will improve the quality of life of the residents. It will also ease the manpower shortage. This will also be good for everyone all around. The government should offer training courses, and the government should really promote the upgrading of the healthcare sector by adopting technology, and this will lure more new blood into the trade. Finally, the government should harness the I&T fund for gerontech to promote and develop more gerontech equipment in order not to rely solely on the imported products. We should also harness our advantages in the GBA. There can be designs originating from Hong Kong for production, for manufacturing in the mainland, so that we can have high-quality, inexpensive gerontech equipment to meet the needs of the residents in these care homes. With these words, I support the amendment. I support the bill and the amendments. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. Madam Deputy, the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022, the Bills Committee had 9 meetings. We spent a whole year scrutinizing the bill. It goes to show that the Bills Committee attaches great importance to the deliberation with the administration, and we had a written branch review of the care homes. And now it's like an ailing patient. After this operation, will the patient be able to recover fully? It still remains to be seen. Now, there are suggestions that the number of health workers and nurses will be increased as a result of the amendment, but the key thing is there is a shortage of manpower. The last thing we want to see is, as a result of the amendment to the ordinance, the care homes will, if anything, be in contravention of law because they cannot hire the right number of people. The government may be increasing the number of trainees, but the number is not really sufficient. It has not taken into account the wastage and also the competition arising from other institutions that are in dire need of nurses. The same can be said about the health workers. So for the health workers, the government should have the progression ladder. We should have senior health workers position. And some of the care work undertaken by nurses can be delegated to the senior health workers. That way, we can reduce the number of nurses, and the experienced health workers would enjoy the opportunities for promotion, and the vacancies arising can be filled by other health workers. The government has undertaken to conduct a review. I look forward to a reply from the Secretary regarding the result of the review and whether they or how fast they will be able to go. And also for these small-time homes, we should help them to upgrade themselves. We have received representation that these homes are experiencing tremendous difficulties. Many of the residents, because of the closure of some of the small-time homes, will have to be relocated, and there will be the adaptation problems on their part. The administration is aware of the problem and has undertaken to render assistance, but I haven't seen any assistance being offered. It seems that is more talk than real action on the part of the administration. I suggested at one point that interest-free loans be offered to these homes to upgrade themselves, but the government seems to be non-committal about this proposal. Madam Deputy, the administration has to face up to these issues. They cannot really prevaricate. At a time when we cannot provide enough home places, these small-time care homes have filled the gap and provided the necessary number of places, and they have made tremendous contributions. And I don't really want to see the government to ignore their contribution. Also, for the senior citizens, there are problems with medical consultation, and they have to wait for the doctors to make their rounds. And sometimes the senior citizens cannot wait because of the urgency, and they would just call 999 for the residents to be sent to the A&E departments. And they would have to wait an awful long time at the A&E, and they would have to be accompanied, and the A&E would be overburdened as a result. And I hope that the Secretary will be liaising with the Secretary for Health to reference the telemedicine experience during COVID and introduce or enhance the telemedicine services for the residents. The Bills Committee has done a lot and made a lot of recommendations. Like in the bill, there is the word medicine, and there is no definition for that. It would be easy for the workers to be in breach of the law. And also, when it comes to an appeal, can the appeal representation be made in writing or verbally? And what are the detailed arrangements? We have made a lot of recommendations. I'm grateful to the officials for attentive listening, and they have made suitable amendments as a result. Madam Deputy, I support the second reading of the bill, and I hope that the Secretary would tap the powers of the public in the course of the amendment, listen to the views of the stakeholders, and where possible, the government should sensibly and rationally improve the quality of life for the residents and help the small-time homes to continue in business for them to fulfill their role.
Mr. Luk Chung Hong. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022 second reading. While for the elderly residents of these homes, they would need special care. For example, for those with chronic illnesses, they will have to stay in these RCHEs. And as to how we can ensure that they can have a better living environment so that the aged can age in place, and then they can live in dignity in their sunset days. Well, with the amendment to the bill, that's the bottom line. And that's what we call the bottom line for these RCHEs. And for those that is the cheapest, they would be the private homes. So there would be enhanced requirement with regard to their per person or per resident floor space, and also staffing and so on. So their floor area will have to be enhanced, and their manpower would also be subject to regulation. I am in favor of that. But then there are two main problems. One is manpower. Next is about the land requirement. And then for private RCHEs, the job types would attract very low pay, about 14,000 a month, and they would have to work for 12 hours a day. And given that kind of working condition, because taking care of the elders would mean that they would have to do some dirty jobs like taking care of their excretion and so on. That's because in the past we have been over-reliant on the supplementary labor scheme. We are not really against that scheme, because in the past we also had a very stringent regulatory regime, and the LAB, the Labor Advisory Board, would also be the gatekeeper. I hope that the administration will continue to make use of the LAB as the gatekeeper to monitor the implementation of the scheme, because despite the fact that we have the gatekeeper for foreign workers, in the form of care workers. The number has been growing, and as a result of that, the pay for local workers at private homes has remained low, and therefore it's not very attractive to local workers. And in some cases, I'm not saying that many of them would have this situation, because there have been unscrupulous employers. They've been exploiting the workers, because in this morning's oral question, they have been deducting wages, and there would also be commissions, and they would even have their debit cards withheld. And when they work overtime, they would be paid less than the minimum wage. And this is from the one-way bao. And then they would have to work overtime, and they would have to work long hours, and health workers or carers would also have to work like health workers, or even take up the duties of nurses. So you would have to do a better monitoring job when it comes to these private homes, because we're talking about human lives, and we hope that wherever the elders are living, they will have to be safe and taken good care of. And if you rely on foreign workers in the long run, that's not good. And how can we attract more young people to join the profession? The administration need to set standards. For example, whatever importation scheme you might have, you will have to first increase the wages and also the working hours. Well, a shift of 12 hours, well, even if you're just a security guard, that would be hard enough. And let alone that you will have to work as a health worker. It's very labor intensive. So how can you cope? So you will have to promote the 8-hour shift system. And also you would also have to offer higher pay to local workers. That would be most practical. And also I agree with many of my colleagues, so that well, you have carers, and then you have health workers, and then you can have senior health workers or intermediate health workers, so that there would be progression ladder, and their wages can also be increased correspondingly. And also what's more important is that in the course of training, you would have to encourage employers to offer them paid leave for training and so on, because it's been very hard that they have to work a 6-day week, and if they have to get further training on top of that, that would be even harder, and therefore you will have to give them more incentive to undergo training. And another issue is land. Many colleagues have said that, well, you can also buy places on the mainland. Well, recently, well, two of us did go and visit the two RCHEs. One is Mr. Wong Kwok Kin, our former electrical member, and also another one from the FTU. And they also said that on the mainland, in terms of the living environment, the land and manpower situation is very good. So if you buy places in the GBA, and if some elders are interested in retiring on the mainland, I think that's also a way out. And I've also heard some of the stakeholders say that one of the most hefty costs would be rentals, because very often they would be old kindergartens or old Chinese restaurants that have closed. And also in the new territories, they would also rent village houses and so on. So in the new developments, can you have the entire building, or you can also set aside several units or several floors of the high rises, so that they can become private homes, so their fees would be regulated, and the services would also be regulated, and you would also be offering concessionary rents in order to attract operators to run such services by enhancing their services. And you would also have to introduce more drone technology, as Dr. William Wong said. And then the most important part is to attract more people to join the profession, because many elders would like to stay home in their old age. So we will have to ensure that they can age in the community, and that's what the public would expect you to do. But then, in any case, I think that the amendments would promote the improvement of the RCHEs. Is a very important milestone, and therefore I speak in support of that. Thank you. Next, Mr. Chen Hangpen. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of this amendment and also the motion. The bill, initially when we started the scrutiny, the sector responded very serious. Well, they also had very strong repercussions because in terms of the floor space requirement and the staffing requirement and also the requirement for one nurse and one health worker and so on. Many of them would find it difficult to cope, and they also said that it would be very costly to meet the regulations. Well, for the smaller homes, yes, it would be more cozy, yet they would find it more difficult to cope. Yes, the floor space will be more generous, and the manning ratio would go up, and that would be one scale up, and therefore I would welcome these amendments and I support them. But then throughout the process of scrutiny, I was mainly concerned about manpower training because in the RCH sector, they've been telling us that they'd like to have this elderly services academy set up as soon as possible. Because even for imported workers, well, they would only get training once they start work at the RCHEs. But then if we can have an elderly care academy that can provide more systematic training to the trainees, the quality of service will definitely improve. And that would also help attract more people to join the profession. In particular, once you can have an academy for such training, you would also find it easier to keep the standards of service. I understand that the administration would be identifying a site in Kowloon as well as Kwun Tong for such purposes. The sector would like to see a larger academy so that they would no longer suffer in terms of the manpower supply gap. And you would also have to attract new blood. It's been very difficult. So other than importing workers, under the current situation, they are finding it hard to attract people to join the profession. The main reason is that there's not a lot of upward promotion opportunities, and there is also no corresponding QF. For example, I can be a carer, and then I can be promoted to become a health worker. What about further promotion? Can there be a special registration system like the nurse system? If there can be a more clear-cut progression pathway, that would be more attractive. And also, I'm more concerned about the space per home. I understand that in the policy address, in private development project, if they can construct an RCHE as well, then they could also get some premium free plot ratio. And there would also be further exemption when it comes to land premium. I hope that that could also help increase the number of places, in particular quality homes. And yet, we are subject to the 24-meter height restriction, and with that in place, at another subcommittee, we've been discussing this. We understand that that's because of the fire safety concern. I hope that the FSD can discuss it with the relevant departments. I hope that with the further relaxation for private development, even above the 24-meter limit, you can also provide some quarters for staff, because the staff quarters cannot be linked with the license for RCHEs. Yes, I understand the staff cannot live in the RCHE as well, but then for carers and also health workers, if they are permitted to stay in the RCHE that they are working, then that would help attract more people to join the profession. And also in importing workers, you don't have to worry about finding accommodation for them other than the working or other than the workplace. Yes, we have been importing workers from the mainland, and yet these workers are finding it difficult to find accommodation in Hong Kong. And therefore, in the newly developed RCHEs, if you permit them to build some staff quarters above the 24-meter height requirement. That would make things a lot easier so that elderly services or RCHE services can scale one ladder up. So I hope that you can provide enough time to the sector to make preparation for the commencement of the bill. And you should also relax some of the measures to ensure that elderly services can improve, because we would be happy to see elders enjoying better retirement life. So with these remarks, I support the passage of the bill.
Dr. So Chang-Wing. Madam Deputy, I just want to say a few words. First, I am in support of the bill. In particular, there are many provisions in the bill adding the concept of home managers and operators accountability. I believe the operators and managers have a lot to do with the quality of these homes. Take procurement as an example. It will impact on the operation and cost of these homes. In Hong Kong, land is expensive and so is labor. And if procurement is also expensive, then that will disadvantage the operation of our RCHs. Let me quote an example. Mr. Xun, the secretary, saw for himself when we visited an RCHE in Guangzhou. I think there was a machine there for correction of the spine. It was made in the mainland. It cost $30,000. And NGO manager present said that it cost them more than $1 million to buy a similar machine. That's according to what I heard at the visit. Of course, that was just an example, but it goes to show that many of the facilities and equipment being used in care homes. Now, there was once a motion in this council on the application of technology in RCHs. RCHs will use new technology and equipment. For sure, the mainland is more advanced than us in the application of such. They have the advantage of being able to buy such machine at lower cost. The procurement of care homes should not just focus on machine manufactured overseas. They should not blindly believe that overseas are more advanced than the mainland. And they may say that specifications of machine procured in the mainland may not suit our needs. I'm of the view that there should be more guidelines for procurement so that we can lower the cost of care homes. So I talked about the accountability of operators. I think such amendments are most reasonable. Dr. David Lam. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of the bill. To simplify things, I'd like to say that in the long term, we should not just consider RCHs. We also want our elderly to age in place. So after this round of amendment, I hope we can have more elderly daycare centers so that our elders don't necessarily have to live in care homes. For development of elderly services, we must have wider application of technology, this is an inevitable trend. We can lower the demand for labor and lower the chance of injuries to our workers. We can use technology to have more accurate monitoring of the vital signs and for prediction of the health trend of our residents. Secondly, systematic management of medicine. We understand that for elders living in care homes, they may be taking anything up to 10 types of medication. If we just rely on staff of LCHs to dispense or to distribute medicine, then there are risks. I hope there can be collaboration with community pharmacists so that the administration of medicine can be more accurate, and then there will be low risk of error. Of course, technology can enhance efficiency, and better administration of medicine can lower the risk of hospitalization of our elderly residents. And we must enhance the professional development of health workers and care workers, and there should be a career progression ladder for them. That's all I want to say. Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Labour and Welfare to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Madam Deputy, the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022 resumes its second reading today. I'm most grateful to Mr. Tony Tse, Chairman and members of the Bills Committee and the Secretariat for their hard work to enable the smooth deliberation of the bill. I also wish to thank 19 members who have spoken on this topic. 9 of them are members of the Bills Committee. They have given us views in the debate and their support for the bill. The government attaches great importance to the service quality of RCHs and RCHDs. We're committed to enhancing the supervision and service standards of such. In response to the public call for enhancing regulation and quality of RCHs, the working group on the review of ordinances and codes of practice of RCHs, chaired by the then Director of Social Welfare, was set up in June 2019. The membership includes incumbent legislators back then, representatives from NGOs and private operators of RCHs, the Elderly Commission and the Rehabilitation Advisory Committee, the academia, users, carers, independent persons, as well as the Hong Kong Council of Social Services and the Labour and Welfare Bureau. The working group held 90 meetings to discuss issues of concern to stakeholders. On one hand, the working group hoped to enhance the overall quality of RCHs through legislative amendments. On the other hand, the working group also considered the feasibility of their recommendations. Having duly considered the views of different sectors, the working group put forward pragmatic recommendations on the operation of RCHs, covering staffing, area of floor space per resident, accountability of operators, registration system for home operators and health workers, provision of care services, and penalties. The government then presented the bill to the Council in May 2022 because many of the recommendations had to be supported by legislation. The bill amends the Residential Care Homes Elderly Persons Ordinance, CAP 459, and the Residential Care Persons with Disabilities Ordinance, CAP 613, and their subsidiary legislation. The amendments include 8 areas. First, strengthening the accountability of RCH operators. Second, enhancing the minimum staff requirements. 3, enhancing the minimum area of floor space per resident. And fourthly, introducing a registration system for home managers. 5th, improving the registration system for health workers. 6, enhancing the regulation of medicine and use of restraints. 6, protection of residents' dignity and privacy, raising penalties for certain offences, and lastly, repealing the certificate of exemption regime for RCHs. In general, stakeholders endorse the need to enhance the quality of RCHs to provide quality options for the elderly and persons with disabilities. The recommendation was generally supported with regard to raising the minimum area of floor space per resident and staffing requirements. While the proposals are generally supported, stakeholders have different views on the implementation timetable and details. The government appreciates the sector's concern about new staffing requirements proposed in the bill. Therefore, apart from moving a CSA to defer the commencement date for the new staffing requirements for health workers and nurses by 2 years to allow the sector sufficient time to recruit more manpower, the SWD will soon introduce a number of measures to strengthen manpower training and supply. These measures include, firstly, we will launch a special scheme to import care workers for RCH on the 19th of this month under the premise of ensuring priority for employment of local workers. An appropriate number of care workers can be imported to work in RCHs. We will relax the ratio of local and imported care workers and streamline application procedures. Secondly, we plan to conduct a manpower review of healthcare workers in the latter half of the year to review the skills and qualifications required of RCHs and RCHDs staff who provide health and rehabilitation services in order to build a qualification framework and career progression path for RCH staff. Thirdly, in the coming 5 years, we'll fully subsidize an additional 1,700 or so enrolled nurse general training places. Trainees are required to work in social welfare services units continuously for at least 3 years after graduation. Furthermore, the Health Bureau plans to amend the registration ordinance Cap 164 to create a new pathway for qualified non-locally trained nurses to practice in Hong Kong to increase nursing supply for the healthcare sector and social welfare service units, including RCHs. This will safeguard the quality of professional services of nurses, and I'm sure these proposals will help expand the supply of nursing to RCHs. The government is confident that these measures can provide sufficient manpower supply for the sector to employ competent staff to comply with new staffing requirements under the bill, to relieve the manpower crunch to satisfy the staffing needs of RCHs under planning or construction, and to attract and retain talents. We will continue to adopt pragmatic measures such as the enhancement board place scheme for RCHDs and residential care service voucher scheme for the elderly to allow private care homes meeting the new statutory requirements to receive a more stable revenue. These measures are more in line with the principle of prudent use of public money than directly subsidizing or subventing private RCHs in their running their commercial activities. The government will continue to liaise with RCHs that have yet to meet the new space requirements and provide them with professional and technical advice. During the deliberation of the bill, members had discussed in-depth provisions in the bill and given us valuable suggestions. Having carefully considered the views expressed by members, we will move the following amendments. First, on commencement dates of the minimum staffing requirements. Second, requirement on reporting certain events to the Director of Social Welfare. 3, assessment arrangement for the Director of Social Welfare to give written notice for the termination of the appeal by SLW. And 5, enhancing the requirement on medicine management. I will elaborate when I move these amendments. The legislative proposals of the bill have been studied very carefully by the cross-sectoral working group on the review of ordinances and code of practice for residential care homes. The government has also consulted the Welfare Services Panel and relevant advisory bodies. We've exchanged views with different stakeholders many times. There have also been 9 meetings held by the Bills Committee to examine the bill. With the concerted efforts of all parties, the bill finally resumes its second reading debate. Upon passage of the bill, SWD will continue to make preparation for implementing the new regulatory system, and these include to revise the code of practice for RCHs, to formulate guidelines for the new requirements, to explain to the sector the new requirements and commencement dates, and to provide professional advice to care homes having regard to the circumstances. The SWD will continue to take forward measures such as enhancing supervision and enforcement at RCHs, enhancing transparency, stepping up training of RCH staff, and promoting the professionalization of the sector to enhance the care for residents. The RCH EP Ordinance and RCH PWD Ordinance was enacted in 1995 and 2011, respectively to put in place a licensing scheme for regulation of care homes. When the respective legislation was first proposed, the then government was subject to various queries and pressure. Some private homes worried that they could not continue their operation under the new statutory regulation. However, with improvement to the regulatory regime by the government, the sector has grown, with the number of private homes ever increasing. The bill is the result of a review first of its kind after 20 years, covering various important aspects of the regime. I'm confident that homes intending to continue their operation will gradually upgrade its quality during the transitional period to meet public expectations. I urge members to support and pass the bill so that the proposals can be implemented as soon as possible to improve the overall quality of care homes and to provide higher quality care for our elders and disabled persons, and to promote further development of the sector. I thank the President here.
I now put a question to you that the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2020 be read the second time. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against? I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022. This council now becomes committee of the whole council to consider the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 118. The Secretary for Labour and Welfare will move amendments which seek to amend clauses 1, 14, 24, 26, 30, 33 to 35, 44, 50, 51, 64, 77, 81, 84 to 87, 101, 105, and 106. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I will first call upon the Secretary for Labour and Welfare to speak, but he is not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I will call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then vote on the amendments. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. Madam Chairman, I now move the administration CSAs to amend 1. Sections 1, 14, 24, 26, 30, 33, 34, 35, 44, 50, 51, 64, 77, 81, 84, 85, 86, 87, 101, 105, and 106 of the bill. The amendments have been set out in the paper issued to members by the Secretariat. They can be broadly grouped into 5 categories, which I will briefly outline. First, the commencement date for the minimum staffing requirement. To allow sufficient time for RCHEs and RCHDs to recruit staff to meet the new requirements, we propose to amend clauses 150, 51, 105, and 106 of the bill by suitably adjusting the amendments as follows. A. Healthcare staffing requirement. For high care level RCH, at least 1 nurse on duty for every 60 residents or 1 health worker on duty for every 30 residents for at least 13 hours daily. It will be effective from the 2nd anniversary of the material date, i.e. deferring for 2 years. 2. Nurse requirement. High care level RCH with more than 60 residents, at least 1 nurse and 1 health workers on duty at the same time for at least 8 hours daily. This will become effective from the 4th anniversary of the material date, i.e. deferring the commencement date for 2 years. Second, requirements for reporting certain incidents to the DSW. Having considered BC's views, we propose to amend clauses 14, 26, 35, 64, 77, and 60 and 86 to strike a balance between clarity on the reporting requirements and timely acquisition of relevant information by SWD. In general, the amended provisions will stipulate that if an operator or an RP of an RCHE or RCHD, a registered home manager or registered home manager provisional, and a registered health worker is convicted of an indictable offense in Hong Kong. Being an individual is sentenced to imprisonment in a place outside Hong Kong. Being a body corporate is convicted of an offense punishable with imprisonment in a place outside Hong Kong, or if a prosecution is started against the relevant person for an indictable offense in Hong Kong, or if a prosecution is started against the relevant person for an offense punishable with imprisonment in a place outside Hong Kong, then the RCH operator, the registered home manager, and the registered health worker must report to the DSW. 3. Arrangements for written notification by the DSW. The duty of the RP is to ensure adequate supervision of the operation, keeping management and control of the RCH for the protection of residents' safety and interest, and ensuring RCH's compliance. Clauses 26, 33, 34, 77, 84, and 85 of the bill provide that if DSW decides to cancel the registration of a registered home manager or a registered health worker, or on the determination by SLW of the appeal against the aforesaid decision of DSW, DSW shall give notice in writing of the decision or the determination to the registered manager provisional, or the registered health worker, and to the operator of the home employing the person at the time the decision or determination is made. Having considered the BC's views, we propose to amend the above provisions to provide that the director shall also give written notice to the RP of the home. Having considered the views of the BC, we propose to amend clauses 26, 34, 77, 85 of the bill to provide for A. Apart from confirming or reversing certain decisions of DSW, SLW may also vary such decisions. Furthermore, when reversing a decision of DSW, SLW may substitute for DSW's decision a decision that the SLW considers appropriate. B. If SW varies or substitute another decision for DSW's decision, the decision as varied must be one that the DSW had power to make. With the proposed amendments, the SLW will have greater flexibility in handling appeals against directors' decision. For example, in addition to reversing the DSW decision, the Secretary may impose any conditions on the registration. Fifth, enhancement of drug management requirements. Having considered BC's views, we propose to amend clauses 44 and 101 of the bill to provide that any medicine that is prescribed by a registered medical practitioner or registered CM practitioner or a listed CM practitioner may only be administered to the resident in accordance with the prescription to provide better clarity. The other CSAs are only technical or drafting in nature and do not modify the original intent of the provision. The BC has no objection to the above amendments, and I urge members to support and pass them. Thank you very much. Mr. Tony J. Madam Chairman, the Bills Committee was chaired by me, and like the Secretary said, we've held 9 meetings. One of the meetings, we had a 4-hour discussion, and we don't have the highest number of meetings, but we have these Bills Committee scrutiny span over a whole year's time. Now, we had the intervening summer vacation, and the COVID is also another factor. Many of the homes experienced an outbreak during COVID, and the department has a heck of a time dealing with the situation, and that also affected the timing of the bill. A positive development is that the administration has been receptive to the views of the trade. In particular, in terms of the staffing ratio, it is difficult to fulfill given the manpower crunch. We have a manpower shortage in Hong Kong, and the work is really onerous in these homes, and it is a kind of obnoxious job and there is a lack of promotion prospect. Many young people, or even middle-aged people, are deterred from joining, and the aging demographics in these homes are also worsening. Like the Secretary said, the government has rolled out a whole raft of measures. They are training up more nurses, health workers, and care workers locally. They have also accelerated the importation of talents in the hope that in the medium and short and medium term, they were able to ramp up the supply. And there would also be consideration of putting in place a career progression ladder to retain and lure more new blood. And the government's work is really commendable, but whether we are importing people or training up people, it would take an awful long time. For the health workers and the nurses, the on-duty requirements, they will be put back till 2026 and 2028 for implementation, so that we can identify more manpower in this regard. As the Secretary said, a lot of measures are being worked on at the present moment. I know that with the deferred timetable, many of the in the trade feel that this is nowhere near enough. Some said that we should do away with the commencement date until such time as the conditions are right for them to be brought in. I don't subscribe to this idea myself because in absence of any timetable, in absence of any target, it would be hard for the trade to be proactively implementing the measures. For the other measures, like the issues to be reported to the administration, and also the notification in writing stating all the reasons, all these amendments seem to be technical in nature. But I think it goes to show that there is a phenomenon that when formulating the guidelines and policies, the government would only be looking at the issues from their own perspective. They would like to offer themselves maximum flexibility, but it would be difficult for the trade to get accustomed to the situation. In the architecture, planning, and landscaping sector that I serve, we also experience similar situation. And this is a classic example of this. And your amendment, Mr. Secretary, represents a receptiveness on the part of the administration to adopt ideas. I hope that we will be pulling in the same direction with a view to upgrading the quality of the care homes and providing better quality of service for the residents there. With these words, I support all the CSAs. Dr. Tixi Yun. Madam Chair, some of the amendments is to improve the staffing manpower, and I think we have to contend with the reality here in Hong Kong. And I do hope that the administration will state categorically that with the deferral of the implementation, we're trying to buy time in order to achieve the right condition for the improvement to be made. Without the right condition to be created, it would be hard for us to effect an improvement. We're merely stalling and shifting the matter to the future. And I hope that we should be able to create the right conditions for us to improve the manpower situation in the homes. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'd like to invite the Secretary to speak again. Madam Chair, I'm grateful to Mr. Tony Jay, Chair of the Bills Committee, for sharing his views, and I'm glad that the CSAs get members' support. The scrutiny has been going on for about a year, and I'm really grateful to the BC members who are making a lot of contribution and offered valuable comments to improve the lot of the residents. Dr. Tick talked about the staffing ratio. The implementation will be put back by 2 years. It's only when or after listening to the public views that we decided on this, and this represents a balance being struck, and I'm sure that there will be enough manpower to meet the minimum requirements under the amendments. And I urge members to support and pass the amendments. We now first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill.
係講
I now put a question to you, and that is that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Would those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I declare the question agreed by majority of the present of the members present. Secretary for Labour and Welfare, please move your amendments. President, I move the amendments as seen in the appendix. I now put a question to you that the clauses as proposed by the Secretary be passed. Would those in favor please raise your hands? I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. Clauses 114, 24, 26, 30, 33 to 35, 44, 50, 51, 64, 77, 81, 84 to 87, 101, 105, and 106 as amended. I now put a question to you that the clauses as amended just read out by the clerk sent part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022. We will now resume as Council. Secretary for Labour and Welfare, President, I'd like to report to this Council that the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022 have been read the third time and due pass. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022 be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Will those against please raise their hands? I think the question is agreed by majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022. Secretary for Labour and Welfare. President, I move that the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? Tony Chair. Thank you, President. Concerning the amendments moved by the Administration concerning Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022. Well, initially when we started to scrutinize the bill, whether or not it's the RCHEs and also the stakeholders, there were a lot of doubts with regard to the proposal to raise the floor per person or per resident floor area and also the staffing requirements. Many homes are concerned that they might not be able to meet the requirements and they might be forced to close. And as a result, the supply of places might reduce. And after a year's scrutiny of the bill, the administration members and also the sector had a very honest and frank exchanges of views. I believe that with the amendments and also the overall bill should be supported. And once we are able to pass the third reading of the bill, then the scrutiny will be completed. But as the Secretary has pointed out, that would represent another new stage, and both the administration and the sector would have a lot of work to do, including assisting those more popular small to medium-sized RCHEs to upgrade themselves and transform. And they would also have to help resolve the problem of manpower shortage, and also they would have to meet the facility requirement in order to ensure that we'd be able to provide better life for the elders as President Xi proposed. So I support the third reading with those remarks. Secretary, would you like to speak again? Well, once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Tony Chair for his support. I'm also of the view that during the past year, in the process of scrutinizing the bill, that would also show that under the new era of good governance, I think we've been working together to help promote these benefits. And I'm sure with the sector and the government working together, we'll be able to do a good job. On the one hand, the sector will be able to develop very healthily, and on the other, we would be able to provide quality services to the elderly residents. I now put a question to you that the Residential Care Homes Registration Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Residential Care Homes Legislation Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022.
於審議期
Members' motion on the period of scrutiny of subsidiary legislation or instrument, two proposed resolutions under the Interpretation and General Clauses Ordinance and Environmental Impact Assessment Ordinance to extend the period for amending an item of subsidiary legislation and for repealing an instrument. First motion, to extend the period for amending the Environmental Impact Assessment Ordinance Amendment of Schedules 2 and 3, Order 2023, which was laid on the table of this Council on May 10th, 2023. And I call upon Mr. Chen Siu-hung to move the motion. President, I move the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. I pose the question to you that Mr. Chen Siu-hung's motion be passed. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against? I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. Second motion, to extend the period for repealing the technical memorandum on environmental impact assessment process, which was laid on the table of this Council on May 10th, 2023. And I call upon Mr. Chen Siu-hung to move the motion. President, move that the motion is printed on the agenda be passed. I propose the question to you that Mr. Chen's motion be passed. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against? I think the question is agreed by majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. Members' motion with no legislative effect. Honourable Adrian Ho will move a motion on maximizing the effectiveness of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and promoting the synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. Mr. Michael Luk will move an amendment to the motion. This Council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Mr. Ho to speak and move the motion. Then I call upon Mr. Luk, but he may not move an amendment at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the button. I now call upon Mr. Ho to speak and move the motion. Thank you, President. I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. That is maximizing the effectiveness of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and promoting synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. Because of my work, I shuttle between Hong Kong, Macau, and Guangdong. I use the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge a lot. And this is opening up the connectivity, but the usage rate is really particularly low. According to the original estimate, it should be 9,200 for the daily usage, but from the official figure in 2018, for the first year, the total usage was 1.3 trips or 4,200 per day. This is lower than expected, and this is going to waste. The lower utilization is due to the following reasons. First, we haven't seen the specific policies that are formulated to give full play to the potential of the bridge. Second, there are not many people who can use the bridge. Now we have the regular quota, and this would fulfill the criteria of having a pay job in Macau and running business, and this is really undermining the potential usage. Third, the facilities in the vicinity of the bridge should be improved. then undermine the incentive for people to use the bridge. Because of May 1st holidays, on the 28th of April, we've exceeded 9,200 daily usage, and we have some glimmer of hope for the bridge. But we have to bear in mind that it is only when we stimulate the development of the vicinity of the bridge that we can galvanize the demand for the Hong Kong and Zhuhai Macau Bridge. I've got some recommendations to make that I'm sure that will make more contribution to the three places. First, the Hong Kong SAR government, Zhuhai and Macau should work in collaboration to consider synergistic development of the bridge. There are some logistics trade that told me that in 2024, the Hock Chow Logistic Park in Guangzhou will depend very much on the full utilization of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai Macau Bridge. There should be quick and accelerated clearance system so the three governments can formulate policy to encourage the e-commerce to make use of this logistics park to handle the orders in the GPA, and the western part of the Guangdong province can also use this bridge more effectively. There can be a waiver of the fees and charges to incentivize them to use the bridge, and this would stimulate the development of logistics in the GPA and go international. Other than logistics, I urge taxi service be opened up. When people go to Zhuhai and Macau, they can use the cross-boundary buses or the Go Bus as part of the port shuttle bus. The designation of taxi services would be providing more personalized service for individuals and also for families. I think we can try out the Hong Kong-Macau taxi service first before we're extending this out to other areas. In Singapore and Malaysia, they also have the taxis for designated points. They also have non-designated points taxis. I think this is something that we can reference. If this taxi service can become a reality, then many children, senior citizens, and those with mobility can be provided a brand new experience for them to use the bridge. And also we should have the no quota scheme for Hong Kong viewers traveling north. The TD said they have 9,500 applications, but the daily quota is increased to something like 300. We haven't seen any increase, any timetable for any increase for the quota. And there is also the web congestion problem, and we are concerned about the ability of the web capacity to handle the application. The government should ramp up the e-service in order to address the needs of the motorists who would like to apply for under the scheme. Also, Macau and Hong Kong should have the mutual trips by vehicles between Hong Kong and Macau and to unleash the potential. There is very limited quota, and also the park and ride scheme only allows Hong Kong vehicles to stop at outside Macau. If we can, after balancing all the factors, increase the one-off quota, and since this is one-off in nature, this is bi-directional, this will not increase the traffic demand, and this will also galvanize the movement and tourism between the two places. Fourth, the government should build more car parks for inbound vehicles, and by park and ride mode, the motorists can really travel to Hong Kong this way. And we should also have the rail extension to lure the traffic to come to Hong Kong, and they can travel via the bridge and hop on the flight to fly out of Hong Kong. This will only be good for Hong Kong. This will also buttress Hong Kong's position as an aviation center. The government should also have more vehicle, the road safety education. We are driving on the wrong side of the road. I think we should have this arrangement. The government should also have the unilateral recognition for motor insurance, so that people don't have to take out the motor insurance twice. The passenger clearance should be improved and eased in order to unleash the full potential of the bridge. Chief Executive Mr. John Lee visited Macau, and he met the CEO of Macau, and he said that we should foster the exchanges between Hong Kong and Macau, since there is firm consensus to take full advantage of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau bridge. I hope the administration should really take advantage of this synergistic development in the GBA, and we can get integrated into national development more effectively. I pause here and look forward to more views from members.
I now propose the question to you that the Honourable Adrian Pedro Ho's motion be passed. The Honourable Luk Chong Hong. President, I speak in support of the motion sponsored by Mr. Adrian Ho on promoting the synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. The Hong Kong-Macau Bridge is a major infrastructure of the mainland. It is the longest cross-harbour passage with a length of 5 kilometers. It is also an important infrastructure to promote the integration of the GBA. With the resumption of normal travel, we could see an increase in traffic on the bridge, and then very soon the Hong Kong vehicles going northbound will be introduced very soon, and many vehicle owners scramble to get registered on websites. Hopefully they can join the scheme so that they can realize this 1 hour living circle of GBA by traveling to Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau. The quota-free scheme for Hong Kong private car traveling to Guangdong is a major policy to fully utilize the Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge. In the past, you either had to have a China-Hong Kong license, or you had to one-off license. You have to park your car at the port, but this is cost-effective. I mean, this is costly. So my amendment seeks to do the following. First, to maximize the effectiveness of the bridge, of course, we must increase traffic flow. Under the quota-free scheme, we don't know what is the daily quota. Some car owners are worried that even if they're successful in getting a license, if the quota is limited on holidays, they won't be able to use it. And then it's a dual 3-lane design, and they're not worried about the capacity. They worry about the capacity of immigration and clearance facilities to increase the flow of the bridge. Now, on Labor Day, Golden Week, you can see the long queues of vehicles at the Hong Kong port and also mainland ports. People had to wait for at least 1 or 2 hours. So I hope the relevant authorities, of course, we should improve our own facilities, and I hope the government can also discuss with mainland authorities to enhance the capacity and introduce new technology to cope with the peak traffic during holidays. I understand that there must be special arrangements, because if traffic is too busy, then there can be congestion. We can have a daily quota, and on holidays and during peak times, we can have different slots during the day for streamlining the vehicles. When we have boosted the capacity of our ports, and when we have streamlined the procedures, then we should do away with the quota arrangement altogether. And the second point is about vehicle examination arrangements. Now, for Hong Kong vehicles, they have to be subject to 2 times of vehicle inspection, one in Hong Kong, one on the mainland. I hope the two can be merged. If the owner is planning to apply under the scheme to travel to Guangdong, then perhaps they can have their vehicle inspected either in Hong Kong or on the mainland once. I think we should adopt the same examination standards to facilitate our drivers. I'm concerned about the differences in traffic legislation on both sides of the border. Now, we should prevent the occurrence of traffic. Their side, they have anti-clockwise traffic flow at roundabouts, and then their drive is different from ours, and then at the yellow or the red signal, some of the vehicles can turn right. So their traffic rules and regulations are very different from ours. We must step up publicity. Videos can be produced and pamphlets distributed, and even workshops should be provided to reduce the chance of traffic accidents so that we can fully maximize this good policy, and then we can maximize the effectiveness of the Hong Kong-Macau Bridge. Mr. Stephen Ho.
Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, since February this year, with the full reopening of the boundary between Hong Kong and the mainland, the cross-boundary traffic has already resumed to normalcy. And there has also been significant increase in terms of the traffic flow on the bridge. Well, the average traffic flow was about 5,300 trips in May, and that's 130% of the pre-pandemic level. The high was at 8,500 trips, so that's a record high for the bridge. And the administration has been making good use and also taking good care of the bridge, as we have adopted that as our principle in promoting the new facilitation measures in order to increase the use of the bridge, and that would further promote the people and traffic flow on the bridge, and that would also facilitate the connectivity between the places across the bridge, promoting regional economic integration. And in March this year, I also went to the GBA with many of the stakeholders so that we visited the Zhuhai Airport International Intelligent Logistics Park, the Guangdong Hong Kong Macau Logistics Parks. We inspected the latest developments and planning so that we'd be able to seize the opportunities for development, and there would also be better connectivity between the 3 places so that there would be more convenient and highly efficient modern cargo logistics services to support the high-quality economic development in the GBA. In order to facilitate self-driving by visitors, the Hong Kong Airport Authority has been running 2 car parks with automated parking, offering 6,000 parking spaces in stages for those coming from Guangdong and Macau to use the car park. They are non-commercial private cars, and for those taking international flights, they can also park and fly at the artificial island. They don't have to enter Hong Kong, and all they need to do is to arrive at the Hong Kong International Airport through the Sky Pier Terminal via the Hong Kong-Macau Zhuhai Bridge, and then they can go straight to the gate to board their plane. As for other visitors to Hong Kong, they can also make use of the park and visit car park at the artificial island in order to come and visit Hong Kong, and they can just make use of the passenger clearance building to enter Hong Kong. That's also another connectivity measure that would greatly promote the traffic flow on the bridge. For those public transport services, at present, they have 27 franchise bus routes and also 1 GMB to choose from, and then they can also come to the Hong Kong BCP through the bridge and then go to different districts, and they can also make use of the shuttle bus that is the Gold Bus, to go to Zhuhai and Macau. Since February this year, with the full reopening of the boundaries, the Transport Department has been working with the relevant franchise bus operators and GMB operators to closely monitor the demand by the passengers in order to increase the services correspondingly. With regard to the northbound travel for Hong Kong vehicles, we are very grateful to the Central and Guangdong authorities for their support. Since the first implementation of the scheme and acceptance of application early this month, we have already offered quota for people to make short-term business and travel and visit arrangements, and some 450,000 eligible Hong Kong private cars would be benefiting from that scheme. In order to ensure the scheme a success during the initial period, we have set a quota limit for the application of such applications, and we would be using computer balloting to assign the quotas. And starting from the second week, that is the 8th of June, we'll be accepting 300 applications, and the first week would only accept 200 applications per day. We are monitoring closely the application situation for the scheme and would be liaising closely with the relevant authorities to adjust the quota accordingly. For vehicle examination under the Hong Kong laws, for those vehicles with 6 years old, they would also have to go to designated examination centers for vehicle examination, and they would also have to get a certificate of roadworthiness before they can renew their vehicle license. For those under the scheme, if they would like to go to the mainland, they would also have to go to a designated location, that is the China Inspection Company in Yuen Long, for examination in order to get the unique identifier check or the RFID electronic vehicle license to be installed on their vehicle. And after discussing with our mainland counterparts, the applicants do not have to go to the mainland for a separate vehicle examination, and the China inspection has also set aside special quota in order to meet the demand. In terms of publicity and dissemination of information, the Transport Department has already set up a dedicated website, including the details for application guidelines, and also online balloting and application, and also FAQs for members of the public to check. On the 19th of May this year, we have also given the details to the panel on transport, and we have also taken on board members' views. We will continue to promote this and disseminate relevant information. We agree that for Hong Kong people using self-drive tours to travel to the mainland, safety is always the top priority, and therefore, in order to boost the confidence in driving on the mainland, we have already set up a dedicated website, and in the FAQ, we have also set out detailed points to note to remind them of the points to note, and also the driver's menu. For example, they would also have to comply with the local laws and regulations, and they would also have to make good preparation before they start. They would also have to have the relevant mainland maps. They would also have to decide on the routing. They would also have to use GPS for navigation in order to assist them along the way. The Transport Department has also told them that they would also have to find out more from the administrative measures, for example, the application procedures, and also the time that would be needed for application, and also the length of stay, and also the insurance requirements, and vehicle examination requirements, and procedural requirements, and so on. For example, if they breach the relevant legislation, then other than the fact that in accordance with mainland laws, they would have to be dealt with accordingly, they could also be banned from making future applications. And therefore, our approach is that we will step up our publicity and education efforts. Other than ensuring there would be more cross-boundary traffic, we would also have to maintain close liaison between the governments in order to implement different facilitation measures. For example, for private cars, they would be subject to the regular quota system between Hong Kong and the Macau government. For example, for those with a quota during the validity period, they can make multiple trips on the bridge to different parts of Macau. And since the introduction of the scheme in 2018, the Transport Department has already rolled out some 1,800 regular quotas with a validity period of no more than 3 years under the arrangement with the Macau government. And the validity period will be no more than 3 years. And as some of these quotas will expire by April this year, the Transport Department has already announced in January that we'll be reopening the application process and 500 quotas would be offered. And we have also announced that the quota would be increased by some 1,000, and that would start from the second quarter this year, and they will be dispatched in 2 stages. The 2 governments will be monitoring the situation closely and will be discussing and reviewing these arrangements in a timely manner. Moreover, the 2 governments have also set up the HZMB Macau Port Park and Ride scheme, so that for eligible Hong Kong non-commercial car owners, they don't need to be subject to the quota, and they just need to get a Macau license, and then they can book a parking space, and then they can use the East Car Park of the HZMB Frontier Post at Macau Port. And after they have completed the clearance procedures, they can just park for short term in that car park. And some 400 applications would be accepted initially, and after mutual agreement, the quota can also be adjusted accordingly. In order to tie in with the increase in the utilization of the bridge, we have been monitoring the situation very closely. For example, the Two Moon Chat Lap Kok Tunnel, upon its commissioning, has already effectively diversified some of the traffic between the New Territory, Northwest, and Lantau. And the new road would also help ease the traffic burden on North Lantau Highway and Lantau Link. Therefore, we believe that with the new facilitation measures for the bridge, the situation would still be manageable. As I said earlier, the government will continue to invite all the operators to provide public transport services in order to meet passengers' needs. With these remarks, I'd be more than happy to listen to your views. Thank you.
Mr. Stephen Ho. Thank you, President. Of course, I support the motion by Mr. Adrian Ho to maximize the effectiveness of the Hong Kong-Macau Bridge and promoting the synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. I share the views of 2 members who have spoken just now. First, I cannot agree more with Mr. Adrian Ho, and that is we must provide more park and ride facilities. He also mentioned taxis that can travel in both places. Well, in 2019, the bridge was commissioned, and it was about 1,500 or 1,800 in order to hire a car to travel to the mainland. And now the price has gone up to 20,000. So general members of the public may not be enjoy the convenience offered by the bridge. It's not everyone can afford $20,000 per trip. So I hope the administration can do more in this regard. Mr. Michael Look also mentioned the congestion at our port. We have problems with immigration clearance. This is not about the traffic flow of the bridge. In fact, the traffic flow is limited, but as soon as we reach the mainland, it gets congested. According to statistics, on the 1st of January, for Macau vehicles traveling to the north, as at today, is over 310,000. Last month, it was 100,000 trips per month. So it's already congested at the port. So can we really achieve this 1 hour living circle? I would be stuck there for 1 hour already. I frequently go to Zhuhai because we have a mobile office there. I have seen Macau vehicles returning from the north back to Macau, and they are always jammed there. Can we improve the capacity? Now, for the mainland port, of course, is under the jurisdiction of the mainland authorities. It is our government's responsibility to make suggestions to the other side. We cannot comment on increasing resources, but we can make suggestions. Sometimes it's not about whether there is sufficient capacity, but if cars are stuck at the ports, then there is nothing we can do. So why do we want to travel to Macau or Zhuhai? Now, either we are for business, for sightseeing, or the logistic industry to carry food and commodities to Hong Kong. Now, for the artificial island in 2019, at first there was an oversight. At first, live produce could not use the Hong Kong-Macau Bridge to come to Hong Kong. After communication, there was the green light, but that would only apply to temporary live produce. And then the port was open for a limited period during the day so that live fish can come to Hong Kong through the bridge. Now, don't think that this is a minor thing. The bridge has an important role to play for sufficient supply of food to Hong Kong. Now, if we don't use the bridge, it would take another 4 hours for vehicles to go through the Man Kam Tow control point. So whether we're talking about the fish and fruit and other fresh produce operators, they don't want to bring their produce into Hong Kong because of the operating cost. So we should not just look at passenger flow. Commodity flow is also another thing. Now, we should allow them to come in first, and if there is a problem, they can be towed back to the mainland. Lastly, I'm talking about the economic value of the bridge. It is not about $150 toll. I urge the administration to lower the toll. Of course, I'm not asking for a toll-free bridge, but if you do not lower the toll, you cannot provide incentive for people to come to Hong Kong. Why don't people from Macau travel to Hong Kong? They may as well travel to Zhuhai because the bridge there is toll-free. So the flow of passengers is subject to the obstacle posed by this $150 in toll. If we can lower the toll, I'm sure more people will come to Hong Kong and the economic gain can well exceed this waiver in toll. Now, we have 300,000 Hong Kong vehicles going to the north. We have to be careful when it comes to this quota. Thank you.
Mr. Lau Meng Kwong. Thank you, President. We have to make good use of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. How important is it? Before I answer this question, I'd like to recap what President Xi in the 20th National Party Congress, that in order to have further development, we need to aim at high-quality development, a coordinated development, and to make good use of spatial development. That's why we need to make good use of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. It plays a very vital role. Not only does it facilitate traveling from Hong Kong to Macau to Zhuhai to see your family and friends, it also facilitates a transportation of goods and people, and this will enhance the competitiveness of Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau. It also promotes coordinated development in the GBA. So as to whether we can make good use of the bridge to promote the development of GBA, it's a test for us to see whether we are able to meet the spirit set down in the 20th Party Congress report. I support the original motion and the amendment. I also have two suggestions for the government. First, I suggest that for westbound vehicles there should be subsidies according to information from the Guangdong province in 2021, going to Guangzhou, Foshan, Jiangmen, Zhaoqing. We're talking about productivity of about $5.4 billion, which is about 54% of that region. It has huge potential in Nansha, Qianhai, Hengqin. Two of them are to the west of Zhuhai. If we can make good use of the bridge, That means we can connect better with these cities on the west side of the Pearl River Delta. The bridge charges is based on the territorial principles and is set by the authority. However, we need to encourage vehicles to use the bridge. I suggest that our government talk to the authority of the bridge. For westbound eligible vehicles, subsidy is to be offered. And the further the journey, the higher the subsidy. This will encourage Hong Kong people to go to Guangzhou West, so that they will know more about our country and will be more active in the integration of national development. We can also make good use of the artificial island and turn the bridge into a world-class tourist attraction. The bridge is an infrastructure. That itself is very attractive. The bridge is 55 kilometers long. It has the longest submerged tunnel and the longest span across the bay. A lot of people told me that they would like to get a better look at the artificial island of the bridge. There is a prior example. Say there is another one, is the Hangzhou Bay Cross Bay Bridge. It is the combination of tourism, convention, shopping, leisure, and transportation in Kuwait. There is a Kuwait Bay Bridge that echoes the Belt and Road initiatives. Is also being turned into a tourist and leisure center. These are examples that we can draw reference from. I suggest that our government to talk to the government of two other places and turn the bridge into a tourist attraction. In the two artificial islands, there can be tourist facilities and provide tax or duty-free shopping to attract tourists. And this is a good way to promote the bridge, and it's also a good way to tell good stories of our country and the story of the GBA.
Mr. Robert Lee, thank you, President. I speak in support of the motion moved by Mr. Adrian Ho and also the amendments moved by Mr. Michael Look. Over the past weekend, together with my G19 colleagues, as well as government officials, we have paid a visit to the HKMA and other government departments. Now we have got a better understanding of the 1+4 development strategies. Now Macau adopts recreational tourism as a core business. It will also develop its MICE tourism as well as frontier technology industries. Now today's topic is on maximizing the use of Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge to promote synergized developments. Now this is how we can tap into the economic opportunities in Macau and also in future mega events. Now with better management of the bridge, we can promote development on both sides. Now since we have resumed normalcy and cross-boundary travel, in- and outbound travelers number has doubled. According to the figures, over the Golden Week, the land crossing of Zhuhai has received lots of vehicular trips and passenger trips. They were 60,000 and 8,000 respectively. Now it is estimated that the passenger and vehicular demand for the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge will increase significantly. There are greater demand for family visits, logistics, as well as commercial travel. However, because of the arrangements, there are still a lot of restrictions. The government must not lose time in providing more facilitation measures to facilitate customs clearance and the usage of the bridge. More private and commercial vehicles should be encouraged to use the bridge, and also that we should do a better job at managing the risk. Now, as the Zhuhai side, the car park provides 3,000 parking spaces. On the Hong Kong side, however, there are only 673 parking spaces for private cars. It would discourage drivers from driving to Hong Kong. Now, if we can offer a car park with some 1,000 parking spaces and offer park and ride services for drivers, it will not add to the burden on our side, and also it will bring more business opportunities to boundary businesses. Now, the Macau government has waived parking fees for their car parks. That is the East car park of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge Frontier Post as the Macau port. Now, we can learn from the Macau government. I also suggest the government considering improving the public transport connection between the customs clearance building and the urban areas. We can even consider providing railway services or extension of railway services connecting the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and the airport. I believe that this will be beneficial for our developments into an international aviation hub. And we can also extend our catchment area to the west of Zhuhai and even further. Now, with people coming, there will be capital and also data and technology coming to Hong Kong. It will be beneficial for our development. Now, I hope the government would be more proactive in coordinating the efforts with the Guangdong and Zhuhai as well as Macau governments and also other cities, so that the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge can play an even bigger role as a critical juncture of the developments of the nation and to bring synergized economic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. Thank you, President. I so submit. I support the motion. Mr. Kenneth Lau. President, now the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge was a project led by the nation. It is one of the 7 wonders in the modern world. And it is also the peak of modern architecture, and it shows the striving spirit of Chinese people. Now, President Xi said this bridge is a bridge of confidence, of unity, and also a critical vessel for the country's rejuvenation. So we have to work together with the Macau government to give full play to this miracle so as to not to let down our country. Now, with full resumption of cross-boundary travel with the mainland and Macau, we should ride on the momentum and offer more facilitation measures to encourage the capacity and also the usage of the bridge. We have to maximize the economic and logistics benefits of the bridge. Now, we thank the central government for coordinating the quota-free scheme for Hong Kong private car traveling to Guangdong via the bridge, and we have received 16,000 applications from drivers. However, in the initial period, only 300 quota places is offered daily. It falls far short of the demand of some 450,000 private cars registered in Hong Kong. I urge the governments to work with the mainland authority to increase the daily quota further, facilitating more Hong Kong drivers to go northward. Now, besides northbound travel, there should also be facilitation measures to encourage mainland citizens to drive southward to Hong Kong. Now, we cannot allow just any private car in the mainland to come to Hong Kong. However, on the Macau side, there is a 3,000 parking space large car park, encouraging drivers to park and ride. We should learn from them. We can consider building a car park at the border control point near the bridge to allow mainland and Macau drivers to park and ride and switch to other public transport means to come to our urban area. Now, this will not add to our burden and also encourage more drivers to come to Hong Kong via a self-driving mode. It will be a growth impetus for Hong Kong's economy. And also the government should do a better job in terms of planning for the transport support for the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, offering facilitation and convenience to travelers. Now, after the completion of the bridge, the journey between Hong Kong to Zhuhai has been shortened to 45 minutes. From the Kwai Chung Terminal Port to Zhuhai, it will only take 75 minutes. This is an immense opportunity for the logistics trade. Now, the phase 2 of the logistics park in Zhuhai will be completed soon. There is room for further enhancing our collaboration. Goods from Guangzhou West can come to our international airports and container ports via the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge to overseas destinations. And also Hong Kong goods can enter mainland via the bridge. Now, I hope that the government can remove barriers and build a new trade corridor via the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and achieve synergized development. Recently, countries in the world have been developing bridge economy. They have been using bridge to drive economic development in cities nearby. Say, for example, Schiphol in Holland. Now, we have vast potential and strategic values in Lantau and other areas near the bridge. So the government should adopt a forward thinking in terms of planning. I submit the original motion and the amendments. Thank you. Mr. Chen Xiuhong. President, I speak in support of the motion that is maximizing the effectiveness of the bridge and promoting the synergistic development of Guangdong, Macau, and Hong Kong, moved by Mr. Adrian Ho, and also the amendments moved by Mr. Michael Look. Now, the bridge is a major cross-boundary infrastructure encouraging collaboration and integration of Hong Kong and other GBA cities. Now, this is a 1-hour driving circle. We can expand into the catchment areas in Guangzhou. Now, with the quota-free scheme, eligible private cars can go to other GBA cities as well as coming to Hong Kong with a daily quota. Now, this is a milestone. It will begin on the 1st of July. Now, last time as the meeting of the panel on transport, I told the government that the inspection companies is already overburdened. So we have to enhance the vehicle inspection capacity for the quota-free scheme so that more cars can go to the mainland by the bridge. Now, we should greatly enhance the inspection capacity in Hong Kong. This will provide opportunity for us to extend the quota-free scheme to other land crossing. Now, at the initial period of the quota-free scheme, we cannot ignore the difficulties. Now, the driving habits, traffic legislation, or even the inclination of drives are different. And also, there are very different transport habits or driving habits between the two places. The government must do more promotion and educational work so that Hong Kong drivers understand the reality of driving in the mainland. Otherwise, when they come across accidents in the mainland, it will be very hard for them to get help. The government should also work closely with the mainland and Macau authorities to review the arrangements to promote better opportunity for integration. Now, of course, It will offer convenience to passenger and vehicular flow, and also it will bring advantages to logistics trade. Now, the bridge connects Hong Kong, Guangzhou, Zhuhai, and Macau. It greatly reduces the journey time between GBA cities. It will become the main artery of transports in the area. Now, combined with our comprehensive air and sea transport network, and also our high-efficient customs clearance facilities, and our intermodal airport, it will be ever more convenience to use our airports to ship goods to overseas destinations. This will inject great development impetus to the logistics trade in GBA. Now, I advise the government to make good use of the bridge to establish a smart logistics platform in the GBA to facilitate the sharing of capital, people flow, and goods and technology in the area. This will help us build a modern logistics blueprint and give full play to our position as a GBA logistic hub, as well as an aviation hub. President, the cross-boundary logistics trade is switching to electric vehicles. Now, in the future, there will be more and more hydrogen-fueled vehicles or electric vehicles moving on the bridge. We have to provide the supporting facilities to these vehicles. Now, the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, the Kao-Yi-Jia Artificial Island, and the future BCP car park must take into consideration the number of charging and hydrogen refueling facilities, so that in the future, so that we can cope with the trend of switching to clean energy vehicles. We have to break free from our shackles so as to catch up with the pace of other GBA cities. President, this is just a small step by utilizing the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, but it is a great step for integrating Hong Kong into the GBA development. Now, during the pandemic, the usage rates of the bridge was disappointing. Now we have returned to normalcy. We are developing an intermodal comprehensive collaboration model with other GBA cities. With the bridge, we can create a win-win situation for everyone. I so submit. Thank you.
Dr. So Chang-Wing. President, from the latest information provided by the Transport Department, the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge saw only 4,052 cars per day on the bridge in March. Before COVID, we had more than 4,600 of them. So this year, in March, it fell way below the pre-COVID level. Now, the latest estimate is that the estimate was to have 9,200 to 14,000 cars traveling on the bridge per day. So what we have now is way below what we thought there would be. So this means what we have now falls way below expectations in terms of passengers and goods. I agree with Mr. Adrian Ho's motion and Mr. Michael Look's amendment. I think this bridge links up Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai. What's more important is that we need effective policy support. That way, we can unleash the potential of this piece of infrastructure in boosting the growth of cross-boundary economic development, especially when it comes to for the industries and economies of Hong Kong and other parts of the GBA. The bridge can bring convenience and benefit. We need to let people share in the results of economic growth, of cross-boundary economic development. We cannot let the potential of the bridge go to waste. Otherwise, the bridge may end up looking like a white elephant that looks nice but does little in practical terms. So the government needs a comprehensive approach to the bridge. So here's what I suggest. First, the central government supports the Guangdong government in implementing this quota-free scheme. This is a great opportunity. The quota-free scheme should not add to the pressure on the already busy land crossings. So the scheme should make good use of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. There's a need to enhance the arrangement for the cars crossing the bridge. So we need to streamline the car check inspections and customs clearance. We need more daily quotas for cars that can travel across the bridge so that eventually we can scrap the quotas. At the ports of the bridge, we need car parks for the cars traveling across the bridge. We also need better transport links from the ports of the bridge to the urban areas of Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai. That way, we can provide greater ease for the users of the bridge. That way, you can have people use the bridge more often. That will also help Hong Kong people learn more about the mainland, and this will help us integrate into the entire Greater Bay Area. Second, the government needs to take a broader view of things. This bridge needs to be part of a broader plan as a link in cross-boundary interactions. So when it comes to logistics, shipping, etc., you can have more interactions. Last November, Zhuhai entered into an agreement with our airport authority. It was a memorandum of understanding on logistics. We need to implement that understanding. We need to better integrate the advantages of our own airport and that of the Zhuhai airport. We need to complement one another to maximize the cost effectiveness. We need to strengthen the edge of our airport and also achieve the synergistic effect of this bridgehead economy. We need to make good use of Zhuhai, Zhongshan, Foshan, Zhaoqing. We need to make good use of their full industry chain, the land and low-wage labor. This means our government should explore with these governments in transforming R&D outcomes, set up logistics operation bases, let young people start businesses there, and also speed up the promotion of elderly care, make full use of the bridge, promote the economy, improve people's quality of life. I so submit. Thank you, President. Mr. Chen Kim-po. Thank you, President. The Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge was completed in 2018. Now, it's the longest bridge with the sunken design, and this has been hailed as one of the 7 wonders of the world. Now, we have seen black-led violence and COVID over the years, so the bridge has yet to show its full potential, and it has yet to reach its full traffic volume. Now, we have put the past behind us, and now we are in a position to see the resumption of connectivity between different places. Starting from July 1st, we will see the quota-free scheme. And I thank Mr. Adrian Ho for his motion so that we can have a discussion on promoting the development of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. I want to focus on the quota-free scheme. Now, this scheme was under study for 3 years. Finally, it's put into practice. Private cars can travel across the bridge and they can stay in the mainland for 30 days. At first, it will be 200 to 300 quotas per day. There are people arguing that this can facilitate short-term visits for business, family visits, and sightseeing in part of Greater Bay Area. This can facilitate interconnections, and this is a key part of the mutual access interconnection, and this can facilitate the flow of people and business in the GBA. This can shorten travel time, remove geographical barrier, and can help foster the interaction across the different industries. Young people want to get behind the wheels themselves. They can get on a car and find out about the country and especially the GBA. So this is a great opportunity for people to learn about the country. Now, first, 17,000 applications were received, but there were only a few thousands that were selected. At first, it was overwhelming, but then there was a shortage of quotas. At first, the government should proceed with caution in the early days, but then in the long run, there's a need to have more quotas. Otherwise, you fail to achieve the goal of encouraging interconnections. The quota-free scheme starts with Hong Kong, but then Macau is ahead of us. Macau had increased the quota to 2,000 per day. Per population basis, we will need at least 10,000 quotas per day. For cars taking part in the scheme, they need to go through inspection. At the inspection center, they have a limited quota too. Even if you have more slots to 700 cars per day, that's far from enough. There's a long queue, so the government should talk to the mainland about enhancements to the measure. For the quota-free scheme, It's a step to remove the barriers for the GBA. It's a pilot scheme. Once we have more slots, there should be opening at the other land crossings such as Hengyunwai, Liantang, and remove the other hurdles between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. There's busy traffic in Shenzhen, so the Hong Kong government needs to talk to the Shenzhen government about the land connections and agree on a suitable number of places per day. And once the quota-free scheme is up and running, we will see more traffic. The bridge will become a key link in the GBA. So in planning our traffic for the Northern Metropolis, we should consider this factor. The network should also link up the artificial islands, Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau Bridge, and the other transport links, so that once we have 3 key central business districts and also with Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Zhuhai, they're all linked up together. Now, I want to talk about the unilateral recognition scheme. One of the biggest hurdles is insurance for the motor vehicles. Finally, our country adopted a pragmatic and flexible approach by addressing this thorny issue. For Hong Kong private cars, they just simply need to take out the coverage from a Hong Kong insurer, and they don't have to purchase a separate insurance in the mainland. That's the first step for Hong Kong insurers to enter the GBA market, and it's a good start. One key principle is to have a unified set of standards. We hope that in the future, the insurance business can adopt the same approach, achieve interconnection. The Hong Kong Insurance Association proposed something about the medical insurance, and it worked. They proposed a personal medical insurance system so that for the GBA residents, they can have a scheme medical insurance coverage that overcomes geographical hurdles. The insurance industry would also like to suggest that for the mainland, that the mandatory motor insurance is at a cap of 200,000 RMB, whereas in Hong Kong, the cap is at $100 million. So that's a huge discrepancy. So the drivers should be mindful of their own needs. If needed, they should take out additional coverage. Thank you, President. Ms. Chen Haoyan. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Mr. Adrian Ho's motion. The bridge was completed in 2018 and commissioned on October 24th that year. Every month, we see 100 to 140,000 vehicles traveling on the bridge every month. There are people taking the shuttle bus. We see more visitors to Hong Kong and Macau. We're also benefiting from the fact that dual-plate cars can take the Hong Kong-Zhuhai Macau Bridge and travel between the Hong Kong port and the Zhuhai port. So that's why we see a steady pickup in the traffic volume. We see more than just a growth in the passenger volume. We also see a growth in the volume of cargo after COVID. Now, the bridge is part of the new mode of delivery in e-commerce. Now, there is a shipping taking the Kuai-Ching container cargo. The cargo through the bridge reaches the mainland. So now we have a swift and flexible mode. The mainland media describes that many logistics businesses are making the bridge as a key part of a strategy. Every day, there are 200 cars taking 600,000 parcels every day. Now, these figures have yet to reach the capacity of the bridge. For logistics and cargoes, there is still much room for growth. Now, for the Macau port of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai Macau Bridge, they have a cross-boundary transshipment port, which will be completed next year. In the past, we relied on travel by sea. In the future, we will be able to make further use of the bridge. For this bridge, there are many other ways for it to be put to greater use, and there are more we can do in policy and offer greater ease to provide stronger incentive for people to use the bridge. On July 1st, we will see the quota-free scheme for Hong Kong private cars to travel north, so that even for those without a dual license, people can get behind the wheels and visit the mainland. And then in Macau and Zhuhai, there is a single customs and clearance arrangement to shorten the clearance time. These arrangements make it easier to unleash the potential of the bridge. Apart from the shuttle bus, we should also study this. Through the bridge, people should be able to go to Zhuhai, Macau, and go to the urban cities through buses, 7-seaters, taxis, and other commercial vehicles. We can have quotas and other rules to further enhance the service to provide greater ease for young people to travel to these places and provide better support services apart from a broader range of services. I want to make this point for users. Now, for Hong Kong car owners and drivers, before taking the bridge, they have to buy an insurance, motor insurance that covers all three places, Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau. Now, with the no quota-free scheme, there is a unilateral recognition scheme so that they go to a Hong Kong insurer, they take out a policy that covers their travel in the mainland. The people can go to a Hong Kong insurer, so they don't have to purchase a separate coverage in the mainland. For Hong Kong private cars going to Guangdong or going to Macau, they will have to buy separate policies issued by Macau or Guangdong insurance. So there's an insurance, and drivers also have to apply for closed area permit for cross-boundary vehicles, or they have to apply for this permit for the quota-free scheme. There are all kinds of procedures, formalities. The process takes time, and that can put people off for taking the bridge. So for this quota-free scheme, once it's up and running and it's off the ground, we need the three places to work together, set up an online portal, streamline the procedures. That way, those who wish to drive their car across the bridge, let them take care of the formalities at a single place. That will encourage people to take the bridge and remove the barriers. That way you can further boost the usage of the bridge. President, with the latest technology, smart mobility, smart clearance, these are actually feasible. We just need the three places to work together. And let's bear in mind, President, what she said. We need to make good use, take good care of the bridge. That way, the bridge can play a key role in development of the GBA, so that the bridge can help us achieve confidence, achieve the rejuvenation, and we just need the technical support, and then we can overcome the hurdles. I so submit a support the motion and Mr. Michael Lo's amendment. Thank you, President.
Mr. Duncan Chiu, in December last year, there was a meeting called in Guangdong. It says that in order to have a better coordinated development of the GBA and use Shenzhen as an exemplary area and the major platforms of Hengqin and Zhuhai. Well, in January this year, there was another meeting convened. The Guangdong officials said that we need to make good use of the GBA by leveraging on Hengqin, Nansha. Hong Kong and Macau should work together to build the world-class Bay Area. In order to tap into our advantages, we need to make good use of the bridge. We need to use it to connect the three places to enhance integration. I thank Mr. Ho for moving this motion so that we can have a focused discussion on the role played by the bridge, and we can put forward our suggestions. In the past 3 to 4 decades, labor-intensive industries have moved to the Pearl River Delta, say Dongguan and Shenzhen. We complement the development in a lot of cities in the Pearl River Delta. We all have achieved rapid development. In Jiangmen, Zhujiang, the development is not as fast, but they have their own advantages. With the bridge commissioned, that means these cities in the western side of the Pearl River Delta will play a bigger role. We need to work with these cities to enhance development in the GBA. I've been participating in the development between Hong Kong and these western cities. I was the representative since 2018. This representative delegation organized visits and seminars to assist Hong Kong enterprises to set up in Hengqin. We've helped a lot of these enterprises because a lot of companies and investors noticed that the Hengqin area has a lot of advantages. We've been hit by the pandemic and blackleg violence. In the past 3 or 4 years, there were only few enterprises setting up in Hengqin, about 30 to 50 a year. But before 2018, There are 453 Hong Kong enterprises set up in Hengqin. And in 2015, the Hengqin mainland office was set up. About 1,400 enterprises have gone to Zhuhai, involving over about $160 billion in capital. If we have a top design and to leverage on the role played by the bridge, then we can make use of facilitation measures for vehicular traffic, and we can have that quota-free scheme. And I think that there will be more Hong Kong enterprises set up in Hengqin. This in turn will help Hong Kong's economic development. These Hong Kong enterprises will have a bigger market to tap into. Our country supports Chinese medicine. There are initiatives covering development of technology in Chinese medicine. In 2020, there was another plan announced in relation to development of Chinese medicine. The goal is that by 2025, the GBA will become a cluster of Chinese medicine. We have a very good culture in this respect. We have a lot of old shops and brands. We have our own manufacturing plants. In 1999, Hong Kong government put in place Chinese medicine ordinance, giving legal status to Chinese medicine practitioners. We can cooperate better with Hengqin to develop Chinese medicine. I so submit to support the motion. Mr. Perry Yu. I speak to support Mr. Adrian Ho's original motion and the amendment of Mr. Michael Look. The commissioning of the bridge brings Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau closer. This brings a lot of opportunities to the development of these places. It promotes flow of people, cargo, and it also serves to drive our economic development further. This is an important infrastructure. We expect the bridge to play a bigger role. So there was the Macau vehicles traveling using the bridge, and now we have the Hong Kong vehicles using the bridge. This will make it easier for people to go to the mainland to visit families and friends. What we need to do next is to coordinate with the governments of two other places, and also make use of the bridge and turn it into a tourism attraction so that we can promote the flow of people, vehicle, and cargo. We need to allow more cars to use the bridge and to make it more attractive to use the bridge. Major users of the bridge are those who are permitted to go to the mainland under the regular quota, or vehicles that park at Macau and switch to another mode of transport. The number of vehicles using the bridge is low. Well, for vehicles under the regular quota, if you want to go to Macau, you have to make a booking and reserve a parking space at the Macau port. And then you have to purchase a third-party insurance that costs you $1,050. It's inflexible and it costs you more. Of course, it's not attractive. According to information from Macau, there are 3,000 parking spaces in the Macau port, but the daily usage is about 300 vehicles. So it's a very low usage rate. Private cars using the bridge will cost you 150 RMB. That means 300 for a return trip. It's a very high toll, which in turn stifles the use of the bridge. What the government of the three places need to do is to make it easier so that insurers can design products that cover the three places, and they need to give more flexibility for users. The three governments would also need to look at the toll toll level. Currently, the bridge uses separate clearance. The efficiency is lower. I suggest that before there is a huge increase in number of people and vehicles using the bridge, and they need to explore the feasibility of collaborative inspection in clearance mode to attract more people to use the bridge. I think that the bridge can be used as a tourist attraction. It's always been neglected in this aspect. A lot of people have traveled on the bridge. They can only see the bridge through the vehicle window. They can't get off. If they want to take a photographs and alight is impossible. Instead, they will have to look at it from a distance. And since the commissioning of the bridge in 2018, there are lots of tourists going to the bridge just to look at it. And I think that the eastern artificial island can be opened up as a tourist attraction. This will give another function to the bridge. There can be sports events, say marathons or cycling activities on the bridge so that it can be a mega landmark. Mr. Johnny Ng. The bridge is 55 kilometers long. It's the longest cross bay bridge. It's one of the most modern design. It shows the excellence of architecture of our country. And the bridge brings Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai closer. And this completes the 1 hour living circle. This also promotes cooperation in economic development of the three places. The bridge was commissioned in 2018. Since then, it serves as an important connection. As at last year, there are over $500 billion of goods passing the bridge. And now we have a full opening of borders. The number of people and vehicles using the bridge will increase. We have over the weekend over 100,000 people, which is the peak, which is the highest number. The road plays an important role, and this will give us a chance to tap into the huge mainland market. The GBA is developing rapidly. We need to make good use of the bridge and tap into the hinterland of mainland China. And the bridge will give us a continuous drive in economic development. We need to liaise with the other two governments so that we can have a coordinated development. Hong Kong can play a bigger role in logistics in the GBA. This in turn will strengthen our status as aviation and logistics hub. We have more people using the bridge and vehicles using the bridge. About 450,000 car owners will benefit. Starting from next month, a lot more people will be able to use the bridge to go to the mainland to visit family and to do businesses. This will save time. This further enhance connectivity within the GBA. At the initial stage, review meetings should be convened to enhance the procedure. Next step is to expand the quota. With the enhancement of capacity, the quota can be relaxed. And southbound vehicles should be explored in as well. Currently, we don't have a timetable. Our government should look into it. And when they build the Kaohsiung artificial island and the northern metropolis, they need to take into consideration the need for vehicles to come to Hong Kong. The bridge can serve as a pilot location. When we're trying to develop ourselves into an INT hub, we can make use of the bridge and use it as an exemplary zone. We can also promote data exchange. The bridge itself is a tourist attraction, and I'm sure that there is huge potential. We need to make better use of the bridge. This will drive the interaction of the three places. This will inject more development impetus into these places. I agree with Mr. Ho's motion. The bridge should be given a bigger role to play. Thank you.
Professor William Wong. President, since the commissioning of the Hong Kong-Shanghai-Macau Bridge, the usage rate has been underwhelming, and under the epidemic, the bridge got very low usage for several years. Even with the resumption of cross-boundary travel, the number of vehicles using the bridge is still far below its capacity. Even with the implementation of the quota-free scheme, more cars will be using the bridge. As the initial period, after the implementation on the 1st of July, the quota would be increased gradually from 200 to 300. We believe that it will increase the number of cars using the bridge. Still, we have to do a lot more in terms of liaising with the other governments. Now, recently, there is a media report highlighting a possible issue of northbound drivers. Now, in the mainland, they have applied the fully automated parking system in car park. There would be an optic device as the entrance of the car park to register the number plates of the car. However, the electronic system in the mainland car parks cannot recognize number plates of Hong Kong vehicles, and it actually just requires some tweaking to the system. However, it caused us to think deeper on how to enhance collaboration on smart mobility between the two places. With more and more interaction between the two places, we have to step up the work of integrating our smart systems. Now, the government has engaged the S3 to collaborate with a Guangdong company to establish a connected traffic corridor with the usage of technology. So this is a good start. Now, this smart motorway will be connected with Macau. And in the year 2035, the connected GBA smart transport network would be completed. There should also be connection of data, especially concerning data of the BCP. We should enhance the establishment of digital infrastructure between the three places. We have to collate the data of passenger and traffic flow and facilitates integration and also promotes economic development as the BCP belt area. Now, there is an exemption-free system for getting mainland vehicle license. However, drivers still have to go to an office in Shenzhen to renew the license. There should be easier means to do that. Say, for example, online application of renewal. And also, we only have one inspection company in Hong Kong, that is the China Inspection. The inspection capacity is too low, so we have to ramp up the inspection capacity so as to allow more cars to join the quota-free scheme. Now, we have to give play to our complementary strengths and collaborate to provide measures benefiting the economy. So I so submit I support the amendments and the original motion. Thank you, President. Now, the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge costed more than $140 billion to build. It was commissioned in 2018. In November the same year, I submitted a written question questioning whether the government has offered sufficient transport and tourism support for the bridge to maximize its use. The large number of tourists coming to Tung Chung added a lot of burden to our society as well. Now, I also asked a question about the design of the artificial island of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. I put the question to the then Chief Executive, Mrs. Carrie Lam. She spoke frankly that the usage of the bridge was underwhelming. And she said that if the bridge was commissioned 10 years earlier on, it would be much more beneficial to the development of our economy, our logistics trade, and also the development of the GBA, as well as Hong Kong's integration into the national development blueprint. Now, the late coming bridge has caused more impetus or benefits to the logistics trade, but I don't think the original target of economic benefits could be reached. Now, this is a lesson that we should learn, but we should also adopt a forward-looking attitude so as to maximize the effectiveness of the bridge and promote the synergized development of the three places. Now, the flow of goods is underwhelming. However, passenger demand is higher than expected. And with the deepened implementation of the quota-free scheme, I believe that more and more Hong Kong citizens would drive to Zhuhai, as well as other potential areas in the western Guangzhou via the bridge. That's why the government must manage the BCP well and also carry out education and publication and promotion on how to deal with possible accidents in the mainland. Now, with better collaboration between the three governments, we can offer the maximized benefits and protection for tourists from all over the world. Now, there is a kind of one-time quota. When we talk about the developments of the Bay Area, we are more focused on collaboration between Hong Kong and Guangzhou, and also collaboration with cities further north. We have neglected our brother, that is Macau SAR. Over the past weekend, together with G19 members, we visited Macau, and we were pleased to have met the Chief Executive He Yicheng in Macau. And also we have visited the technical universities in Macau. We have also visited the Chinese Medicine Research Laboratory and also their public housing. We witnessed how rapid the development in Macau is. With the support of the central government, the Macau government has established the 1+4 development strategies with a focus on fintech, MICE travel, and also culture and sports. Vast development opportunities has been offered to professional services sector in Hong Kong. Now, we are just one bridge apart with Macau. So I hope the government would focus on enhancing collaboration with the Macau government and facilitate more drivers to use the bridge to go to Macau and achieve synergistic development of Macau and Hong Kong. I support the original motion and the amendments. Thank you. Mr. Chen Pui-Leung. Thank you, President. When the bridge was commissioned in the year 2018, President Xi said that the bridge is an important vessel of the nation. It would drive the development of the three places. It's a shame that under the epidemic and also arrangement issues, the benefits supposed to be brought about by the bridge was not realized. Now, with the facilitation in arrangement, we are seeing more and more vehicles using the bridge. We should seize the opportunities and encourage more drivers to use the bridge and connect the three places better. Now, the northbound quota-free scheme is one of the important measures to encourage drivers to go north. Now, in the first round of lot draw, there were 17,261 applications, and there were 1,600 quota places offered. So 10 drivers were competing for one quota place. It shows how popular this scheme is. Now, I have been meeting with, I appreciate that the government has been meeting with the insurance sector to ensure the smooth implementation of the unilateral recognition scheme. That is, drivers only have to apply with the insurance company to extend the third-party risk insurance to the mainland so that they do not have to take out another insurance policy in the mainland. That is the reinforced insurance policy in the mainland. There are currently 16 insurance companies involving this scheme, and I believe that more companies will join. Now, I declare that my company, that is China Taiping, is part of the scheme. Now, this is a remarkable step taken by the insurance sector. Over the past weekend, together with my G19 colleagues, we paid a visit to Macau. The monetary authority in Macau also commended the quota-free scheme and its economic benefits to be brought about by the unilateral recognition insurance plan. So we have to recognize the social and economic benefits brought about by the unilateral recognition scheme and enhance the connectivity more. Now, concerning Mr. Michael Look's suggestion that there should be an improved vehicle examination arrangements, I support it. Now, we have the same inspection standard. However, drivers have to get the vehicles inspected on both sides. This is very time and money consuming. This shouldn't be a bottleneck for drivers going northbound. We have to ensure that the inspection regime is attractive. We should also push for mutual recognition of vehicle inspection on both sides. The government should strive for mutual recognition with the Central People's Government and also the Guangzhou Municipal Government. Now, on southbound scheme, we have to think carefully about the capacity of our transport network. But I support building an inbound car park for drivers so that they can park and ride and use our public transport. Finally, the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge has still got a lot of room for development. To promote a quality living circle in GBA, however, we cannot just rely on the bridge. Now, the northbound scheme is limited to the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, and the destination is only Zhuhai. People who want to go to Shenzhen and other destinations would not use the bridge. So after the implementation of the scheme, when there are conditions, we should liaise with the central government and the Guangdong government to open up more and extend the quota-free scheme to other land crossings to facilitate transport. I support the motion and the amendments. Thank you, President.
Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Thank you, President. The bridge was built by Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau. This bridge links the three places. This was commissioned in October 2018. Back then, I was excited because this bridge helped bring Hong Kong closer together with the other cities in the Greater Bay Area, build roads, build wealth that brings business opportunities. This bridge took a lot of money to build. It was a mega project. So everyone's concerned about the usage. Unfortunately, it was an untimely completion. Shortly after the commissioning, COVID struck. There was the quarantine, and that stifled the cross-boundary flow of people, and that crippled the bridge. After COVID, we now have normal travel with the mainland, so there is a upshot in the usage. In May, more than 40,000 people entered Hong Kong and left through the bridge, and then by the time the Buddhist birthday, that is May 28th, 50,000 and 30,000 people entered and left Hong Kong through the bridge respectively. Media reports point to scenes of people queuing up in long queues for the shuttle bus. This shows the return of normal life. So there is demand for the bridge. When people want to take the bridge, they have to take the shuttle bus, also known as the Golden Bus, or they can take cross-boundary buses or hire cars. For private cars, they will need the dual plate. But there are only a limited number of dual plates. Application is by no means easy. All these reasons mean the usage of the bridge has been underwhelming. So we have yet to make full use of the bridge. President, I support this quota-free scheme because this scheme will allow eligible Hong Kong private cars to travel north without the dual plates. These cars can go to Guangdong province. That means a lot of convenience for those who get behind the wheels themselves and go to the mainland for business, family visits, or sightseeing. This can also help achieve this 1 hour living circle. This means an easier time for for Hong Kong people to integrate into the Greater Bay Area development. But there is a balloting system. Once the applicant is successful, they have to book a particular date and then they make the trip. I hope the government can arrange this arrangement, streamline the application procedure, allow greater flexibility for people to make the trip, lower the process fees. Now for the quota-free scheme, drivers have to take their vehicles to a particular place to have their cars checked, and there's just one provider, China Inspection Company. It's the only car examiner for the scheme. And they have just the Yuen Long office. I believe the government should talk to the mainland to speed up the work on a plan, to enhance this plan. Can we have more car inspection centers, for example? Now for the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, there's customs clearance at each place, Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau. Between Zhuhai and Macau, they have a joint inspection and clearance scheme. So separate clearance. For Hong Kong, we should do co-location. The government can explore whether there's room to streamline the customs clearance at the Hong Kong port for incoming travelers. The BPA has always argued for better transport links with the mainland. This includes strengthening the role of the bridge and also the Hong Kong section of the express rail link, Liantang-Hengyunwei port, and also the new Lo Wu boundary crossing point, and also the new Huanggang port. We want to see co-location and more land crossings. That way, these boundary areas can contribute to the economic development. I hope the government can consider my suggestion. President, I support the motion. Mr. Kitson Yang. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of Mr. Adrian Ho's motion about maximizing the effectiveness of the bridge and also promoting synergy among Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. Now, this bridge is a link in the Greater Bay Area. This brings Hong Kong closer to the western part of Guangdong. Now, between Hong Kong and Zhuhai Airport, the travel time goes down from 4 hours to 35 minutes, and this massively speeds up the flow of people and goods. Now, with the help of the bridge, we will see more room for development. especially for our shipping, aviation, and the entire logistics industry. This means an endless stream of impetus. Now, this also has implications for our land for logistics. We can have logistics in Zhuhai, and then we can have the Hong Kong Zhuhai Logistics Park. When electrical members visited Zhuhai, and we looked at the logistics park in Zhuhai, we were deeply impressed. Security checks, customs, they were done in Zhuhai, and then they traveled by sea to Hong Kong airports, restricted areas, and then the cargo is transported to other places around the world. So we remove these barriers. Instead of 2 customs, we have just 1 clearance. That halves the cost of logistics, and we slash the time it takes by 1/3. And once the Dongguan logistics park was completed, we can have 2 million tons of goods processed, and that will boost our throughput at the airport by 50%. Now our airport is leading in cargo transport. For 12 times in a row, we topped the processing volume, 4.2 million tons of goods. Memphis Airport in the U.S. was closely behind us. Now we have to keep making progress. Now, since the air logistics park is playing this dual role, and this intermodal role seems so important, can we do that in Zhuhai to expand our edge? Hong Kong and Zhuhai are good partners. The airport authority has entered into Zhuhai government an agreement to operate the Zhuhai airport. Last year, we had this agreement between Zhuhai government and Hong Kong's airport authority. This was a memorandum of understanding. So this is a fly via Hong Kong scheme. And this is also about fostering the cargo development. The Hong Kong Airport Authority take a stake in the Zhuhai Airport. So Hong Kong, Zhuhai, we work together. In the Pearl River Delta, we are a step ahead of the game. So if we can apply this air logistics park model, get the customs clearance done in Zhuhai, and then the goods take the Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge, they come to the Hong Kong airport, and then the cargoes are loaded onto the planes. This saves time during the journey, and this is also more flexible than travel by sea. That way, Dongguan can deal with the air cargo, and Zhuhai can deal with the goods from outside the GBA. The Hong Kong airport, we can work with Dongguan and Zhuhai. And even more important is that Hong Kong can become part of the Air Silk Road. Back in 2016, our Civil Aviation Ministry had an action plan for 2016 to 2030. In that plan, the Belt and Road includes civil aviation. Now, with the 14th Five-Year Plan, the Belt and Road, and the implementation plan for the 14th Five-Year Plan, and also plans for the civil aviation dimension, there's a push for the Air Silk Road. Now, we have entered into agreements with the Belt and Road countries. There are civil aviation agreements being part of it. So there will be an Air Silk Road by air with Brazil, Argentina, our country is speeding up. It's a great collaboration with them. We have 3 runways in our airport, and we have this major airport in Hong Kong. We can have direct flights to South America. Now, with the 3rd runway to be commissioned, we can see 10 million tons of goods processed, so that we can work with the new airport of Guangzhou, which also focuses on cargo flights, and then we can have collaboration that way. We can be the southern hub of the Air Silk Road, and we can create new vibrancy into the logistics industry. We should work on the collaboration with the Zhuhai Airport, so that for the Air Silk Road we can have new pilot points, and then work with the other provinces and have its intermodal transport, so that we can strengthen our role as an aviation hub, and also go global with the Power Without Airport President Seoul Summit. Professor James Lau. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of Mr. Adrian Ho's motion about maximizing the effectiveness of the Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge and promoting a synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. This bridge links up Hong Kong with the other parts of the GBA, and this is a key piece in our country's strategy for the GBA, and it has immense benefits for the area. This fosters the flow of capital, goods, and people. And once it's linked with the mainland roads, journey times are slashed. The bridge is also a continuous source of impetus for our development. It took more than $100 billion in construction costs, but each year we don't have many vehicles. So how come we get so few cars taking the bridge? One reason is that the cars will need the permit from Hong Kong and Macau, and also the vehicle licenses from different places. There's a cumbersome process for the licenses, and they don't come cheap. So essentially only commercial vehicles take the bridge. You don't see private cars. The bridge is a landmark. It's also a tourist spot. We can turn this bridge into a tourist resource of the GBA. That way we can bring about opportunities in tourism. Self-drive trips is a promising option. Now between Hong Kong and the mainland, we see normal travel now. It's a great time to promote self-drive trips. To make it work, we need to streamline the procedures. That way we can bring more private cars to the bridge. Madam Deputy, Hong Kong is the starting point of the north of this quota-free scheme. We need to get prepared. We need to have booklets containing information about how it works. We also have emergency response teams when accidents happen. Now, we need to focus on differences between the traffic rules of Hong Kong and the mainland, educate our drivers, let people know the driving rules on the mainland, tell them about the signage, the driving culture of the mainland. We also need information on the cross-boundary insurance coverage. Now, for the quota-free scheme, we need more slots. Since April this year, every day, we saw 7,000 or so vehicle trips per day on the bridge. The quota-free scheme is very popular among private car drivers in Hong Kong. The response far exceeds the expectations of the government, but we only have 200 to 300 slots per day, so we need more. This scheme helps foster the further integration of the Greater Bay Area and also helps Hong Kong integrate into the GBA. An interconnection between Hong Kong, Macau, and Guangdong. So the government needs to keep closely watching the implementation and work closely with the Guangdong province to address the latent issues. In the long run, for the Greater Bay Area, we need not just the quota-free scheme for Hong Kong cars to go north, we also need Guangdong cars to go south. There's a plan about the Northern Metropolis and also the artificial islands of Khao Yi Chao. We need to consider what if the cars from Guangdong go south. I call on the government to remember the motivation for the bridge and make good use of this great piece of infrastructure to take the integration, interconnection of the GBA to the next level so that we can develop GBA into a world-class Bay Area. President So submit and support the motion.
Mr. Dennis Leung. Madam Deputy, in 2018, on the 24th of October, we saw the commissioning of the Hong Kong Macau Bridge, but in 2020, because of the epidemic, the three places imposed strict restrictions affecting the use of the bridge. On the 6th of February this year, there is the full opening of the border between Hong Kong and the mainland. In order to revive our economic activities, we need to make better use of the bridge. For tourists going to Zhuhai and Macau, the use of the bridge will be a good choice. This will enhance the use of the bridge, and this at the same time will benefit people's livelihood and promote development in the GBA. What we can do is to allow residents of the three places to go to the other two places via self-driving. With the advantage of one country, two systems, we now have the quota-free scheme for Hong Kong cars to travel to Guangdong via the bridge. This will promote cultural exchanges. This helps Hong Kong people to get a better understanding of national development and the way of lives on the mainland. With the opening of the border, 9 mainland cities have been waiting to enhance cooperation with Hong Kong. Zhuhai has an advantage. On the 18th of May, the mayor of Zhuhai led a delegation of mainland officials to come to Hong Kong for a discussion with various sectors in Hong Kong on how to enhance the usage of the bridge. I hope that a dedicated team will be set up in within the Hong Kong government to enhance the civilian and commercial use of the bridge. Facilities of the bridge should be further enhanced, and there needs to be more promotion. I regularly go to the GBA for meetings. If I can drive myself to Zhuhai, it will be more convenient. Now there is this quota scheme, and there are 17,000 applications, but only about 1,600 successfully got a place to use the scheme. The number of quotas should be enhanced. Vehicle examination, insurance, and the unilateral recognition policy for insurance should be enhanced. If you want to drive on the mainland, you need to have mainland driving license. I've been to the mainland to go through the driving license procedure. Everything is automated, and I was given a leaflet for more information. I thought it would take 3 days and it would take another trip to Pingshan. Well, actually, everything was done within 1 hour, and a permit was issued within 1 hour. This is my driving license. Efficiency is amazing, and Hong Kong residents will benefit as well. I hope our government will talk to mainland authorities about setting up of branches in Hong Kong, or to have robots handling the procedure for us. It will be easier for Hong Kong residents to get mainland driving licenses, and this will in turn boost the usage. Currently, it costs $115 to use the bridge and $60 if you're a private car. If you use the Hong Kong-Macau bridge, it will save journey time and saves cost, and it helps you avoid congestion. There are restrictions using the scheme, 180 days a year, no more than 30 days per duration. There can be various measures to further facilitate the scheme, say, for example, relaxation of various restrictions, extension of the 30-day duration. Because of limited parking spaces, we need to have more spaces at the Macau and mainland ports so that people can drive there, park, and switch to public transport. Hong Kong private cars will have to pay $150 to use the bridge. I hope the toll level can be reduced. We need the government to do more work. I speak to support the original motion and the amendment. Thank you. Ms. Judy Chen. Thank you, Madam Deputy. If we want our trades to thrive, you need to have good infrastructure support. Well, the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge connects Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai together. It's a good connection for flow of people and goods. It plays a significant role. I speak to thank Mr. Adrian Ho for the original motion. His motion is to maximize the effectiveness of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and promote the synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. And I also like to support Mr. Michael Luk's amendment. The bridge was commissioned in 2018. Hong Kong and Macau were connected to the good road network of our country. Well, now there is this good connection at the estuary of the Pearl River Delta. This injects the development impetus into the national development. We need to make better use of the bridge, and we need to play a bigger role in the bridgehead economy. The bridge is conducive to the flow of people, business, and goods and services among the three places. It promotes cooperation and development. It also helps enterprises develop in the region. It attracts investment and capital, which in turn will enhance our economic development and competitiveness. We can all work together and thrive together. Last week, application opened under the quota-free scheme. I'm sure a lot more private car owners will benefit. For the bridge to play a bigger role, in the long run, it needs to connect with the airport and our rail network. Members have made a lot of valuable suggestions to enhance hardware. I'm not going to repeat them. I'm more concerned about something else. The government should take a more macro view to promote the development of the GBA. We keep talking about Hong Kong and the GBA, but Hong Kong is one of the 9+2 cities in the GBA. We need to tell people that the bridge is not there just to serve Hong Kong, it's there to serve the economy of the GBA. It's an important economic drive. It's also a landmark. For people who would like to know more, we need to tell them that the bridge is not just a world-class bridge. The bridge connects cities in the GBA. Apart from attracting overseas visitors to come to Hong Kong, Macau, and the other 9 cities, we also need to attract talents to come to Hong Kong. The bridge will help. We need to tap into the advantages of the bridge so that we have sound network that in turn will drive economic development. Ms. Eunice Yung, I speak to support Mr. Ho's motion on maximizing the effectiveness of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and promoting the synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. I also support Mr. Luk's amendment. It's taken 9 years to build the bridge. It was commissioned in October 2018 and it started to operate in October 2021. It cost $140 billion. It has greatly shortened journey time. This completes the 1-hour living circle. It covers not just 2 cities, it also goes to Zhuhai, Macau, Xiamen, and the western cities in the Greater Bay Area. This is a huge hinterland with great potential waiting to be tapped into. If we are to look for more opportunities in the GBA, we should look beyond Shenzhen and Macau. We have the high-speed rail. It seems that the bridge and the potential of Macau and Zhuhai have been neglected. Well, we need to attach more importance into the synergistic development of the 3 places. With the reform at the Pearl River estuary, we've seen rapid development. The west side of the river, the development lags behind. Macau developed on a different level from Hong Kong. So there is imbalanced development. We can leverage on our advantage and to drive development for these places. We need to make good use of the bridge. I agree with the point 5 of Mr. Luk's amendment. That is, enhance publicity and education work on the points to note for using the bridge and to enhance confidence in the use of the bridge and to reduce the chance of traffic accidents. Well, you have to drive on the right side of the road. Some drivers may find it intimidating. So we need to do more on publicity and education to reduce traffic accidents. Hong Kong residents will have to hold driving license of the 3 places. In the past, they will have to reach a certain tax concession and a certain level of investment before you get a place in the regular quota. Now we have quota-free scheme. But it seems that drivers of commercial vehicles do not benefit. So we need to do more. Shuttle bus service should be enhanced to bring people across the bridge. And I ask government departments to work on relaxing license restrictions on commercial vehicles. This will in turn drive economic development. Plans should be made to connect the bridge with our railway network. There is huge demand for transportation on either side of the Pearl River Delta. We need to make good use of time and launch different policies. For Human Bridge, the vehicle trips has increased to about 170,000 in 2018. The capacity of the bridge is of such a design that the east side of the Pearl River Delta cannot be connected to Shenzhen. And there is another bridge. It will be commissioned next year. It will only cost about 20 minutes to go from one place to another to Shenzhen. So we need to have better connection between the 2 sides of the Pearl River Delta. We need to launch more policies on tourism and transportation. We need to remove barrier. We need to have more facilitation measures to seize the opportunities of this mega infrastructure. I so submit to support the motion.
Mr. Frankie Yip. Madam Deputy, since the commissioning of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge in October 2018, the journey time between Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai has been greatly reduced, and we have essentially completed the 1-hour driving circle. Now, if the quota-free scheme would facilitate short-term visits to the mainland for family visits and commercial purposes, it will also enhance integration. Now, since we accepted application for the quota-free scheme, the Transport Department has received more than 17,000 applications. China Inspection is the company responsible for inspection of vehicles, and also there is the vehicle licensing office in the mainland for handling vehicle license application. Now, the application greatly exceeded their capacity. Now, the quota-free scheme should be further relaxed to cater for more drivers, but the government has to liaise with the mainland authorities to remove hurdles. Say, for example, cancelling double inspection on both sides and also adding more designated companies for car inspection. Now, the home return visit can be applied through the through the China Travel Agency. Maybe we can adopt the same arrangements for vehicle licenses. Now, we should also educate the drivers on the traffic regulations and also points to notes for driving in the mainland so as to avoid accidents. Now, the quota-free scheme only benefits people with cars. Now, for people who don't have cars but want to travel more comfortably, can the government study with the mainland authorities to allow taxis to travel on the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge to the BCP on the other side, so that travelers can go directly from the doorsteps to the destination This will also enhance the usage of the bridge and enhance interaction in the GBA. The Liberal Party supports any measures which can enhance the usage of the bridge, but the government must do the gatekeeping job well to avoid unscrupulous drivers to use their unlicensed vehicles for hire using the bridge. Now, if there are such cases, they should have their licenses revoked. But there is no third-party insurance, so the passengers will not be covered by insurance in case of accidents. Now, the bridge has greatly reduced journey time for us. Now, in the year 2020 policy address, the central government has given support for the Hong Kong AA to inject capital into the Zhuhai airports to create a world-class airport cluster. However, we don't see any updates on this. The government should step up the development of such a cluster so that we can create a GBA cluster with complementary strengths. Now, the Zhuhai Sea Air Intermodal Logistics Park, with the establishment of the park, goods from the mainland can be shipped to the Dongguan Logistics Park for palletization and also customs clearance, and then transported to the Hong Kong airports for shipping overseas. Now, this will help us make the cake of the logistics industry bigger and give us more opportunities. Now, the original intention of building the bridge is to enhance the connectivity between Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau and promote people and goods flow. Now, the bridge has been commissioned for many years, and there are connections of goods between Hong Kong and Zhuhai. However, for Macau, we only have passenger flow, but not flow of goods. Now, for goods from Macau and from Hong Kong to Macau, the goods have to bypass the bridge and use the Zhuhai Hengqin border control points to enter Macau. Now, we think there should be opening up of goods flow between Hong Kong and Macau via the bridge. Thank you. Mr. Yim Kong. Madam Deputy, I speak to support Mr. Adrian Ho's original motion to maximize the effectiveness of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and promote the synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau, and also the amendments moved by Mr. Michael Look. According to statistics, at the peak, that is May 2019, there were some 148,546 cars using the bridge. On average, 4,791 cars per day. It fell much shorter than the design capacity of 60,000 cars per day by 2035. Now, in year 2018, in September, that is 29th of September, for the Fumen Bridge, the peak vehicular flow was some 98,000 cars. Now, it is the norm for the vehicular flow of the Fumen Bridge to reach more than 100,000 per day. It shows how much more room for development we have for the bridge. Now, the bridge has cost some $120 billion RMB. Now, alongside the high-speed rail and the airports, the third runway of the airports, these are the three major infrastructure projects of the Hong Kong government. Now, for the airports and the high-speed rail, there are obvious economic benefits. However, the economic potential of the bridge is still not tapped into. So together with the two other governments, the government in Hong Kong should strive to offer more measures to enhance the usage rate of the bridge so that we can give full play to its value. We should further relax the eligibility for applicant drivers. I suggest that after the implementation of the quota-free scheme, now for drivers with Hong Kong and Macau driving permits, whether they are permanent residents or whether they are individual or companies, they should be allowed to apply for a quota for using the scheme. Now, on the first day when we accepted application, we have received some 17,000 applications, but only 1,600 drivers got the lot. The government must seriously consider increasing the quota places for the quota-free scheme. The number should be increased drastically from 200 to 2,000 per day and eventually a quota-free scheme completely. Now, at the peak in May 2019, on a daily basis, there were only 237 goods vehicles traveling on the bridge. It doesn't align with the logistics demand of the GBA development. Now, goods vehicles from the west of Guangzhou would use other border control points despite the longer distance, because the supporting facilities or the customs clearance buildings are very far from the bridge. The government should establish security or customs clearance buildings near Dongchong to encourage goods vehicles to use the bridge. Now, you have to apply for a quota 1 month beforehand. It is obviously impractical. The government should consider removing this requirement so that people can travel at will. Now, the bridge is a very important bridge to promote synergistic development of the GBA. Now, there is much more room for giving the bridge more role. Now, the government must abandon the usual mindsets of incremental relaxation. The government should be bolder in terms of relaxing the scheme so that the bridge can bring real benefits to the people. Then the bridge can really become a bridge to connect the GBA areas. Madam Deputy, I support the motion and the amendments. Thank you. Mr. Lai Dongguo. I support the motion. Mr. Adrian Ho's speech has mentioned various measures to give full play to the role of the Macau Bridge. I fully support his idea. Now I have some supplements. Now, electric vehicles are also eligible under the quota-free scheme. Since we have set the goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, we should encourage electric vehicles participating in the quota-free scheme. In the future, there will only be more and more electric vehicles in Hong Kong. However, there are insufficient supporting facilities. Now, at the bridge, there is only one carport managed by the government. There are 733 parking spaces, but only 91 are equipped with charging facilities. The ratio is only 1%. It is far lower than the ratio in car parks equipped with charging facilities. Now, the bridge is 55 kilometers long. It is quite a drain on batteries. Before boarding the bridge, if drivers forgot to charge their vehicle to the full, they may not be able to finish the journey. Now, of course, car parks' purpose is not mainly for charging. But I think there will be more and more vehicles using the bridge, and there will be more and more EVs requiring charging facilities. The government should preempt the situation and add charging facilities in our car park, including quick charging facilities. Now, some members have suggested that there should be a monthly pass for the bridge. I fully support it. There are obvious benefits. This is one more option for frequent drivers to save money. And the secretary, in reply, said that he has been negotiating with the management authority of the bridge about the monthly pass arrangement, but there is still no news yet. Half a year has passed. Is there any update? Now, considering the potential of the bridge, we can refer to the experience of a bridge linking up Copenhagen and another city in Sweden. It is only 16 kilometers long, much shorter than our bridge, but it is special in that it has been up and running for 23 years. Now the Cross Bay Bridge link up two cities with similar culture, and it is a good reference point for our bridge. Now, because of time constraints, I only want to highlight 2 points. Now, since the bridge operation in 2000, the bridge only received some 700 cars per year, but the bridge usage increased overseas. By 2008, there were some 20,000 cars using the bridge per day, and the level maintained at a similar level in the next 10 years. This is the bridge linking up Copenhagen and Sweden. Now, for our bridge, if we can offer more facilitation measures together with the other two governments, the number of cars using the bridge will be continuously on the rise since the pandemic has eased. Now, there are views that the bridge in Copenhagen has encouraged the integration between the two cities. However, after the commissioning of the bridge, there were a lot of cross-boundary collaboration projects riding on the bridge's opportunity. However, they were not clearly, carefully thought out. So in a few years' time, they disappeared. So learning from that experience overseas, we should refer to the Øresund Bridge. We shouldn't be too hasty in implementing the plan. Thank you.
Dr. Lo Wai-kwok. Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Adrian Ho for his motion. I also thank Mr. Michael Look for his amendment. The Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge is the longest combined bridge with a tunnel and a bridge that was commissioned in October 2018. Now, this bridge plays a key role in fostering the interconnectivity in the GBA. We had COVID, the usage plunged for the bridge. But now, normal life is back. We have resumed normal travel with the mainland, and there's more and more interactions between Hong Kong and the mainland. So it's a great topic to explore. That is how we should maximize the use of this bridge. In 2022, the government first announced its pro-quota-free scheme. In May, the details came out. Starting from July 1st, the scheme will be implemented. Eligible Hong Kong private cars will not need the regular quotas. Drivers can drive their cars to Guangdong province through the bridge. This is to make good use of the bridge. People can drive to Guangdong province for business, family visits, or sightseeing. This is to achieve the 1 hour living circle. This can also foster the flow of people and also encourage the development of tourism and logistics. Madam Deputy, as the quota-free scheme will be implemented, there will be more Hong Kong private cars going to Guangdong province. The government should show forethought, roll out support measures to tie in with the support of the bridge to create new impetus for Hong Kong's development in the GBA. Under the quota-free scheme, the applicant has to go through a balloting system. Even for successful applicants, they have to book a date for their trips, and there are a lot of expenses. People have to pay the access fee of the bridge, the application fee for the closed area permit, also the car inspection fee, the mandatory motor insurance fee, and also the license fee for mainland insurance, and also have to get the electronic vehicle license or RFID card. Every time the car goes to the mainland, they can only stay for no more than 30 days, no renewal. The applicant has to apply afresh, and every year the cars cannot stay in the mainland for more than 180 days. Now, for Hong Kong people who only look for short stays, the costs are very high, and that puts people off. The PPA thinks the Hong Kong government should talk to the mainland government, streamline the procedures, lower the costs. What we can do is to have the monthly or annual passes for the bridge. In the long run, the access fee should be waived. That way we can lower the costs for people to go on those trips. The Hong Kong government should also talk to the mainland authorities about having more designated inspection centers, and we should also work towards mutual recognition of car examination results. For cars that have hit the road for more than 6 years, the Hong Kong issued certificates of roadworthiness should be good enough for the car inspection, so that the owners don't have to take their cars for more inspections, and that can also save costs. This is a source of convenience for people. The government should also look at the management of infrastructure around the bridge. On festivals, holidays, there should be ways to spread out the traffic to minimize the impact on traffic to new territories, minimize the traffic jams, and minimize the inconvenience to the people living there. Madam Deputy, the mainland has a different set of rules when it comes to traffic. There's also different culture and charging standards and use of GPS, etc. The government needs to provide a portal with all the information in one place, so that drivers who want to go to the mainland can read the information online and familiarize themselves with the rules there. Now, the government should also work with its mainland counterpart about ways for people to get help when they run into something. That way, people can have a safe trip and an enjoyable experience. Madam Deputy, I so submit. Mr. Chen Hanpan. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I thank Mr. Adrian Ho for his motion. The DAB supports this motion to maximize the effectiveness of the bridge and also promoting the synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau is a shared goal of all of us. On multiple occasions, we talked about the Greater Bay Area development, and the bridge is a key part of this process. The bridge fosters economic development and is a source of convenience. So around the airport, we have the development of the airport city. The bridge helps foster this process. Look at where the bridge is. It leads to Western Guangdong. There are opportunities to be explored. The government has recently announced the quota-free scheme. Many other members have already discussed the issues with this scheme. The DAB also talked to China Inspection Company. We told them about people's concerns about the car inspection. So they found 2 sites. For the cars that will go north, there were 20 inspection lines. The company told us they could check up to 4,000 cars, 4,000 odd cars per day. And then after the government's announcement, the company told us the number will go up to 7,000. So we don't know if we have enough slots for examination. So it really hinges on the need. For the car inspection company, we hope the government can talk to the company. We need to provide a smooth experience for people. There's online booking. We need a smooth experience there too. We also have to curb the practice of ballot or slot scalping. Now, people take their cars to the China Inspection Company. There are people touting the quotas for car checkups there. So the last thing we want to see is the same thing happening to the cars that want to go north. So can the government stress this point with the company, improve the booking system, so that we won't see scalping practices? Another point, that people drive their car to the mainland. There's a safety issue. Now people need to be familiar with the mainland's traffic rules, and this is part of this process of integration. Before the drivers go to the mainland, they need access to information about the mainland's traffic rules, and when something goes wrong, they need to know where they can get help. But this is already covered by other members, so I won't go into them. We don't see the information coming on stream. Maybe the government is working on it with the mainland, but can we get China Inspection Company to help? We don't see that coming on stream yet. So information on traffic safety, we need that information as soon as possible. Now turning to the port of the bridge. We are now seeing a longer queue at the port. This shows many people want to go to the mainland. But the long queue affects the driving experience. So when the quota-free scheme is up and running, you have to look at the volume. Hong Kong will see maybe 6,000 or 7,000 cars a day, in contrast to the 2,000 in Macau. So will there be a long queue in Hong Kong? The government needs to do something about this. Now, the bridge also brings benefits to Hong Kong in terms of logistics. We would like to see better support in Tung Chung. We don't see land for logistics businesses. But then after this tunnel, in the inland river terminal, there's land available for logistics, but the in-river terminal will be used for flats soon. We would also like to see the government work with Zhuhai, set up logistics parks, so that when the goods arrive at the airport, they go through the cold chain and go to the next destination. That way we can get the cold chain up and running. This will make good use of the bridge and foster our economy. Can we get more investment? Either get the private sector to invest or get the government to invest. Either way will work. Madam Deputy, I so submit. Dr. Junius Ho. Madam Deputy, I support Mr. Adrian Ho's motion. In terms of economic benefits, I believe we have considered those before building the bridge, so that shouldn't be the focus of the discussion today. Now we have the bridge. We spent $140 billion on the bridge. We spent so much time on planning. The bridge is there. 2019, the bridge was working. The bridge was commissioned in 2018. The worst part was that COVID hit. So for 2 years or so, the bridge was idle. So how do we make good use of the bridge? Otherwise, the bridge is just there and we waste the potential of the bridge. There's depreciation, maintenance and repairs will come along and then aging sets in. How do we make up for lost time? Mr. Adrian Ho proposed 4 points on increasing the flow on the bridge and then achieve the spirit of build roads, build wealth. And then in Shenzhen, Huizhou, that means the other cities of the Greater Bay Area. And then with Zhuhai on the west, Zhongshan, link up all these places. So these are the 2 key points we discussed today. I agree. Adrian mentioned 4 points. They're set out in the motion. There's something else. We need to lower the access toll, the access fee. It's $150 RMB per trip now. On April 5th, starting from midnight, that day, many cars took the bridge. It was free, toll free on that day. But how much should we lower the fee? 150 RMB, that's too pricey. Going from Hong Kong to Macau, 150 RMB sounds like a good deal, but then say I want to go to Panyu, should I take the bridge? Or should I take the highway instead? I will take the highway because the bridge is pricey. Just lower the fee by 1/3. You can bring much more cars to the bridge. Apparently, it's a loss, but then it's a loss maker. Bring the customers there, they will come back. So you need to lower the access fee. That's one way to get more users. In 2021, we talked about East in, East out. Let's bear this in mind. Now, if the new route is open, Shenzhen route in 2024, people won't be taking the western route. Because by then, you will have a link in the Pearl River Delta. You will have the Humen Bridge, Humen second and third bridges, all the links. How do we get it right? We should make it possible to do east in, west out. People come in from Huizhou. They deal with the goods. the car carries goods from Hong Kong to Shenzhen. They have to take the Huanggang, Liantang, but that route makes no sense. What if we make it possible to do east in, west out through the bridge to Zhuhai? That makes the route attractive. Secretary, you're the Minister for Transport here. You need to come up with the ideas. Now, I'm just giving you some random thoughts, but you need to think about this. How can we boost the usage? How can we get those with the means? Look at the GBA, this whole triangle. Can we link up the east and west? And the final point, now with the quota-free scheme, why can we not have this as well? So say for mainland professionals, can we let them take the Western Corridor, take the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge? And that will bring even greater economic benefit. There are many ideas about how do we speed up the increase in the volume of the bridge? So that's for the professionals. The professionals need to leverage their wisdom to do that, to contribute to Hong Kong. I so submit, Madam Deputy.
Mr. Holden Chow. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of the motion on maximizing the effectiveness of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and promoting synergistic development of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. I thank Mr. Ho for moving the motion. We have heard from a number of members about the quota-free scheme. It talks about China inspection of vehicles. And another member and DAB party members have visited the China Inspection Organization to talk to them about enhancement of queuing arrangements. Does it mean that cross-boundary vehicles don't have to go through the vehicle examination again in order to streamline the process? And this will facilitate the use of the scheme. And I'd like to say that if we are to maximize the benefit of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, we need to look at the western side of Hong Kong. That includes Tuen Mun. Tuen Mun has an advantage in relation to the future development of Long Ku Tan. I have made some suggestions. We have the Tuen Mun Chek Lap Kok link. It's very close to the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. It's easy to go from Tuen Mun to go to the western side of Guangdong. So Tuen Mun can serve as a base. In my recent proposal, I also mentioned that when it comes to advanced processing plant of food, they can be located in Tuen Mun as well. We're talking about over $50 billion a year in trade and an employment of over 20,000 people. So there is huge development potential for this industry, but you need to give them a base, a location that is close to logistics facilities. So when we talk about the use of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, if we use somewhere close to the bridge as these bases, say Tuen Mun, I'm sure that the bridge will be used more. That's why I'd like to say that we need to make better use of the bridge, and we need to make better plans for Hong Kong, say, to put Tuen Mun into better use.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Adrian Petro Ho, you may now speak on the amendments. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm very grateful for Mr. Michael Look for moving his amendments. It really enriched my recommendations in the original motion. In his amendments, Mr. Michael Look mentioned that the capacity of customs clearance may be a bottleneck for the scheme. Now, this is similar to my recommendation that we should urge the government to enhance the capacity of application handling of the quota-free scheme. This is directly related to the number of cars using the bridge. The government should remove these bottlenecks and create favorable conditions for completely quota-free scheme. Now, in terms of inspection arrangements, Mr. Michael Look mentioned that we should align with the mainland inspection standard. They are of a higher standard. I think this is good. This will remove duplication of process and offer facilitation and convenience for drivers. Now, point 3 in his amendment mentioned educating drivers on the driving environments in the mainland, and also he mentioned that there should be seminars conducted by the TD on educating driving in mainland, and also apps for quota-free scheme participants. I think they are very good. They will be beneficial to this scheme as well. Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Michael Look for his recommendations made in his amendments. They really completed my original motion. I saw members very eager to ride on the opportunity to smoothen the arrangements of using the bridge. I fully support the amendments. I implore members to support the original motion and the amendments too. Let's work together and promote the synergistic developments in the GBA and create more opportunities. Thank you.
Secretary for Transport and Logistics. Madam Deputy, just then, starting from 3:30, I've been listening closely to members' comments on this motion. I'm grateful to members' comments on this motion. This is about making better use of the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. The government has always been trying to increase the regular quotas for the cars using the bridge, and also implementing measures such as the quota-free scheme, and also building this car park with automated parking at the Hong Kong part of the bridge to promote the integration of the Greater Bay Area. In my opening remarks, I touched on some areas. Now, let me respond to the points made by members today. Members care deeply about how the bridge can contribute to logistics development. So we will work with Zhuhai and other mainland cities on collaboration in logistics. That way, we can have more goods taking the bridge from Zhuhai to reach Hong Kong and arrive at our airport and also our port. I will also work with the mainland authorities on logistics and goods vehicles. That way, we can make better use of the bridge in logistics. Now, on the car park with automated parking, the SAR government has talked to the Macau and Zhuhai government about the vehicle and driving licenses. We want to streamline the requirements and make the car park more attractive. The car park with parking automation leverages the latest technology. So there's automation in its operation. That way, the drivers get a more smooth experience. We want to encourage more mainland and Macau visitors to come to our airport, which is a way to strengthen our role as an aviation hub. On May 22nd last year, we published this Air Passenger Departure Tax Ordinance Amendment of Second Schedule Order 2022. So once people park the car at the car park, they take the bonded bus to Sky Pier and they enter this restricted area of the airport. They will be exempted from the air passenger departure tax. Members have also discussed the various aspects of the quota-free scheme. One point is the application for the ballot. For this scheme, we want to ensure orderly implementation of the scheme, so the Guangdong government and the Hong Kong government agreed on a cap in the early stages of this scheme. There will be balloting through an electronic system. We will review the implementation where needed. We will have more slots for the applications. We have this ballot system is to better serve the applicant. We don't want all the applicants to submit the applications on a particular day, which may lead to delays. Every month, the Transport Department does 2 rounds of balloting exercises. To support this exercise, the TD will make use of electronic services, deploy manpower, hire more help if needed. On a separate note, to speed up the processing of applications in Q4 this year, there will be electronic permits to be rolled out by the Transport Department this year. Successful applicants will get the electronic version of the closed area permit for cross-boundary vehicles. The TD will keep an eye on the implementation of the quota-free scheme and enhance the measures. Members have also touched upon the vehicle examination for the cars. Now, for dual-plate cars, there was some bottleneck, as I said in my opening remarks. For these cars that want to go north, they have to go to the Yunlong office of the China Inspection Company. The check is there to do the unique identifier check to verify the details of the car, and also have this electronic vehicle license. Up to 700 slots are available every day for cars under the quota-free scheme. China Inspection Company has also extended service hours. It used to be Mondays through Fridays, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It is now open Mondays through Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The Hong Kong SL government will remain in touch with the Guangdong government on having more car testing spots to bring convenience to those who want to drive their cars to the north. Now, for Hong Kong's car examination, for all cars, private cars that have hit the road for more than 6 years, they have to go to the designated car testing centers for a check. This is to make sure the cars are roadworthy. They need to get the certificate of roadworthiness to renew their certificate. Starting from June 1st, now if the car has hit the road for more than 6 years, the car will need a valid certificate to meet the mainland's requirements about car testing. Now, to bring convenience to private car owners under the scheme, the TD has got in touch with the designated car testing centers for cars that have hit the road for more than 6 years, say for cars that hit the road in 2016 or before. If the vehicle license will expire more than 4 months from now, there will be a special arrangement. So these cars can also be checked. The car owners can reach out to the designated car testing centers, book a slot, have their cars checked, and obtain the certificate of roadworthiness for the quota-free scheme. The list of the testing centers and the contact have been uploaded onto the Transport Department's website. In the long run, we want to have this mutual access in the car examination results between the mainland and Hong Kong. Now, we looked at the examination policies, differences in laws, regulations, and also the safety of road users. The SL government will work with its mainland counterparts on these points and explore the comments made by members. Members have also touched on the traffic volume that may be on July 1st when the scheme will be up and running. We expect roughly 450,000 private cars will be eligible for the quota-free scheme. Now, to ensure a better experience for those making the trip, the Guangdong and Hong Kong government agree on a cap for cars taking the bridge per day. Those who obtain the ballot can book a date for the trip online. The SAR government is talking to the Guangdong government about the application. We want to provide convenience for successful applicants. At the same time, we also want to manage to ensure a good experience. So the cap will be announced soon. Members have also discussed a point about potential issues where Hong Kong drivers run into problems in the mainland, say a traffic accident. So we have this mechanism. The Guangdong provincial government has announced a series of administrative measures. Rule 13 says this: for stolen cars, damaged cars, the car owner should go to the mainland customs or mainland public security department, go through the procedures. If a car is involved in an incident, the people can call 110 to get help. The driver may have to stay within Guangdong province to help the law enforcement there with their investigation. And also, people should also reach out to the insurer for help. The Hong Kong government attaches importance to cases of injuries, fatalities, or criminal cases involving Hong Kong people in the mainland. The Immigration Department has the Assistance to Hong Kong Residents Unit, and the government's mainland offices also has this immigration division. They are there to help Hong Kong residents who were caught up in an incident in the mainland. The Guangdong office of the SAR government will continue to reach out to the mainland transport authorities when Hong Kong residents need help in the mainland. The Guangdong office will also deploy manpower flexibly in dealing with unforeseen traffic accidents. Now, for Hong Kong residents caught up in criminal cases in the mainland, now the Assistance to Hong Kong Residents Unit of the Immigration Department and also the Immigration Division of the government's mainland offices will provide appropriate support. The Immigration Division of the government's mainland offices will also, upon the request of the families of those affected, offer help. The Guangdong province also notifies the Hong Kong government regularly about the traffic accident statistics of cars under the quota-free scheme. Some members brought up the point about mainland car parks identifying Hong Kong license plate. On this matter, we talked to the mainland authorities. The Transport Department has handed information to the mainland authorities and car park operators to explore enhancement measures. That way, Hong Kong cars under the scheme will enjoy greater convenience. From what we've learned, the mainland operators are working actively on enhancing their systems. In Zhuhai, more than 90 car parks have been upgraded so that they can recognize the license plates of Hong Kong vehicles. In some mainland car parks, they have also adopted digital means for cars from Hong Kong to enter those car parks. I believe there will be further upgrades to bring greater convenience for cars from Hong Kong and Macau. Members have also expressed concern about the fees, on whether the fees make the bridge attractive. Now, there are application fees, closed area permit fees, testing or inspection fees, and also the cost for the mandatory traffic accident liability insurance of motor vehicles. Now, the cost will depend on the vehicle model and the cylinder capacity. So the idea is that if you make multiple trips, the average cost will be lower than if you make a single trip. So for 1 year, it will be $2,000 to $3,000 per year. Some members wondered whether the quota-free scheme can be extended to other land crossings. The Guangdong provincial government and we will look at the experience with the bridge to see if the scheme can be applied to other land crossings so that Hong Kong private cars can go to eastern or western Guangdong. Members have also touched on tourism through the bridge. If we can get it right, we can boost the usage of the bridge. On tourism through the bridge, we welcome suggestions about making good use of the bridge. We will actively discuss with the mainland, and we will also look at the successful experience from other places to turn the bridge into a node for our development into East meets West Center for cultural exchange. Members wondered whether we need to enhance the traffic management of the roads around the bridge. The government will continue to monitor the traffic conditions on those roads and roll out the appropriate management measures. The Transport Department and the relevant operators will keep an eye on changes in traffic in passenger needs. When needed, we will step up the transport linkage between the bridge and other places so that people will have an easier time traveling to the mainland or Macau. Members have also touched on Guangdong cars coming south, and they wondered what will be done. We welcome mainland visitors to Hong Kong. And for the Greater Bay development, we want to foster the flow of people and offer convenience. But there were limits on our road capacity. So how do we achieve our intended outcome? That's something we're still studying. President, I thank members for commenting on this motion, maximizing the effectiveness of Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge and promoting synergy of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau. They have given us great insight. We will study their comments. Their input will help the government enhance the relevant arrangements and the measures. We will seize the opportunities brought by the bridge. We will continue to work with the mainland and Macau in promoting Greater Bay Area development. Thank you, President.
I now call upon Mr. Michael Look to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Michael Look's amendments be passed. With those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Adrian Petroho, you still have 2 minutes and 5 seconds to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Mr. Adrian Petroho. Thank you, President. I am infinitely grateful to the 27 members who have spoken on my motion and Mr. Michael Look's amendments. They are very comprehensive. I also thank the Secretary for Transport and Logistics for your positive reply on my motion. Now, the idea of this motion is to urge the governments to seize the opportunity to give full play to the bridge and give policy facilitations to tap the opportunities so that this bridge is not just good looking but also useful. Now, in March, Mr. John Lee met with Mr. He Yicheng, the Chief Executive of Macau. They mentioned using policy measures to give full play to the social and economic benefits to be brought about by the bridge. It was also mentioned that we have to give full play to our unique advantages under one country, two systems. Now, I thank the governments for listening to our recommendations. I hope that the governments can formulate favorable policies for giving full play to the bridge so that we can fulfill what President Xi said we can continue to break new ground in Hong Kong and Macau work and promote synergistic developments in the GBA. Thank you. I now put the question to you that Mr. Adrian Petro's motion, as amended by Mr. Michael Look, be passed. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed. The Council now adjourned. It will resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow.